Chapter 456. Big Brother, it's not as scary as you think. Actually, there's only one real sun. I don't know what the others are, but they look like the sun. However, the intensity of the sun should be much lower. For some people, the day of coexistence of the 9 suns is a disaster. But for others, it's a blessing. Xueqi continued to speak in Long Chen's ear. Why? Long Chen asked. That's why I'm going to the ancient demon area. I heard that in a month, the young disciples of the ancient demon area will hold an annual test. The champion of the test will be rewarded with a Pearl of Emperor Flame. The Pearl of Emperor Flame is not very useful, but it's very rare. I heard from my father that if you use the Pearl of Emperor Flame on the day of coexistence of the 9 suns, as long as you are a warrior of the reaching heaven state, you can directly reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, just like you. This time, Long Chen was really shocked. Directly reaching the 9th level of the reaching heaven state from the 1st level of the reaching heaven state was the most unbelievable thing that Long Chen had ever heard of. Before this, he had never dared to imagine it. However, if there was really such a good thing, he had to try his best. After all, what he lacked the most was time. 10 years was too long, and he didn't know what would happen during this period. If something happened to Lingxi before then, how could Long Chen forgive himself? Actually, it's not a coincidence. For the sake of the Pearl of Emperor Flame, the disciples of the reaching heaven state and below in the ancient demon area have been preparing for several years. After we enter the ancient demon area, there are only 2 months left. Although the chances are slim, and there are countless strong warriors in the ancient demon area, Xueqi is about to reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, so my father doesn't dare to say that I'm useless. Speaking of this, Xueqi was a little depressed. His eyes were blinking, and tears were about to fall from his eyes. Long Chen comforted him a little, and then asked Kitten. Kitten, tell me, is it true that the Pearl of Emperor Flame and the day of coexistence of the 9 suns? It's true. Kitten nodded. Seeing the serious expression on Long Chen's face, he said directly, the 9 suns coexisting is actually only one sun. Of course, there are 8 other remnant souls of my old opponent, the Golden Crow of Annihilation. I don't know where the Golden Crow has gone. Maybe it died, leaving 9 fragmented souls in the sun. The 9 suns coexisting is actually 8 of its 9 remnant souls being thrown outside, forming a strange phenomenon. To me, it can only be regarded as an anomaly, but to you, it is indeed different. Because what you see is actually 9 identical suns, so the temperature on that day will indeed be very high. However, this anomaly will disappear after a day. Moreover, there are not many places where you can see the anomaly. I reckon that only the divine Wushu Sage dynasty will be able to see it. It will not affect other places. Kitten said this because she thought that Long Chen would be worried about his relatives and friends in Songyang Kingdom. Her words did dispel Long Chen's doubts. What do you think about the Emperor Flame Bead? Long Chen continued to ask. It's a good thing. You should fight for it. The Emperor Flame Bead has no grade, so it's actually useless. It was originally a crystal formed by the sweat of the Golden Crow. It's not a treasure, but it has a trace of the Golden Crow's aura. When you used the Emperor Flame Bead, the 9 apertures in your body corresponded to the 9 suns in the sky. When the power of the 9 suns was instilled into the Emperor Flame Bead, it could indeed help you break through all the apertures in an instant and help you reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state Dao. Moreover, Kitten smiled mysteriously and said, as long as you keep this little girl by your side and let me watch her all the time, I promise you that on the day of the 9 suns coexisting, I will steal part of the Golden Crow's remnant soul and inject it into your 9 apertures so that each of your apertures will be filled with the power of the Golden Crow. You can imagine, when what appears in your apertures is not an elixir, but an ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow of Annihilation, it will be like having 9 suns in your body. How terrifying it will be. Long Chen was quite shocked. To be honest, he had some doubts about Kitten's identity before, thinking that it could not be so powerful. But now, he somewhat believed it. After all, ordinary demonic beasts did not know so many things, and most likely did not even know what the Golden Crow was. Kitten, is the Golden Crow of Annihilation very powerful? Long Chen asked. The Golden Crow can only be considered average. It's not much different from me. When it's at its peak, it can directly turn into a sun and float in mid-air. As long as it wants to, it can choose to transform its own body's energy and become an eternal existence like the sun, said the kitten indifferently. This is ordinary? Long Chen was quite speechless. If Kitten was not bragging, This level of existence should be the peak of the whole world. Even Lingxi's family could only be regarded as ants among ants compared to such an expert. You, the Golden Crow, how are you compared to the ancestral Graygon? Long Chen asked the most important question. The ancestral Graygon. Kitten smiled helplessly and said, the ancestral Graygon is the ruler of the sacrificial dragon continent. We, the top-notch ancient divine beasts, appeared after the immemorial dragons disappeared. To tell you the truth, my current appearance is given to me by the ancestral Graygon. As for the ancient secrets, I cannot tell you due to the rules, so you better not ask about it. But I can tell you one thing, and that is, gods are inferior to their ancestors. Gods are inferior to their ancestors. In other words, be it the Golden Crow of Annihilation or the reincarnated divine beast, none of them were a match for the ancestral Graygon. The ancestral Graygon was the supreme existence. Speaking of the ancestral Graygon's back, Kitten subconsciously looked at Long Chen's forehead in awe, where Long Chen's sea of consciousness resided. Long Chen calmed himself down and stopped thinking about the ancestral Graygon and the ancient divine beasts. Instead, he shifted his attention to the Emperor Flame Pearl and the day of coexistence of the 9 suns. In other words, in order to instantly reach the 9th level of the Ascension Heaven state, and at the same time, allow my body to possess the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, I have to obtain the Emperor Flame Pearl. The Emperor Flame Pearl was a great opportunity for Long Chen. If it were someone else, say, a person at the 8th level of the Ascension Heaven state, obtaining the Emperor Flame Pearl would only increase their strength by 1 level at most. However, it was different for Long Chen. With the assistance of Kitten, he could simply undergo a huge transformation. What appeared on the sun was a tiny bit of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, and what Kitten could steal was only a tiny bit of that tiny bit. Even so, the transformation it brought to Long Chen would definitely be extraordinary. Big brother, why are you in a daze? Xueqi is asking you. Are you done? At this moment, a deafening voice rang in Long Chen's ears. Because of the Void Dragon Talisman, Long Chen could actually communicate with Kitten without uttering any words. Therefore, in Huang Fuqi's opinion, Long Chen had been in a daze after asking about the Emperor Flame Pearl, which made her extremely depressed. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen lowered his head and asked softly in Huang Fuqi's ear. Xueqi, are you sure about the Emperor Flame Pearl that you mentioned is true? Seeing that Long Chen was acting sneakily like her, Huang Fuqi thought it was too funny. She temporarily forgot that Long Chen had been in a daze. She also moved closer to Long Chen's ear and whispered, Yes, my daddy said it himself. My daddy's words are always true. I've tried countless times. That's it. I'm done. Xiao Lang, you can sacrifice yourself. Long Chen smiled and then looked at Xiao Lang with a gloating expression. Just now, when Long Chen was talking to Kitten with a serious expression, Xiao Lang knew that he had asked something very important. As a man, he had to fulfill his promise to a little girl. Therefore, Xiao Lang walked in front of Huang Fuqi with a gloating expression and glared at the little girl. Wow, so cute. Huang Fuqi let out a scream. Not long after, Long Chen left the restaurant. Huang Fuqi followed behind Long Chen with satisfaction. Her eyes flashed with happiness, because Xiao Lang was in her arms, accepting her gentle touch. In the great virtual realm, Kitten was rolling around on the ground, letting out miserable cries. Big brother, where are you going? Huang Fuqi quickened her pace and walked in front of Long Chen. I want to buy something and then immediately participate in the ancient demon realm selection. Long Chen already had a plan in mind. According to Kitten's request, Huang Fuqi was successfully left behind by Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen used Xiao Lang as bait. I want to buy something. I want to eat. I want to feed the puppy bones. Huang Fuqi's eyes were filled with love. She was so young, but she was already so motherly. Who knew what she would do in the future? Long Chen ignored her. Instead, he went to a small shop and bought a blank book and some ink. Big brother, why did you buy a book and a pen? Huang Fuqi asked curiously. It can be used to practice calligraphy and nurture one's mind, Long Chen said mysteriously. Oh. Huang Fuqi nodded. Then, she turned her attention to Xiao Lang. Her pink little hand stroked Xiao Lang's head. After buying these things, Long Chen was ready to go to the ancient demon realm. He looked at the gray mountains in the distance. Dozens of yellow air currents shot up into the sky, directly breaking through the clouds in the sky. The earth vein spirit qi is so thick. Long Chen exclaimed. He put the book and the pen in his hands into the great virtual realm. Xueqi, from now on, I will record everything that happened on this journey. When we meet again, you only need to read my notes to know what I have been through all these years. I hope you will not forget me. Could 10 years really make a person's memory be preserved forever? Chapter 457. This town wasn't usually so lively. It was probably because of the ancient demon realm selection that there were more and more people. At this moment, Long Chen stood on the street, feeling like there was a sea of people. Let's go, Chi. Do you want to follow me? Long Chen asked, lowering his head. Of course I want to. I want to be with the puppy. Huang Fuqi jumped in fright and hurriedly hugged Xiao Lang even tighter. At this moment, Xiao Lang looked at Long Chen with a pleading expression. Using the spiritual beast language, Long Chen said to Xiao Lang, "Bear with it a little longer. Haha, I got such a good piece of information, so I have to thank this little girl properly. You should keep her company." In this way, Xiao Lang could only bear with it. Actually, this little girl was quite cute, and Xiao Lang didn't dislike her. However, as a man who was almost an adult, he felt very depressed to be treated as a puppy by a little girl. Before this, Long Chen had already told Xiao Lang about the 9-yang coexisting day. In this way, if it really succeeded, it would be of great help to Long Chen, so Xiao Lang could only bear with it. At this moment, Long Chen began to lead Huang Fuqi through the crowd. Very soon, he was close to the edge of the town. At this moment, a young man with a protruding mouth and cheeks like an ape suddenly blocked Long Chen's way. This man was dressed like a servant, but he was also at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the Zhangyang nation, he would be an elite among elites. Don't go. After blocking Long Chen's way, he immediately said arrogantly, "What do you want?" Long Chen asked. At first, he didn't know that this guy was talking to him. "I'm not talking to you. Get lost." The man looked at Long Chen with disgust, then turned his gaze to Huang Fuqi. His expression instantly became extremely kind. He said gently, "Little sister, what's your name? You're a bad person. I'm not telling you." Huang Fuqi glared at him and continued to play with Xiao Lang in her arms. "Bad guy. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good person." The man smiled, and then said, "Little sister, you're so cute. Our young master will definitely be very happy to see you. Why don't you come with me? As long as my young master likes you, he'll at least reward you with 1,000 heaven-connecting pills. How about it?" 1,000 heaven-connecting pills isn't even enough for me to spend in a day. Huang Fuqi counted and looked at the guy with disdain. Then she looked at Long Chen and asked, "Big brother, is he blocking our way?" "Sort of." Long Chen laughed to himself. This guy dared to provoke this young lady. He was simply courting death. Huang Fuqi was at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. There were not many people in this town who were a match for her. "You're a bad person. Let me teach you a lesson." Huang Fuqi's attack was very strange. In just a few seconds, she had beaten the guy until he was rolling on the ground. Long Chen smiled. He didn't pay much attention to the servant. After all, Huang Fuqi was really pretty. She was pink and soft, which was what older men liked. He guessed that Huang Fuqi had encountered many similar troubles on her way here. Soon, Long Chen and Huang Fuqi left the town and headed for the ancient demons area. The closer they got to the ancient demons area, the more Long Chen was shocked by the magnificent spiritual qi of the earth. Although there is a lot of spiritual qi of the earth in the ancient demons area, it's so ugly. The spiritual qi of the earth in the ancient demons area is white, like fog. "It's so beautiful," Huang Fuqi said. There were many people going to the ancient demons area on this road. However, most of them were from different places in the Wushu Sage Empire, so they didn't know many people. Therefore, they didn't talk to each other on the way. Long Chen didn't worry about going to the wrong place. After all, it would be bad if he missed the time. The ancient demons area was a group of gray mountains. About 4 hours later, Long Chen and the others arrived at the foot of the mountains in the ancient demons area. The entrance to the ancient demons area was in front of them. However, the entrance was closed at the moment. In front of the entrance, there was a huge crowd. Long Chen estimated that there were tens of thousands of people. There was a dense mass of human heads moving about. What was even more frightening was that those who were able to come here were practically all experts of the reaching heaven state and above. Each and every one of them was as powerful as the Sword Emperor from back then. If Long Chen hadn't improved a lot after Ling Shi had left, he would have been under a lot of pressure under this kind of pressure. Most of them are at the first level of the reaching heaven state. A few of them are at the second level of the reaching heaven state. A few of them are at the third level of the reaching heaven state. It's rare to see people at the fourth level of the reaching heaven state, but there should be some. Huang Fuqi is one of them. Long Chen had a rough idea of the competitors. If I want to get the Emperor Flame Bead, I have to enter the Ancient Demons area first. After that, I will work hard. Long Chen thought to himself. It seems that there is still one more day before the registration starts. Let's stay here for the night, Huang Fuqi said. Okay. Long Chen nodded and found a place to sit down. Huang Fuqi hurried to follow him. She squatted down next to him, still holding Xiao Lang in her arms. She stroked Xiao Lang gently and said softly, "There are so many bad people here. Little puppy, don't be afraid. I will stay with you." More and more people gathered at the entrance of the Ancient Demons area. Long Chen started to practice. One day passed quickly. When Long Chen opened his eyes and stopped practicing, there were about 100,000 people gathered at the entrance of the Ancient Demons area. 70 or 80,000 people were here to participate in the selection of the Ancient Demons area. The others were here to accompany their relatives or friends. Basically, everyone was excited and nervous. 80,000 people competing for 70 places. It was not easy. However, the path of practice was to fight against hundreds of millions of people. Only the most outstanding people could keep moving forward and reach the peak. At this time, hundreds of people walked out of the Ancient Demons area. They were all wearing black clothes, which were uniform and evil. Similar to the people of the Wushu Alliance, they all had the word demon on their chests. The word demon had an evil and shocking power. These people should be the disciples of the Ancient Demons area. Their strength is between the third level of the Reaching Heaven state and the sixth level of the Reaching Heaven core state. Kitten could clearly see their cultivation levels. The sixth level of the Reaching Heaven state means they have opened 6 spiritual apertures at the same time. It was not a big deal for Kitten. However, Long Chen knew that he could kill a warrior of the third level of the Reaching Heaven state, and he could barely compete with a warrior of the fourth level of the Reaching Heaven state. However, Long Chen would not stand a chance against a warrior of the fifth level of the Reaching Heaven state. Although his physical body was powerful, the amplification it brought him wouldn't be too monstrous. Even if he used the Dragon Soul transformation, a martial artist at the fifth level of the Reaching Heaven state would have 100 times more chi than him. With such a huge gap, Long Chen's physical body, which was equivalent to a top-notch heaven-level body-refining battle technique, should be able to make up for it. When the hundreds of people in black lined up, they all took out the registration information from their Cosmos bags to sign up. Everyone who wanted to participate in the selection had to have their identity verified first. Long Chen had already prepared his jade plate. Soon, under the arrangement of the people in black, 60 to 70,000 people were divided into hundreds of lines and lined up in an orderly manner. They knew that if they caused trouble at this time, they would probably be killed directly. Long Chen and Huang Fuqi stood at the back of one of the lines. The lines moved forward in an orderly manner. The disciples of the Ancient Demons area were very efficient. After about 2 hours, almost all the people who should have signed up had signed up. Those who had signed up were waiting for the real selection to start. I didn't expect that I would really have the opportunity to sign up for the selection in the Ancient Demons area. Now that I think about it, it's like a dream. What's there to dream about? You are only at the first level of the Reaching Heaven state. This selection is a 1 in 1,000 chance. According to previous experience, only warriors of the third or fourth level of the Reaching Heaven state can pass the selection. It's really stressful. He is not even 20 years old and has reached the fourth level of the Reaching Heaven state. How abnormal is he? If he is unlucky and meets a warrior of the third level of the Reaching Heaven state, he can kill me instantly. Around Long Chen, the people around him were discussing non-stop. At that moment, one of them said, "Did you know that there are 3 stages in this selection? 9 out of 10 people will be eliminated in each stage. Every time you pass the stage, you will be rewarded with connecting heaven elixirs. The rewards will get more and more. I heard that if you become one of the 70 people who pass the stage, you will be rewarded with at least 10,000 connecting heaven elixirs. That's not all. It seems that the top 10, the top 3, and the champion will be rewarded with even more connecting heaven elixirs. There was once a disciple who won 3 stages in a row. I heard that he was rewarded with 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs. 100,000. Everyone was shocked. 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs was not a small number. Normally, a warrior of the 6th level of the reaching heaven state wouldn't even have that many connecting heaven elixirs. 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs. Long Chen had only wanted to pass the selection. He hadn't thought about winning anything. However, when he heard that he would be rewarded with 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs, he became excited. He had used 300 connecting heaven elixirs to break through to the 1st level of the reaching heaven state. If he wanted to break through to the 2nd level, he would need more than 1,000 connecting heaven elixirs. If he could get 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough connecting heaven elixirs until he reached the 6th level. Without the connecting heaven elixirs, he couldn't become stronger. If he couldn't become stronger, he wouldn't be able to get the Emperor Flame Pearl. It seems that I will have to work hard to get 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs. In the ancient demon area, I don't have someone like my great master to protect me. Even if it was a connecting heaven elixir, I would have to get it myself. I'm afraid that there won't be many chances to get 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs in one go in the ancient demon area. Long Chen thought to himself. At that moment, it was Huang Fuqi's turn. Chapter 458. When the disciple from the ancient devil area saw Huang Fuqi, he was shocked. Huang Fuqi was too young. He should be the youngest among the 80,000 people present. However, his strength was very strong, even stronger than the average person. "Little girl, are you here to sign up?" the disciple asked, trembling. "Yes, my name is Huang Fuqi," Huang Fuqi said with a cute smile. Her eyes were like crescent moons. "Oh!" The disciple was still in a daze when he finished recording Huang Fuqi's information. The commotion had also attracted the attention of many people. Many people started to point at Huang Fuqi and discuss this little girl with astonished tones. When she was taking notes just now, Huang Fuqi had already said that she was in the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. This news quickly spread among the crowd. She was not even 10 years old, but she was already at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. Huang Fuqi was definitely the most talented person in this selection battle. When she had been with Long Chen, people had thought that she was Long Chen's family or something. They hadn't thought that this little girl was also here to sign up. Moreover, she was at the terrifying 4th level of the reaching heaven state. On the path of cultivation, the higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. It was basically impossible to challenge someone at a higher level. People like Long Chen, who had a high-level heaven rank physical body when he had just reached the 9th level of the heaven river tier, basically didn't exist. This was why Long Chen could rely on his super strong physical body to challenge someone at a higher level than him. They were all here to participate in the selection battle. Those at the 1st level of the reaching heaven state could be easily eliminated, while those at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state could go far, no matter what. That was why they were so impressed by Huang Fuqi. In their opinion, Huang Fuqi would definitely become a famous person in the ancient demon region in a short period of time. Huang Fuqi was in the limelight, while Long Chen, who was behind her, wasn't looked at by many. "Big brother, I'm done. I'm waiting for you," Huang Fuqi said affectionately, standing on the side. Immediately, many envious, jealous, and hateful gazes were cast on Long Chen. They could guess that Long Chen had only met Huang Fuqi by chance, yet he was able to obtain her intimacy. Perhaps he would be able to use his relationship with Huang Fuqi to pass the selection battle. Long Chen walked to the front. It was an important test to see if his identity as Jiang Cheng was suitable. Long Chen took out the identity token and handed it to the disciple of the ancient demon region. The disciple picked up the identity token and was about to check it. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly heard a rumbling sound behind him. He turned around and saw a tall horse-like demonic beast on the horizon, carrying 2 people on its back. The horse was probably a demonic beast of the heaven stage, as it was very fast. It stopped behind Long Chen in an instant. Then the 2 people got off the horse. The first one to get off the horse was a young man dressed like a servant. After he jumped off the horse, he bowed and stood under the horse, with a flattering look on his face. The young man on the horse was stepping on the young man's back and getting off the horse. This youngster was around 14 years old, and was even younger than the wolf cub. His face was fair and clean, and his figure was skinny. There was a strong smell of makeup on his face. However, it was undeniable that he was very powerful. Long Chen reckoned that he was at least in the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. At the age of 14, he was at level 4 of the Reaching Heaven state. Although he was not as powerful as Xueqi, he was much better than people like Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't pay attention to him first, but to his servant, because this servant was the one who had been beaten by Xueqi. At that time, he had said that he would bring Xueqi to his young master. It seemed that his young master was the one in front of him. It seemed that he should be a good man. Xueqi had caused a sensation just now, but the appearance of this young man had caused an even bigger sensation. This young man must be Zhao Wuji from Qinglian Prefecture, the powerful young man who is said to have killed a level 5 of the Reaching Heaven state. I've long heard that Zhao Wuji would participate in the selection battle, but I didn't expect him to actually come. I've heard of his reputation before, and now that I've seen him today, he's indeed extraordinary. I heard that the person he killed was a person on the Martial Alliance's bounty list. He's only 14 years old, but he managed to kill a person on the Martial Alliance's bounty list. This time, he should be able to enter the Ancient Demons realm for sure. I heard that Zhao Wuji has an uncle who is a demon general in the Ancient Demons realm. There are only 28 demon generals in the Ancient Demons realm, and all of them can fly in the sky. They are martial artists at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state who have opened the first heaven aperture. Even if he doesn't have a demon general uncle, with Zhao Wuji's strength, he will be able to enter the selection battle. I heard that he is the most likely person to win 3 championships in a row. 100,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs will probably be his. 100,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs. He has a powerful family. I guess he has more than 100,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs in his pocket. Similar discussions could be heard all over the place. By the way, that little girl called Xueqi should be even more talented. Indeed, but the problem is that Xueqi is still very young. She has no fighting experience at all. How can she be compared to the young genius who killed a level 5 of the Reaching Heaven state? Long Chen looked at the young man carefully. He seemed to have heard from others that this guy was quite powerful. Then he would be Long Chen's opponent. Long Chen was determined to get the 100,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs because he wanted to level up quickly. He even wanted the Emperor Flame Pearl. After all, it was a peerless treasure that could help one reach level 9 of the Reaching Heaven state instantly. With the help of Kitten, one could even form the power of the Golden Crow in one's body. It was obvious that Zhao Wuji had arrived late, but no one dared to say anything to him. At this moment, Long Chen actually saw Zhao Wuji walking towards him. Did that servant instigate him to seek revenge? Long Chen thought. However, he was wrong. Zhao Wuji treated him as heir and quickly passed by him. On the other side, the disciple who was about to register Long Chen's information hurriedly stood up and said, "You are Zhao Wuji, the nephew of the Herculean demon general." He had a friendly smile on his face. Zhao Wuji nodded calmly and said, "I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Please register me now." "Of course," the disciple said with a hearty smile. At that moment, Long Chen's identity badge had been placed aside by the disciple and was completely ignored. After Zhao Wuji finished registering, the disciple chatted with him for a while. Then he remembered that there was someone else who hadn't registered yet. He called out to Long Chen and said, "Come on boy, you're the only one left." What a waste of time. Long Chen didn't bother to argue with him. Jiang Cheng's identity badge is really useful. Long Chen reminded himself that he would be Jiang Cheng in the future. In the ancient demon area, where there were many strong people, the name Jiang Cheng would definitely be more dazzling than Zhao Wuji. While Long Chen was registering, Zhao Wuji's servant saw that Long Chen and Xueqi had been slapped. Suddenly, his face became extremely sinister and he whispered something in Zhao Wuji's ear. After Zhao Wuji heard this, he slapped the servant so hard that he spun around on the spot. His teeth almost fell out. Zhao Wuji didn't even look at Long Chen. He looked in the direction of the ancient demon area and waited for the selection battle to begin. Long Chen thought to himself, after complaining, "I got beaten up instead. It must be because I was humiliated." However, Zhao Wuji must have already remembered me in his heart. At that moment, someone announced that the selection battle would officially begin in half an hour. The selection battle in the ancient demon area was naturally grand. Half an hour. Long Chen estimated that it would take about half an hour for all the 80,000 people to enter the ancient demon area. After all, there were too many people. At that moment, there was a sea of people. Apart from Xueqi, he didn't know the others. Because of Xueqi, many people didn't dare to get close to her. It was mainly because Xueqi was too dazzling. Standing next to her would make one look embarrassed. At that moment, under the lead of the disciples of the ancient demon area, Long Chen followed the crowd to the entrance of the ancient demon area. The entrance of the ancient demon area was actually two gray mountains that looked like sharp swords. In the middle of the mountains, there was a black gate. It was pitch black inside the gate, like a black whirlpool that had the power to suck everyone in. Xueqi, what do you know about the selection battle in the ancient demon area? Long Chen looked at the gate and frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that there was a strange and terrifying pressure inside the gate. It seemed familiar, but it was much more terrifying. Of course I know. Of course I understand. This first challenge is actually a test of our physical strength and tenacious willpower. The cultivation techniques of the ancient devil area generally have higher requirements for physical strength, so they have set up this challenge. After we go through the gate, we will go to a place called the dark prison. The deeper we go into the dark prison, the greater the pressure of the earth's core. We will be under the supervision of the warriors of the ancient devil area when we go into the dark prison, so we cannot use even a little bit of Zhen Qi. If we are discovered, we will be directly disqualified. Gravity. No wonder Long Chen felt that it was familiar. It turned out that it was similar to the gravity of the Star Demon prison. However, the gravity in front of him gave Long Chen a strong feeling of suffocation. He was afraid that the gravity in front of him was not simple. Just as Xueqi finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flew up into the sky at the entrance of the ancient demon area. Then, his body was firmly fixed in the air, causing many people to exclaim in admiration. Long Chen also looked at the man with admiration in his eyes. The man's age was estimated to be around 30 years old. He had a straight and handsome figure and a cold expression. He wore a pitch-black armor, and even his head was wrapped in a black helmet. He wore hard black boots, and his entire body exuded a heroic aura. Demon General! The crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 459. He has opened the first aperture of the heaven, reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, and can fly? Long Chen was full of admiration. The warrior in black armor's cold eyes made him feel suffocated. Among all the people that Long Chen had met, apart from Lingxi's family, this demon general seemed to be the strongest. In the ancient demon area, there was a demon emperor, 7 great demon kings, and 28 demon generals. This was the top of the ancient demon area. Today, a top existence had appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. Hello, young people. I am one of the 28 demon generals of the ancient demon area. I am one of the 28 demon generals of the ancient demon area. People call me the Wind God Demon General. At the same time, I am the only person in charge of this selection battle. None of your performances can escape my eyes. So, work hard and pass the 3 tests. The ancient demon area is waiting for you. Battle skills, heaven-connecting pellets, medicines, weapons, and even beauties are waiting for you. The only thing you need to do is to try your best and fight with your life on the line. The voice of the Divine Wind Demon General was very loud. With just a short sentence, it completely inspired the lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations of nearly 100,000 people. In this world where martial arts were respected, experts were the most respected, and the Divine Wind Demon General was such an expert that was worshipped by people. He could fly, and at this moment, he was like a god that was out of reach. He stayed in the sky above the crowd. Well, I won't say anything else. Now I will introduce the first test, the Dark Prison. I believe that before participating in the selection battle of the ancient demon area, you all have a good understanding of the Dark Prison. Simply speaking, the gravity in the Dark Prison is much stronger than outside. The deeper you go, the stronger the gravity will be. I don't know how deep the Dark Prison is, and you don't know either. What you need to do is actually very simple, and that is to go as far as you can. Listen up, the rules of Black Prison are very simple. After you enter Black Prison, you are forbidden to use true qi. You can only rely on your physical strength to walk as far as you can. This time there are more than 80,000 people, and we will only choose the 7,000 who can walk the deepest part to enter the next stage. The others will all be eliminated. After saying that, the Wind God Demon General looked at the crowd coldly and said, I believe that most of you have come to the ancient demon area from afar. Some of you are even carrying the hopes of your parents. Therefore, in the Dark Prison, Even if you have to risk your life, you have to make it to the top 7,000. Opportunities are for those who work hard. Maybe if you take a few more steps forward, you will succeed. Therefore, no one can give up until the last moment. His words made everyone clench their fists, as if they were filled with strength. Indeed, many people had worked very hard to reach the reaching heaven state before the age of 20, and they had gone through untold hardships to come to the ancient demons area. They had come here to risk their lives. As long as they entered the ancient demons area, their lives would change dramatically. Who wouldn't want to change their fate? All of a sudden, everyone was full of heroic spirit. Looking at those young boys and girls who were eager to have a try, the wind god demon general smiled faintly. He looked around and continued, "Don't be nervous. Try to win steadily and strive for success. Now, I will tell you the rules of the rewards. All the warriors who can pass the first stage will be rewarded with 20 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. The top 1,000 will be rewarded with 50 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. The top 100 will be rewarded with 200 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. The top 10 will be rewarded with 500 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. Of course, if some of you can make it to the top 3, you will be rewarded with more Supreme Heaven Elixirs. For example, the third place will be rewarded with 2,000 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. The second place will be rewarded with 4,000 Supreme Heaven Elixirs, and the champion will be rewarded with 10,000 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. 10,000 Supreme Heaven Elixirs was almost all the wealth of a warrior at the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Moreover, this was only the first stage. The rewards for the next 2 stages would be even greater. Since there were so many people who could get rewards, the ancient demon area would probably get close to 1,000,000 Supreme Heaven Elixirs on this day. It was obvious how rich they were. Hearing the good news, even those who had already known the rewards were excited. As long as they could pass the first stage, even if they were ranked in the top 7,000, they would still get 20 Supreme Heaven Elixirs. This was enough to motivate them. The Holy Wind demonic general smiled gratifyingly when he saw everyone's excitement. He thought to himself, "I wonder who will get the 10,000 connecting heaven elixirs. Will it be Zhao Wuji, the nephew of the giant strength demonic general, or that 10-year-old girl?" Zhao Wuji is someone who killed a martial artist in the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. His chances should be higher. By then, the atmosphere had been successfully built up. The wind god demon general added, "In addition, all the rewards will be given on the spot. So, let's do our best. Now, I will arrange for you to enter the dark prison. Everyone will be on the same starting line, so don't worry." With the wind god demon general at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, there wouldn't be any chaos. Moreover, there were hundreds of black-clothed disciples maintaining order. Under their arrangement, Long Chen followed the team into the pitch-black dark prison. It was a very spacious place. After walking in, a red line appeared in front of them. Under the arrangement of the black-clothed disciples, all the participants of the selection battle stood on the same starting line. From this it could be seen how big the dark prison was. At the moment, the wind god demon general was still floating above the dark prison. From this red line, there will be gravity. The deeper you go, the stronger the gravity will be. You have to remember 2 things when you go in. First, you can't use your genuine chi. Otherwise, you will be eliminated immediately. Second, you can't attack others. "Yes," the crowd replied. Suddenly, the whole dark prison was rumbling. It could be seen how many people there were. "Then let's start." After hearing the wind god demon general's words, the crowd immediately reacted. Then, basically everyone rushed forward in an instant. Some people thought that endurance was the most important thing, while some people thought that if they were a little slower, others would be ahead of them. Impulsive people were always more tragic. Among the 80,000 people, there were already 10,000 people who rushed into the area with gravity in the first instant. They had greatly underestimated the gravity. As a result, many people who had just rushed in were directly pressed to the ground. The huge gravity pulled their bodies to the ground. Under the strong impact, basically everyone who hit the ground spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a tragic situation made the others who wanted to rush in stop. Among the 10,000 people, at least 3,000 people were directly pressed to the ground. The crowd looked at each other, their faces full of shock. The gravity here is so strong. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. However, those who had not been pressed to the ground were already moving forward. Everyone's heart tightened. They hurriedly remembered that they could not use their genuine chi. Then they went in. This time, because they were prepared, the situation was much better. The people just now were also at a disadvantage because they were too anxious and did not have enough precautions. Seeing more and more people starting to go in, Long Chen and Huang Fuqi looked at each other. Huang Fuqi said, "Big brother, you can't just go in and lie down. Chi-Chi will make fun of you. Hee. Then let's see who lies down first." Long Chen smiled faintly. He was pleasantly surprised by the first stage of the test. It could be said that the test was the area that he was most proficient in. In terms of physical strength alone, if Long Chen were to be ranked second among the 80,000 people, then no one would be ranked first. 1% of the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was not a joke. In this way, the two of them followed the crowd and entered the area with gravity one after the other. Normally, when people walked in here, even the strongest ones, their bodies would sink slightly. Then, after getting used to it, they would slowly straighten up. Huang Fuqi suddenly felt the enormous pressure acting on her body. She was not used to it for a moment. She only got used to it after adjusting her body. "Big brother, don't you know how to lie down?" After stabilizing her body, Huang Fuqi hurriedly looked back. In her imagination, Long Chen, who was at the first level of the reaching heaven state, should be lying down by now. However, at this moment, her eyes widened. It should be at this moment that Long Chen walked past her with ease. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" "Big brother, can't he feel the gravity?" Huang Fuqi was stunned. Because Long Chen looked like he was walking in an ordinary place. His steps were relaxed and his expression was natural. "Chi-Chi, follow him." Long Chen reminded her when he saw that she was not moving. "Oh, okay." Huang Fuqi hurriedly nodded her head and followed Long Chen. She must have practiced a medium heaven-level body refining technique, so she was able to withstand the gravity very well. At least, among the hundreds of people beside her, no one was more relaxed than Long Chen. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Can't you feel the gravity?" Huang Fuqi stared at Long Chen with her eyes wide open. "Of course I can, but I'm stronger than you. Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Long Chen looked at the curious girl and said, "Humph, I don't believe you. Let's make a bet." "I'm afraid of you," Huang Fuqi said with a pout. However, at this moment, she suddenly remembered something. "Big brother, where's the puppy?" Just now, when Huang Fuqi was not paying attention, Long Chen had let Xiao Lang return to the Taishu realm. This girl only remembered now, so Long Chen said, "I've hidden Xiao Lang. If you can beat me, I'll show him to you." Ah! Huang Fuqi was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes revealed her fighting spirit. She said loudly, "Big brother, let's start the competition." After saying that, Huang Fuqi ran as if she was flying. Chapter 460. Long Chen smiled helplessly as he watched the little girl disappear from his field of vision. He looked around. Although the gravity was strong, many people had good foundations so they could still persevere and move forward. However, there was no one who could be as relaxed as Long Chen. Almost everyone looked unnatural, as if there was a huge rock on their heads. In some hidden corners, there were many disciples of the ancient devil area working. Basically, those who had fallen to the ground had been cleared away by them. The disciples who had directly entered the gravitational field had higher cultivation levels, and they were able to reach the same level as Long Chen, who was not affected by the gravitational field. The divine wind demon general was flying in the sky above the gravity zone. He scanned the crowd, first to find some good seedlings, and second to prevent any accidents from happening. There are many good seedlings this time. Those at the 4th tier of the ascending heaven state, as long as they practice body-enhancing combat techniques, will be able to move quickly from the start. Especially that Zhao Wuji and that 10-year-old girl, they are all very good. This girl's surname is Huang Fu. Could she be? He shook his head and said, "That doesn't seem right. There are many people with the surname Huang Fu in this world. They might not necessarily be from the Huang Fu family. We can only see what the Demon King and the others think." In the vast crowd, he only paid attention to the few people with outstanding genuine qi. Of course, he didn't notice Long Chen. Long Chen had already transformed into a dragon's soul. His body could only reach such a powerful level when he transformed into a dragon's soul. However, in this gravity zone, there were many people who had already transformed into beast souls. There were even all sorts of strange people. So Long Chen didn't seem special at all. More and more people collapsed around him. Meanwhile, Long Chen gradually maintained his speed as he walked deeper into the dark prison. He could feel that the deeper he went, the stronger the gravity he had to endure. This gravity was much stronger than the gravity in the Star Demon prison. As for Huang Fu-Chi, he had long since disappeared in order to compete with Long Chen. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen found that the number of people in the surroundings had decreased a lot. Basically, there were only a few hundred people in his field of vision, and most of them were above the second level of the Reaching Heaven state. As for the one above the first level of the Reaching Heaven state, he was the only one left here. At this time, Long Chen could feel the existence of the gravity. It was indeed very strong, but it was still unable to pose any threat to him. No matter what, I'll have to get my hands on those 10,000 heavenly connecting pills first. If I can achieve 3 consecutive championships, that would be even better. Thinking up to that point, Long Chen quickened his pace and quickly overtook one person after another. Long Chen suddenly quickened his pace, scaring a few people beside him. Previously, they thought that Long Chen was too relaxed, but they didn't expect that this gravity was really not Long Chen's limit. At this point, Long Chen was sure that he had definitely entered the top 7,000. As for the people behind him, many of them had already been eliminated. At least 30,000 people had regretfully missed this opportunity. That young man has not reached his limit yet. He is only at the first level of the Reaching Heaven state. At this time, 2 disciples of the Reaching Heaven state at the 5th level of the ancient demon realm noticed Long Chen. They had originally been processing the data and carrying the injured people out, but Long Chen had suddenly and easily passed by them. Maybe he has practiced a medium-level heaven state refining battle skill, the other disciple explained. It should be. But the medium-level heaven state refining battle skill is very unpleasant to hear, and this guy actually has it. It's really enviable. It seems that the top 100 people will get a lot of rewards. It seems that he is going to enter the top 100. When I entered the ancient demon realm, I was in the top 1,000 in the first round. This guy is better than me. Long Chen quickened his pace and passed people one after another, which attracted a lot of people's attention. Many people stopped and looked at Long Chen blankly. At this time, the Holy Wind demonic general in the sky also saw a red shadow in the crowd. This shadow was extremely arrogant and terrifying. It was like a whirlwind, rushing forward from the end of the line. Very soon, it passed many people and rushed into the top 100. The first level of the Reaching Heaven state, without using spiritual qi. The Holy Wind demonic general was shocked. Long Chen's performance had attracted all his attention. He stared at Long Chen without blinking. Long Chen also noticed that the Divine Wind demonic general was looking at him, but he didn't think much of it, and continued to speed up his pace. Those who could enter the top 100 were basically at least at the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state. Therefore, when a martial artist at the 1st level of the Reaching Heaven state suddenly overtook them and surpassed many people, he gradually attracted everyone's attention. Who is that young man? I don't know. I've never seen a beast soul shapeshift like that before. I don't think he's famous, but he's able to perform like this. Look, he's already in the top 50. Everyone else is already exhausted, but he seems to be full of energy. Long Chen's performance started to make more and more people exclaim in surprise. The Holy Wind demonic general looked at Long Chen without moving, his eyes wide open. This young man's true qi isn't very strong, but it's very strange. More importantly, he seems to have cultivated more than just a mid-heaven ranked body refining battle skill. It's possible that he has a relatively strong mid-heaven ranked battle body, or even a high heaven ranked body. With this kind of strength, to be able to cross 2 realms and successfully cultivate such a heaven ranked body refining battle skill, this youth's talent in cultivating body refining battle skills is truly impressive. The Holy Wind demonic general couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Long Chen didn't know that so many people were talking about him, because he finally saw Huang Fu-Chi. Huang Fu-Chi had made a bet with him before. Thinking that she couldn't play with Xiao Lang, she was extremely nervous. She hurriedly gathered her strength, wanting to leave Long Chen far behind. When she saw that Long Chen couldn't see her at all, Huang Fu-Chi let out a sigh of relief. Big brother was really scary just now, but he's not as good as Chi-Chi. Humph, you're still too young to fight with me, Chi-Chi. The puppy will be mine one day, Huang Fu-Chi thought happily. At that moment, there was only a proud young man in front of her, trying his best to move forward. This guy should be called Zhao Wuji or something. He practiced a medium heaven state body refining battle skill. It seems that his cultivation is not bad. Huang Fuqi didn't know if she could beat him in terms of physical strength. At that moment, Huang Fuqi suddenly heard a commotion behind her. What are you shouting for? Huang Fuqi turned around angrily. Then, her expression completely froze. She could see Long Chen's figure quickly approaching her. Ah! Long Chen's confident smile gave Huang Fuqi quite a fright. She had never thought that Long Chen would be able to keep up. Furthermore, he seemed to be very relaxed. It was as if the gravity had no effect at all. Seeing that Long Chen was about to catch up, Huang Fuqi used up all her strength. Her face was completely red. She hurriedly looked forward, doing her best to resist the great pressure and run forward. Don't chase me, Huang Fuqi said in a panic. Don't worry, little girl. Once we leave Abyss Prison, Xiao Lang will still be able to play with you. At that moment, Long Chen's figure rang out beside Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi jumped in fright and looked up. Indeed, Long Chen was already beside her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake off Long Chen. Her legs were already short. When Long Chen started walking, she couldn't keep up with Long Chen. Long Chen made a face at her and easily overtook her. Huang Fuqi was so anxious at first that she was about to cry. However, Long Chen's words gave her the greatest comfort. At that moment, there was only Long Chen and Zhao Wuji in front of Huang Fuqi. She didn't know how far the people behind her were. I'm not leaving. I can't catch up to that freak, big brother. I really don't know where he gets his strength from to be able to walk in here for so long. But luckily, the puppy is mine again. Thank God. The reason why she had rushed to the front was mostly because of her bet with Long Chen. After Long Chen overtook Huang Fuqi and reached second place, he successfully attracted the attention of everyone who could still watch. In everyone's eyes, he was a huge dark horse. No one even knew who this warrior who had transformed into a beast soul was. Who is first compared to Zhao Wuji? The Divine Wind Demonic General was very interested in this. He landed on the ground and followed behind Long Chen, watching them with great interest. Waves of noise rang out. There is still a quarter of an hour left. Everyone, let's go. As long as we reach the top 7,000, we will be able to reach the second stage. The Divine Wind Demonic General's loud voice echoed. After hearing this, everyone moved forward with all their might. Zhao Wuji, who was walking at the front, couldn't help but speed up after hearing this. He wanted to protect his position. All of a sudden, he heard a voice coming from somewhere close behind him. Someone is rushing up. It's that little girl. Zhao Wuji hurriedly turned his head, and a red figure came into view. Zhao Wuji knew that he had never seen this person before. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? Zhao Wuji was shocked. After arriving here, he could only barely stand and strive to move forward step by step. However, Long Chen seemed to be less affected by the gravity than Zhao Wuji. Since when had such a strong person appeared? Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't be surpassed by Long Chen. Otherwise, his dream of winning 3 consecutive championships would be shattered by Long Chen. Therefore, when he saw Long Chen charging at him, Zhao Wuji let out a roar and charged forward while withstanding the immense pressure. Every step he took caused his body to tremble. Even he felt like he couldn't withstand the powerful gravity for much longer. Chapter 461. This little guy is going all out. Long Chen looked at the crazily advancing youth in front of him and smiled speechlessly. He could tell that Zhao Wuji was very concerned about the results of the competition. I didn't want to cause any trouble at first, but for the sake of 100,000 heavenly connecting pills, I'm willing to offend you. Everything depends on strength, so a loss is a loss. Long Chen thought to himself. The pressure that Dark Prison gave him wasn't small. However, it wasn't Long Chen's limit yet. With his current powerful body, he would need to walk at least twice the distance before he would reach his limit. Therefore, Zhao Wuji was no match for him at all. Therefore, at the last moment, Long Chen increased his pace again. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he quickly overtook Zhao Wuji. In a very short period of time, the distance between him and Zhao Wuji grew bigger and bigger, until it was impossible for Zhao Wuji to catch up. Looking at Long Chen's rapidly advancing figure, Zhao Wuji's eyes turned red. Impossible. His true chi is obviously not strong. Impossible, I'll give it my all. Maybe I'll have a chance to beat him. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji let out another angry roar, which made his face look somewhat hideous. He panted heavily and increased his speed with all his might. Unfortunately, he overestimated his strength. When he was putting his life on the line, his speed was indeed very fast, but towards the end, he suddenly realized that he could no longer withstand the gravity. That huge force was like a mountain, crushing him to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. Ugh! No matter how hard Zhao Wuji struggled, he could not stand up again. He could not believe that he had lost just like that, and he did not even know who he had lost to. Who is this guy? How dare he steal my glory? I promised my uncle that I would win 3 consecutive championships, but this is only the first round, and I've already lost. Zhao Wuji could not believe that this was the truth. He was still struggling with all his might, and the veins on his body were popping out. And at this moment, he suddenly saw a pair of feet appearing in front of him. Raising his head, he saw the beast warrior with blood-red scales standing in front of him. Those blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. Zhao Wuji was lying in front of him. That cold gaze was an endless insult to Zhao Wuji. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode as he glared back at Long Chen. He wanted to curse, but the immense gravity made it hard for him to even open his mouth. On the other hand, Long Chen, who was standing in front of him, was able to walk around with ease. Long Chen raised his head at this moment because he saw the Wind God Demon General standing behind Zhao Wuji. He carefully examined Long Chen with his black eyes and nodded. Looks like your body refining battle skill should be of the advanced heaven tier. Very good. The champion of the first trial is none other than you. Thank you for the compliment. Long Chen nodded with a chuckle. The smile on his face after his dragon soul transformation looked a little sinister. The Wind God Demon General nodded and then his voice penetrated the entire dark prison. The first trial is over. Disciples of the ancient demon region, record the depth of the 7,000th disciple. Those who can exceed the standard will be able to enter the next trial. Those who can't reach that depth will be eliminated. The Wind God Demon General's words signified the end of the first trial. Those who have successfully passed the first trial, follow me to the ancient demon region. You will have half an hour to rest there. After that, you will be ready for the second trial. Yes. Those who still had strength left and had confirmed that they had passed the first trial said happily. Under the arrangement of the Wind God Demon General, everyone began to walk back. Those who couldn't walk were carried away. The ancient demon region didn't lack disciples. Therefore, it didn't take long for 80,000 people to leave the ancient demon region. Among these 80,000 people, there were 70,000 people who were depressed because they had been eliminated. Being eliminated meant that their dreams of many years had been destroyed. Let's go. We didn't pass this time. We won't have another chance in the future. The ancient demon region is just a dream after all. Ordinary people like us should just stay outside. That's right. Such a big force is not a place that small people like us can dream about. Only 7 people can enter from 80,000 people. Such a rule is so cruel. Of course, there were also people who were eager to come again next year. After all, the ancient demon region held a selection battle every year. They had a chance every year. As soon as Long Chen came out of the ancient demon region, he became the center of attention. Everyone knew that he was the abnormal warrior who had surpassed Zhao Wuji. According to Long Chen's information, Long Chen was only at the first level of the reaching heaven state. If he could get such a result at the first level of the reaching heaven state, it meant that Long Chen was really nature-defying. At that moment, many people were talking about Long Chen. This guy is only at the first level of the reaching heaven state. I heard that he has mastered an advanced heaven-level body-refining fighting skill. What a freak! That's true. He has such a strong body. The first round was designed for him. However, I don't think he will have an easy time in the following rounds. After all, the second and third rounds are not just a test of the body. Besides, didn't you see his age? He is at least 17 or 18 years old. He is only at the first level of the reaching heaven state at 17 or 18 years old. Look at Zhao Wuji. He is only 14 years old, but he is already at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. The gap between them is huge. Maybe Jiang Cheng can surpass Zhao Wuji with his strong body now, but in the future, he will definitely be left far behind. That makes sense. The people next to him all agreed and nodded their heads. In this selection, the most outstanding people were those who were young but had high realms. In the distance, Zhao Wuji was also looking at Long Chen with a gloomy expression. This guy, isn't he the one that Ma Lu said beat him up? You have to look at the owner before you beat a dog. Not only did he not take me seriously, he even humiliated me just now. He is so detestable. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me, Zhao Wuji, when he is only at the first level of the reaching heaven state. The more Zhao Wuji thought about it, the angrier he became. Especially when he saw Long Chen talking and laughing with Huang Fuqi, as if nothing had happened. He became even angrier. Jiang Cheng, you're called Jiang Cheng, right? Let's wait and see. This is only the first round. You've gained a huge advantage by relying on your body-refining battle skill. Next, you'll know what a true expert is. Long Chen could obviously feel Zhao Wuji's resentful gaze. However, he did not take it seriously. A mere 14-year-old brat was not enough to make him feel fear. Big brother, you were so awesome just now. Huang Fuqi's eyes were full of stars. Long Chen had done something that even she had failed to do. Huang Fuqi had been worried that Long Chen would not be able to enter the ancient demons area, and that she would be separated from Xiao Lang. Now it seemed that she did not need to worry anymore. Long Chen smiled embarrassedly. At that moment, the remaining 7,000 people had started to enter the ancient demons area under the arrangement of the disciples of the ancient demons area. The entrance of the ancient demons area was partly the dark prison. Only the other path led to the real ancient demons area. After Long Chen and the others had passed through the narrow path, a huge square appeared in front of them. The ground of the square was paved with black crystals. Although it was black, it looked transparent and dazzling. The huge square was big enough to accommodate all 7,000 people. Long Chen raised his head. The first thing he saw was that there were 7 huge black pillars in front of him. Each of the black pillars had a diameter of more than 1.5 meters and a height of more than 20 meters. They were like 7 pillars that supported the sky, standing in the middle of the square. On the surface of each black pillar, there were many carvings. These carvings were of beasts. Long Chen guessed that these should be some powerful demonic beasts. These black pillars gave Long Chen a strange feeling. Long Chen guessed that it was possible that the second test would be about these 7 pillars. At that moment, a total of 7,000 people had already stood in the square. At the forefront, the wind god demon general's body floated in the air. He said loudly, "Now, you have about 3/4 of an hour to rest. During this time, we will give you the rewards for the first test. When there is only 15 minutes left, I will tell you the rules of the second test and the rewards for the second test." "Yes, sir," the crowd replied. Next, it was time to distribute the supreme elixirs. The top 7,000 people would each get 20 supreme elixirs. Huang Fuqi was ranked 3rd, so she got 2,000 supreme elixirs. She didn't even look at them and just stuffed them into her pocket. It was obvious that she didn't care about these supreme elixirs at all. Under the envious eyes of many people, Long Chen got 10,000 supreme elixirs. It felt good to get so many supreme elixirs out of nowhere. Long Chen quietly put away the supreme elixirs. He suddenly felt his scalp go numb, because he felt that many strong people were looking at him. He raised his head and looked behind the 7 pillars. Actually, there were more than 10 people dressed like the wind god demon general. They were standing there and looking at the crowd coldly. When Long Chen got the 10,000 supreme elixirs, everyone looked at Long Chen. These people are probably one of the 28 demon generals of the ancient demon area. They have all opened the first heaven aperture and reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. They are really strong. Long Chen was secretly shocked. He knew that with his current strength, these demon generals were out of his reach. Each demon general could easily kill Long Chen. Strong people were everywhere. This was the ancient demon area. Chapter 462. Long Chen lowered his head and didn't look at them. He knew the demon generals were talking about him. Compared to a genius like Zhao Wuji, I don't have much potential. But so what? As long as I can get 100,000 reaching heaven pills, I won't have to worry about leveling up in the future. Then, I can go to the ancient demons area to practice. My strength will improve by leaps and bounds. That was Long Chen's purpose for entering the ancient demons area. Another purpose was the Wushu alliance. Long Chen had just arrived at the Wushu Sage Empire, and he had killed many people from the Wushu Alliance. He didn't have any powerful forces behind him. If he was found out, he would be doomed. Therefore, it was a good choice to sneak into the ancient demon's area. Moreover, a place with many strong warriors could stimulate his potential. Time passed. Soon, the time for the second test was almost up. The wind god demon general flew back to the sky and said loudly, "It's almost time to rest. With the medicine, the wounds you suffered in the dark prison should be healed." After looking around and seeing that no one had any objections, the wind god demonic general continued, "No one has any questions. Very good. I will now announce the rules of the second round. I believe that everyone has seen the 7 black pillars. They are very famous in the ancient demon area. They are called the Sky Demonic Pillars. The Sky Demon Pillars. Long Chen had a feeling that it was related to the reaching heaven state. At this time, the Divine Wind Demonic General continued, "The Sky Reaching Demonic Pillar is the test of the attacking power of all the reaching heaven state warriors. I believe many people have heard about the function of the Sky Reaching Demonic Pillar. I will simply describe it in one sentence. That is, attack the Sky-Reaching Demonic Pillar with your strongest attack. The louder the sound the Sky-Reaching Demonic Pillar makes, the stronger your attacking power is. That's right, this test is to test your attacking power. The one with the strongest attacking power will advance to the next round. The attacking power is the foundation of a person. The one with the strongest attacking power will be the winner. Therefore, this is the most authentic test of your strength. Use your strongest attack to attack the heaven-reaching demonic pillar. The heaven-reaching demonic pillar will make a sound." Long Chen secretly memorized the wind god demon general's words. At the same time, he sized up the heaven-reaching demonic pillar and thought to himself, in other words, as long as it's a heaven-reaching realm martial artist, even if he's at the 9th level, he wouldn't be able to destroy this heaven-reaching demonic pillar. From this, it could be imagined that the material of the demonic pillar must be quite terrifying. Everyone started discussing and looked at the mystical demonic pillar with admiration in their eyes. At that moment, the wind god demonic general continued, "In the first test, the dark prison, only 7,000 people remain from 80,000. In the second test, the sky demonic pillar, only 10% of the people can enter the next test. The ancient devil area will choose the 700 people who have fought the most to enter the third test. The rules are simple, but it is not easy to advance to the next level, because you will have to defeat the 10 people next to you." Once again, there was a 9 out of 10 elimination rate. One could imagine how cruel this was. Although they knew it would be difficult to enter the ancient demon area, everyone's faces were still pale. They looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Whether or not they could enter the ancient demon area depended on whether or not they were willing to risk their lives. Of course, the rules are cruel, but as long as you advance to the next level, there will be endless benefits. I will now announce the benefits of advancing to the next level. The wind god demonic general's loud and clear voice was heard again. First of all, those who advance to the next level will be awarded 50 heaven-reaching dawn. This number was almost 3 times the original number. As long as they advanced to the next level, they would be awarded 80 heaven-reaching dawn. Everyone was jealous. Heaven-reaching dawn were the most important resources. Many people couldn't advance to the next level because they lacked heaven-reaching dawn. Then, the wind god demonic general continued, "The top 100 people will be awarded 300 heaven-reaching dawn. If you are in the top 10, no one will be awarded 1,000 heaven-reaching dawn. If you are in the top 3, the third place will be awarded 6,000 heaven-reaching dawn. The second place will be awarded 10,000 heaven-reaching dawn. As for the champion," the wind god demonic general glanced at Long Chen and Zhao Wuji. He smiled and said, "The champion will be awarded 30,000 heaven-reaching dawn. Let's wait and see who will get the 30,000 heaven-reaching dawn." Under the temptation of the divine wind demon general's heaven-connecting pill, the originally low morale of the crowd was once again filled with fighting spirit. In any case, victory or defeat would be decided here. Rather than being disheartened, it was better to give it their all. If they really succeeded, they would really be able to achieve meteoric success. In the Wushu Sage dynasty, although the ancient devil area was only a member of the Wushu Alliance, it was easy to become a member of the Wushu Alliance's law enforcement team. However, it was difficult to become a disciple of the ancient devil area. After all, the law enforcement team of the Wushu Alliance had thousands of members, while the ancient devil area only had 10,000 disciples. 30,000 heaven-reaching dawn. What I need the most now is the heaven-reaching dawn. Every time I advance to the next level, I need 10 times more heaven-reaching dawn than the others. 10,000 heaven-reaching dawn is probably not enough for me. Therefore this time I have to win. Long Chen thought to himself. The more dazzling he was, the more training he would receive. Since I am here, I might as well go all out. Thinking of this, Long Chen was suddenly enlightened. At this time, the wind god demonic general spoke again. Now, everyone, according to your number, line up in front of the 7 demonic pillars. Whichever number starts with, you will line up in front of that demonic pillar. During the registration, Long Chen was given a number. His number started with 7, so he was in front of the 7th demonic pillar. Huang Fu-Chi was in front of him, so they were registered consecutively. For the convenience of management, they were arranged according to their numbers. Zhao Wuji had been in front of Long Chen to complete the registration, so the ancient devil area disciples had arranged for Zhao Wuji to be in between Long Chen and Huang Fu-Chi. Brother Liu, thank you. Zhao Wuji smiled at the disciple who had arranged for him. No problem. Brother Zhao, after you get the first place, just treat us to a good meal. The disciple smiled and left. As soon as Zhao Wuji arrived, the atmosphere suddenly became unharmonious. Huang Fu-Chi didn't like him. Now that he had cut in between her and Long Chen, she glared at Zhao Wuji and said, "Bad guy, who asked you to cut the line?" Bad guy, no. Zhao Wuji and Long Chen swallowed the last 3 words. Zhao Wuji's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. He didn't care how cute Huang Fu-Chi was. He coldly walked towards her and said, "Little girl, watch your mouth. What kind of man are you to fight with a little girl?" Long Chen suddenly stood in front of Zhao Wuji. "If you have the ability, show me on the demonic pillar. Let's see if you can get the first place." Long Chen smiled provocatively. "Your name is Jiang Cheng, right? You are provoking me." Zhao Wuji stopped and looked at Long Chen with a gloomy expression. "Is there anything about you that makes me provoke you?" Long Chen smiled faintly and comforted Huang Fu-Chi. He didn't pay attention to Zhao Wuji. Behind him, Zhao Wuji gradually clenched his fists. "The sound of the demonic pillar will let you understand what true strength is. I can kill an expert of the 5th level of the reaching heaven state, but I can't defeat a person of the 1st level of the reaching heaven state. It's just that my uncle didn't come today. If I don't get the first place, I will be humiliated. So, I have to get the first place." Zhao Wuji's eyes were burning. At this time, under the arrangement of the Wind God Demon General, the second round of the test officially began. At this time, people had already started to enter. Long Chen was at the back of the line at the beginning, so he was also at the back, so it wasn't his turn yet. And at this time, Long Chen noticed that the 10+ devil generals had already spread out to the sides of the 7 heavenly demonic pillars. With them supervising and judging, it was very easy to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Long Chen saw that in each of the devil generals' books, there was a record book. Most likely, they were using the voices they heard to list out the data. In the end, all the data would be compared, and only then would they be able to determine the top 700. Of course, the ancient demon realm had a selection battle every year. These demon generals probably already had a perfect standard. At this moment, every single heaven-reaching demonic pillar had already started moving. Long Chen's gaze landed on the heaven-reaching demonic pillar in front of him. At this moment, a youth was already standing in front of the heaven-reaching demonic pillar. Long Chen couldn't see his expression because he was standing behind him. However, Long Chen knew that he must be very nervous, because his body was trembling. Obviously, he also knew that victory or defeat depended on this one move. Soon, he clenched his teeth, took a few steps back, and then suddenly rushed forward, exploding with his most powerful move. It was a majestic fist art, and he had used it with his cultivation of the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. A fist print abruptly transformed into a giant galloping tiger, which smashed into the sky-reaching demonic pillar in front of him. Immediately, a gust of air current swept out to the side, and even lifted the black cloak of the demon general behind the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Buzz! Long Chen heard the demonic pillar emit a slight sound, and then it became silent very soon. Because it was the first time, the crowd didn't know whether the sound was loud or not. However, in the eyes of the teenager, he obviously hadn't achieved his goal, so he went down dejectedly. Soon after, the second teenager took his place. The demon general who was recording didn't raise his head. After the first person made the heavenly demonic pillar emit a sound, he recorded a number, and then didn't do anything else. The second teenager was also at the second level of the reaching heaven state, but the sound he made was a little stronger than the first one. After that, basically everyone's cultivation level was about the same. The worst result was that they couldn't make the heavenly demonic pillar emit a sound, and the best result was a beast warrior at the fourth level of the reaching heaven state. He exploded with his most powerful move, which made the heavenly demonic pillar emit a soft sound, which lasted for 3 breaths. This was the best result of the first group on Long Chen's side. As for the other groups, their results were about the same as Long Chen's group. Time passed gradually, and the second stage soon came to an end. The top 3 of the first stage were also getting close to the heavenly demonic pillar. This would be the highlight of the second stage. Chapter 463. Even the attack from the beast warrior of the reaching heaven state 4th tier couldn't make the demon general raise his head. In other words, his strength hadn't been recognized by the demon general yet. Xueqi, it's your turn. Do your best. 1 move per person. There were about 1,000 people in front of each demonic pillar. Each person could finish it in 10 breaths time. So, after 2 hours, it was finally Huang Fuqi's turn. After Huang Fuqi was Zhao Wuji, and then Long Chen. These were the top 3 in the first round. This time, would they all be able to get into the top 3 again? Everyone was looking forward to it. At this time, the other 6 pillars were almost finished. There were a total of 7,000 people. Almost all of them looked in Long Chen's direction. Huang Fuqi and Zhao Wuji had been very eye-catching since the beginning, and Long Chen was a dark horse in the first round. Their performance in the second round could be said to be something that everyone was looking forward to. Big brother, you're definitely not Xueqi's match this time. And that big bad guy, see how I'll beat you up, humph. Huang Fuqi rolled her eyes at Zhao Wuji. Then, under everyone's gaze, she walked in front of the demonic pillar. I can't use those moves. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed. Looks like I can only use this move. Huang Fuqi tilted her head and thought. This move isn't considered an attack of the clan. There are many people who know this move. Among the middle heaven level battle skills, it's already at the peak level. It's even stronger than ordinary high heaven level battle skills. I should be able to get first place. Huang Fuqi thought. Then, she no longer hesitated. She began to burst forth the qi of the reaching heaven state 4th tier. Although she was young, her qi was abnormally thick. It was even thicker than that of the beast warrior. Endless power burst forth from her small body. At this time, a fierce light burst forth from Huang Fuqi's eyes. The light that was as hot as fire was directly cast onto the demonic pillar, forming seals. In front of the demonic pillar, Huang Fuqi's chubby little hands actually began to rapidly form seals. Soon, her hands could no longer be seen clearly. In an instant, a whirlwind formed in her hands, and then instantly expanded, completely wrapping around her small body. It was as if Huang Fuqi had transformed into a fierce tornado. The vast aura caused the people at the side to choose to retreat. Fortunately, there was no sand on the crystal-like floor. Otherwise, the entire sky would have been filled with dust. Huang Fuqi's hand seals were not slow. Basically, in the short span of a breath, the tornado had already expanded to the same size as the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Beside her, everyone chose to retreat. Only the demon general remained standing there. He still did not raise his head, but the cloak behind him was blown away by the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where it was. Break! Whirlwind seal. In the next moment, Huang Fuqi truly displayed this move. The tornado around her suddenly condensed into a seal. Under Huang Fuqi's control, it suddenly imprinted on the sky-reaching demonic pillar. The violent attack rushed through the sky-reaching demonic pillar and crashed to the sides. Buzz! The sound of the sky-reaching demonic pillar surpassed all the previous sounds. Everyone could hear the clear difference in their voices, let alone the devil general. Yay, big brother, I won. Huang Fuqi jumped up in joy and quickly ran to Long Chen's side. She hugged Long Chen's thigh and said pleasantly, Xueqi is indeed very good. She is stronger than many people. Long Chen could only smile at her helplessly. Indeed, Huang Fuqi's performance just now was really amazing. At the very least, it was certain that she was currently in first place. The others all looked at Huang Fuqi in shock. She was only 10 years old, Yet she was already able to do this. The others had simply lived their lives in vain. It had to be said that compared to Huang Fuqi, even Zhao Wuji was nothing. Not bad at all. In the air, the Divine Wind Demon General applauded for Huang Fuqi. Then, he turned his gaze to Zhao Wuji and said, "Zhao Wuji, it's your turn. You're the one I'm most optimistic about. Don't lose to a little girl." "Of course not." Zhao Wuji smiled confidently. Then, he looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "You'll be the one to embarrass yourself later." After saying that, he walked past Long Chen and arrived in front of the sky-reaching demonic pillar. "That little girl is using a medium heaven-level combat skill. It seems that I'm going to win this time. Apart from me, who else can learn an advanced heaven-level combat skill? If I didn't have this move, I wouldn't have been able to kill that Wushu Alliance criminal of the reaching heaven state. This second round is the most suitable for me." Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with strong confidence. With a swoosh, Zhao Wuji extended his index finger and closed his eyes. A vast wave started to spread from his body. In order to use his most powerful move, Zhao Wuji started very slowly. Has it started? The finger technique that Zhao Wuji is using should be the unique skill that he's famous for. He's only at the reaching heaven state, but he can already use an advanced heaven-level combat skill. He's really not simple. Zhao Wuji is indeed a good seedling. He's qualified to become a disciple of one of the 7 great demon kings. Huang Fuqi is only 10 years old, but he's also qualified to become a disciple of one of the 7 great demon kings. The other demon generals, who were already idle, started to discuss among themselves. At that moment, Zhao Wuji started to use his most powerful move. The momentum of his move wasn't as great as Huang Fuqi's at first, but when he really used it, the power it contained could be said to have instantly crushed Huang Fuqi's whirlwind seal. A heaven-level advanced cultivation technique really wasn't just for show. Secret technique, Imperial Martial Extreme Finger. As Zhao Wuji stabbed out with his finger, a dazzling ray of light burst out from his finger. The dazzling ray of light instantly turned into the shape of an arrow. With a bright trajectory, it instantly pierced the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Buzz! With a flash of light, the dazzling arrow instantly exploded and turned into specks of starlight. Meanwhile, the demonic pillar let out a loud sound. This sound wasn't much louder than the sound of Huang Fuqi's attack, but it lasted twice as long. This meant that Zhao Wuji's attack was still at the same level as Huang Fuqi's, but it was stronger than Huang Fuqi's. Everyone gasped in admiration from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the move. It really was worthy of being a high heaven-level combat skill. The sky-reaching demonic pillar was the fairest. Everyone could tell just how powerful the move was from the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Zhao Wuji. You really are Zhao Wuji. You've already cultivated the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger to the peak. You're the only person I know who can cultivate the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger to the peak. The Divine Windstorm Demon General laughed heartily. His voice reverberated through the air. Everyone agreed. The other demon generals also praised Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji smiled brilliantly after receiving the recognition and praise from so many people. He hurriedly said to the Divine Windstorm Demon General, "I wouldn't dare. Wuji is only a junior. I've only achieved what I have today after cultivating the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger for 2 whole years. Cultivating a heaven-level combat skill in 2 years is already a very good result. In the future, it's very likely that you'll be able to enter the 3 great martial realms," the Divine Windstorm Demon General praised. "Thank you for your praise, Divine Windstorm Demon General." Zhao Wuji hurriedly expressed his gratitude. At this moment, he had already become the center of attention. This feeling made Zhao Wuji feel extremely refreshed. His smile became much brighter. What an annoying person. Big brother, you have to finish him off. Make his face even more stinky than his butt, Huang Fuqi said angrily. Now it was indeed Long Chen's turn. However, Zhao Wuji's brilliance was just too dazzling, so no one noticed Long Chen for a moment. Stop talking. My big brother is going to go up, Huang Fuqi screamed furiously when she saw that no one had any intentions of continuing. She was young, so her sharp voice frightened everyone. Only then did they return to their senses from Zhao Wuji's shock. The Divine Windstorm Demon General smiled awkwardly and said, "If that's the case, then, Jiang Cheng, you go up." Only now did everyone recall that Long Chen hadn't made a move yet. They all knew that Long Chen was only in the first tier of the reaching heaven state. He had won the championship in the first round only because of his strong body. However, the second round was not a competition of the body. Therefore, when Zhao Wuji created a new peak, everyone temporarily ignored him. After Huang Fuqi's outburst, everyone looked at Long Chen to see how he would perform. Huang Fuqi had shouted so loudly just now. If Long Chen did not perform well, it would definitely be very embarrassing. At the very least, he should be able to reach the third tier of the reaching heaven state. With Long Chen's strong body, it would not be embarrassing at all. Only then did Long Chen start walking towards the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Zhao Wuji only retreated at this moment. Come on, if the sky-reaching demonic pillar can't even make a sound, it will be really embarrassing. As they passed each other, Zhao Wuji's mocking voice reached Long Chen's ears. Long Chen did not bother to pay attention to him. He only needed strength to prove himself. Soon, under everyone's gazes, Long Chen stood in front of the sky-reaching demonic pillar and looked at it up close. All of a sudden, Long Chen found a handprint on the sky-reaching demonic pillar. The handprint was at least 3 centimeters thick, obviously made by a person's hand. Even Zhao Wuji's strongest move did not leave any mark on the sky-reaching demonic pillar. Who on earth left a handprint here? It's really powerful. Long Chen thought to himself. That handprint was made by Jiang Wushang, the demon emperor's favorite son of the ancient demon region. He left it when he was in the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. Jiang Wushang is now an expert of the 3 great martial realms. Apart from Jiang Wushang, no one has ever been able to leave a handprint on the sky-reaching demonic pillar before reaching the 3 great martial realms. At this moment, the demon general who was testing Long Chen lowered his head and said, Chapter 464. Jiang Wushang. The 9th tier of the Heaven Ascension state can surpass the understanding of ordinary people and leave a handprint under the demonic pillar? I wonder what it will be like when I, Long Chen, reach the 9th tier of the Heaven Ascension state. If I can get the Emperor Flame Pearl, the effect I can create will definitely be much stronger than this 3 centimeter deep handprint. Long Chen was filled with confidence. Alright, Jiang Cheng, you can start now, the Divine Wind Demon General urged. Long Chen nodded. Then, under the anticipation of the crowd, he gradually used the Dragon's Soul transformation. Blood-red dragon scales covered his entire body, and he looked extremely cool. This transformation. The demon generals were a little confused. Even with their knowledge, they did not know what type of beast soul transformation Long Chen had used. Moreover, how could such a small beast soul transformation exude such a primordial majesty? That strong killing aura should not belong to Long Chen, but to his beast soul transformation. However, while they were confused, Long Chen had already taken out the Demon Emperor sword. A medium heaven-level weapon is already very good. Looks like Jiang Cheng has a strong foundation. The demon generals nodded lightly. At this time, Long Chen took a deep breath and looked at the demonic pillar in front of him. In reality, he did not know what level of attack he could unleash. If he wanted to win 3 consecutive championships, he could not hide his strength at all. Of course, Huang Fuqi and Zhao Wuji had both used medium heaven level or high heaven level battle skills. If Long Chen used the Demon Emperor sword, he would not be a match for them at all, so he had to use his strongest move. Under the gaze of the crowd, Long Chen's expression was calm. The Demon Emperor sword in his hand gradually danced, and the strange sword talisman began to wrap around him crazily, similar to Huang Fuqi's tornado. When Long Chen first used this attack, the demon generals were a little shocked. The Divine Wind Demon General even exclaimed, "Isn't this a sword formation?" An ordinary sword formation was much more powerful than a direct sword technique. Moreover, it was more exquisite. Even in the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty, there were not many sword formation-type combat techniques. However, Long Chen actually possessed one. This was already beyond their expectations. It's not just a sword formation, it's an advanced heaven-level sword formation. This time, the demon generals were even more surprised. As for the others, they did not know how powerful a sword formation was, so they only felt that Long Chen's current momentum was very powerful. However, what happened next was unimaginably vast. Long Chen used the Demon Emperor sword to stir up the wind and clouds. The wind howled, and with a roar, the Heaven Punishment sword formation exploded. Each of the sword talismans contained countless strands of sword chi. At this moment, all of them shot out and bombarded the demonic pillar. If the demonic pillar was a person, It might have already been turned to rubble by now. From this, it could be seen how powerful the sword formation was. Long Chen knew that even among high heaven tier battle skills, the heaven-punishing sword formation was a supreme existence. Regular high heaven tier battle skills, such as Zhao Wuji's Imperial Martial Finger, were far from comparable to Long Chen's heaven-punishing sword formation. After all, the heaven-punishing sword formation was something that Ling Shi had left for Long Chen. Boom! Under the bombardment of the sword formation, the demonic pillar exploded with a loud sound. Although the sound was very short, it was clearly louder than Zhao Wuji's. The storm dissipated. When hearing the loud sound, the demon general, who had been recording with his head down, raised his head for the first time and looked at Long Chen in shock. Only then did Long Chen see clearly that the demon general was a beautiful woman, but Long Chen did not pay attention to her. However, when the sound was heard, the crowd could not believe their ears. Therefore, even though Long Chen had stopped, they still did not realize that this time, the champion had already been born. Without a doubt, Long Chen's attack was stronger than Zhao Wuji's. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Huang Fuqi was the first to react. Her big eyes were filled with little stars of worship. At first, she did not know that Long Chen was so powerful, but she did not expect that Long Chen's performance would become more and more shocking, and then reach this level. Champion. Long Chen withdrew his Dragon Soul transformation and put away the Demon Emperor sword. Then, the exclamations came like a tide. The crowd was shocked. They had thought that Zhao Wuji's performance was an unsurpassable peak, but they did not expect Long Chen to create another peak. Even the demon generals present all looked at each other. In the end, they shook their heads with bitter smiles and said, "This kid's body is just too powerful. It increases the power of his attacks by quite a lot, and he's actually practicing a high-level heaven-tier battle skill." Practicing a high-level heaven-tier battle skill at the first layer of completion heaven-tier is not a simple matter. It can be said that this kid's talent in combat skills is even stronger than Zhao Wuji's. It's a pity that his talent in cultivation is not high, otherwise he would be a perfect genius. Cultivation is the foundation. The Divine Wind Demon General also smiled helplessly, then he said loudly, "Jiang Cheng's performance is very good." Of course, he was sincerely impressed. Thousands of people began to applaud for Long Chen. He had fought his way out of the first round, won the championship, and was able to reverse the situation in the second round. In the eyes of the crowd, he could already be regarded as an expert, especially since the second round tested their attack power. None of the disciples who participated in the selection battle thought that they could withstand Long Chen's attack power. Long Chen had defeated Zhao Wuji once again. The outcome of this battle was already very obvious. Among them, Zhao Wuji was the most incredulous. His eyes were wide open as he watched Long Chen turn around after completing his attack. His face was deathly pale, but very quickly, the color of blood started to fill his eyes. Strands of killing intent started to entangle his heart until it was corroding it. Long Chen also saw the look in his eyes. He walked over, and when he passed by Zhao Wuji, Long Chen chuckled and said, "Say, who do you think will be the disgraced one?" After saying that, Long Chen laughed loudly. Such humiliation made Zhao Wuji's face turn ashen. Those were the exact words he had sent to Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had humiliated him back, it felt 10 times worse than the humiliation he had given to Long Chen. It was full of irony. "No, Divine Wind Demon General. I beg you to try again." Zhao Wuji had already lost the championship of the first round. He could not lose the second round, so he quickly said in exasperation, "Of course not. The selection is based on fairness. If everyone tries again, then what's the point of the selection?" Zhao Wuji's performance was too childish. The Divine Wind Demon General was speechless, and his tone became harsher. Once again, Zhao Wuji was humiliated even more. His childish words made many people laugh. It was like a slap to Zhao Wuji's face. "Jiang Cheng, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. The third round is a real battle, and it doesn't care about life or death. I will take your life then." Zhao Wuji roared in his heart. At this time, the second round of selection was over. The Divine Wind Demon General saw that the time was up, so he flew back to the sky and said loudly, "The second round of selection is over. Each of you has a score. Now, we will calculate your scores. Among the 7,000 people, the top 700 will be qualified to enter the next round and will also be rewarded. You can rest now." After a quarter of an hour, I will announce the numbers and names of those who have advanced. Yes, everyone said expectantly. Of course, some people knew that they had no hope, so they were a bit dejected. Long Chen was also waiting. He came to the Wushu Sage Empire for 2 reasons. One was to find the way to the archaic cemetery, and the other was to improve his strength. When he knew that the ancient demon area had the Emperor Flame Bead, he knew that he had to enter the ancient demon area, and he had to do it beautifully. So far, he had passed the first 2 rounds beautifully. Soon, the Divine Wind Demon General started to announce the results. First was the list of the top 100 to the top 700. Those whose names were called were rewarded with 50 supreme elixirs. As for the others, most of them were discouraged. Many of them estimated that they might be able to make it into the top 700 with their strength. If their names were not among the top 100 to the top 700, it would be impossible. Next is the list of the top 11 to the top 100. Each of them will be rewarded with 300 supreme elixirs. The Divine Wind Demon General's loud voice sounded. Everyone listened with trepidation. Those whose names were called automatically came out from the line, their faces full of excitement, while the others looked at them enviously. There were 90 names in total, which was much faster than before. Next, there are only 10 names left for the top 10. Among the top 10, except for one who is the first in the Reaching Heaven state, the others are all in the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. The Divine Wind Demon General's words killed the dreams of many people in the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state. The one in the 1st level of the Reaching Heaven state in the top 10 must be Jiang Cheng. Everyone thought to themselves. After all, with so many people watching, the demon generals couldn't fake it. Now, I will announce the list of the top 10 to the top 4. All the people in the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state came out excitedly after their names were called. This meant that they had already gotten 1,000 supreme elixirs. Now, it's the top 3 that everyone has been looking forward to. I believe everyone has guessed that the top 3 of the 2nd round are also the top 3 of the 1st round. First, the 3rd place is Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi getting the 3rd place was within everyone's expectations. At the beginning, everyone thought that Huang Fuqi would be the 1st. When Zhao Wuji made his move, Huang Fuqi could only be the 2nd place. When Long Chen made his move, Huang Fuqi could only be the 3rd place. Next, it's the 2nd place, Jiang Cheng and Zhao Wuji. Who will get 30,000 supreme elixirs? Everyone, make a guess. Jiang Cheng. The 2 words rumbled from below. Chapter 465. Everyone had an answer in their hearts, so it was impossible for the Wind God Devil General to fake it. He smiled helplessly and said, "That's right, in the attack against the heaven-reaching demonic pillar, Jiang Cheng was clearly stronger. Therefore, the champion of the 2nd round is Jiang Cheng." Zhao Wuji's performance was also very good. He obtained the 2nd place and obtained 10,000 connecting heaven dawn, while Jiang Cheng obtained 30,000. 30,000. Everybody looked at Long Chen with admiration. 30,000 heavenly connecting pills. With that number, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation or anything else for a long time. Heavenly connecting pills were basically omnipotent. As long as he had heavenly connecting pills, he could have anything he wanted. Of course, Long Chen had obtained it with his own strength, so no one would have any objections to him. Alright, today's competition is coming to an end. The 2nd round is over. The rest of you, please leave the ancient devil area the way you came. As for the remaining 700 people, you are about to face the most important battle. Only after this last round will you become the most honorable disciple of the ancient devil area. The Wind God Demon General said. There was only 1 round left, and the remaining people were very nervous. However, they gritted their teeth and thought about it. As long as they passed this round, their lives would definitely have a huge change. This was the most important turning point in their lives. Out of 10 people, only 1 could pass, so why not give it a try? Therefore, everybody was full of fighting spirit. In the 2nd round, the numbers in your hands are no longer the same. Now, you have to draw a new number. Then, I will explain the rules of the 3rd round. At that moment, a disciple brought a huge box. The box was sealed, but there was a fist-sized hole on the top. It was pitch black inside. There are 700 pieces of paper inside. Each piece has a number on it. Each of you will draw a piece of paper. Remember, you cannot exchange it with anyone else. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. There are thousands of geniuses in the ancient devil area. You are not one of them. The wind god demon general said coldly. Finally, it's the last moment. No wonder the ancient devil area is a super force. Even the selection process is so troublesome. Ordinary people really can't get in. This also ensures that the ancient devil area will have countless geniuses. Long Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, he was confident that he could deal with people of the 4th level of the reaching heaven state, but he couldn't deal with people above the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. In the ancient demon realm, there were more than 1,000 people above the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. In this powerful environment, victory will lead to rise, and death will lead to elimination. This time, I have to go all out. Long Chen strengthened his confidence. At this time, it was Huang Fuqi's turn. After Huang Fuqi finished drawing, Long Chen also drew a piece of paper with the word 1 written on it. Big brother, I'm 2. What are you? Huang Fuqi looked up at him excitedly. 1. Long Chen answered honestly. What a coincidence, Jiang Cheng. It seems that God isn't on your side this time. At this time, a strange voice came from behind. Long Chen didn't need to turn around to know that it was Zhao Wuji. What do you mean? Long Chen asked. Zhao Wuji waved the plate in his hand, which also had the word 1 written on it. He said, this time, your good luck has come to an end. In this box, there were 101s, so it was normal to draw the same one. Long Chen didn't want to talk to him. If they really fought, Long Chen wouldn't mind beating him up. At this time, basically everyone had their own number. Now, let me take you to a new place. That is the martial arts practice field of the ancient devil area. Led by the Holy Wind Demon General, the remaining 100 people followed him. In next to no time, Long Chen and the others arrived at a narrow gorge. After passing through this gorge, the scene before them suddenly opened up, and a flat basin appeared before them. The surroundings were dark gray mountains that weren't tall. As soon as he entered the area, Long Chen could feel that there were many experts hiding in the surrounding mountains. They were all hiding there to watch the battle. Among these people, most of them were disciples from the ancient devil area who had come to watch the show. Some of them were even people with higher statuses. With so many people gathered together, Long Chen and the others felt a terrible pressure. Long Chen knew that there must be many old monsters in this group, including the 7 masters of the Earth martial arts realm who were known as Devil Kings. 3 martial arts realms, this was a completely new level, different from the 4 basic realms. Then, Long Chen saw in the open space in front of him, there were many black arenas. As he counted them one by one, he found that, like the Sky Demon Pillar, there were 7 arenas in total. The 7 arenas were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. On each arena stood a person in black. Among these people, there were old and young, men and women, and they all looked different. But there was one thing in common. Long Chen felt a terrible aura from them. Greetings, 7 great devil kings. At this time, the Holy Wind Demon General hurriedly knelt on the ground and said with a pious look, Greetings, 7 great devil kings. Seeing this, the others all knelt on the ground. Long Chen didn't want to stand out, so he also half knelt on the ground with Huang Fuqi. Reporting to the 7 great demon kings, the Divine Wind Sect has already selected 700 good seedlings and brought them to the martial arts practice field. As long as we proceed to the final stage of the battle, we will be able to select 70 good disciples to fill the various king palaces. At this time, one of the devil kings said, Holy Wind Demon General, get up, all of you. The 7 of us are here to recruit disciples. We don't care about the selection process. Just follow the rules. After that, they all stepped back and left the 7 black arenas where they were standing. Behind the black arenas, there were a total of 8 black metal chairs. The chair in the middle was empty, while the others sat in the other 7 chairs. Long Chen guessed that the middle seat should be the Devil King Jiang Wuxie's. In the ancient devil area, below the Devil King, were the Devil Kings of the Earth martial arts realm. With the permission of the Devil Kings, the crowd finally stood up. The Holy Wind Demon General led the crowd to the 7 black arenas. He jumped onto one of the arenas and glanced at the 700 young faces. He said, It's not easy to make it here. First of all, I want to congratulate you. You are all very good. But the world is always cruel. After the last elimination of 10 to 1, you will finally achieve your goal and complete the most important transformation. Now, let me tell you the rules. Each of you has a card in your hand, and each number corresponds to an arena. There are 7 arenas in total, and each arena has 100 people. The rules are very simple. When there are only 10 people left on the arena, if they find themselves still on the arena, then you are very lucky, because you are already a disciple of the ancient devil area. Young people, everything depends on this last fight. The Holy Wind Demon General's words were very persuasive. Each arena will have 10 people left. The most important reward for the remaining 70 people is to successfully become a disciple of the ancient devil area, and then each person will be rewarded with 1,000 Supreme Dan. 1,000. The crowd started to clamor. The third place of the first round was only rewarded with 2,000 Supreme Dan, but in the third round, as long as one could pass, 1,000 Supreme Dan would be rewarded. This showed how rich the ancient devil area was. Of course, each round will have the top 3, and the third round will have even more. However, from the 8th to the 70th place, each person will get 1,000 Supreme Dan. From the 4th to the 7th place, each person will get 5,000 Supreme Dan. The third place will get 10,000 Supreme Dan, the second place will get 30,000 Supreme Dan, and the first place will get 60,000 Supreme Dan. The highest reward was 60,000 Supreme Dan. In other words, if Long Chen could become the champion of the last round, he could get 100,000 Supreme Dan. As for the reward of the Supreme Dan, it was really tempting. Of course, the Supreme Dan is only part of the reward. As long as you can reach the top 7, you will be very lucky, because you will become the personal disciple of the 7 great devil kings of the Earth Martial Realm. The 7 great devil kings are the leaders of the 7 great halls of the ancient devil area. They are the leaders of the 7 great halls of the ancient devil area. They are the leaders of the 7 great halls of the ancient devil area. If you can become their disciple, you will definitely be able to reach the sky. Therefore, you should take advantage of this opportunity. The Holy Wind Demon General was full of enthusiasm. Lord Demon General, I thought the arena could only decide the top 70 people. How could it decide the top 7 and the top 3? At this time, a young man asked confusedly. That's simple. The Holy Wind Demon General smiled faintly and said, after the top 10 have been decided in each arena, the battles will start again until there is only one person left in each arena. That person will become the personal disciple of the Devil King. Between the 7 arena masters, there will be a final battle. The last one to leave will be the third place, the second to leave will be the second place, and the last one to stay in the arena will be the champion. This rule seemed to be very important, but if one didn't have enough strength, who could still stay in the arena? Among the 700 people, the last one to stay in the arena would be the absolute champion. Long Chen smiled. It turned out that the last round was actual combat. No wonder Zhao Wuji had said that Long Chen would definitely die in this last round. However, who was the one who was really going to die? Long Chen raised his head and looked at the 7 great devil kings behind the arena. The strength of the Earth Martial Realm gives me a vast and domineering feeling. Lingxi's family is mysterious and terrifying, which means that her grandmother is stronger. However, the 7 great devil kings also look quite terrifying. No wonder they are the top existences in the Wushu Sage Empire. At this time, under the arrangement of the Holy Wind Demon General, people started to step into the arena. It was also a stage. Chapter 466. According to the arrangement, Long Chen went to the first arena. After entering the arena, he realized that the black arena was much bigger than he had imagined. More than 100 people stood vigilantly and spread out, but there was still a lot of space. Long Chen was standing in one of the corners. As for Huang Fu Qi, she was on the second arena. Long Chen wasn't worried that anything would happen to her. Basically, no one in her group was a match for her, so she would definitely be able to enter the top 7. The biggest suspense of this battle was in the first group, because Long Chen and Zhao Wuji were both in this group. So even though this group hadn't started, it had already attracted the attention of most people. Even among the 7 devil kings, there were a few people who were looking at this group. Long Chen suddenly felt his whole body go numb. He didn't look back, because he was being looked at by the 7 devil kings. Long Chen was the champion of the first and second stage, and he was a dark horse among dark horses. Dark horses always receive the most attention, so they were all studying Long Chen, who was able to suppress Zhao Wuji. After a while, the numb feeling disappeared. The strong are really strong. Even their gazes can give me such a huge pressure. Long Chen was secretly shocked. In the crowd, he saw Zhao Wuji's gaze. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was also looking at him. Zhao Wuji's gaze was naturally gloomy, and everyone could see the provocation in his eyes. Long Chen and Zhao Wuji were the most prominent figures in this selection. Everyone knew how strong they were, so no one dared to provoke them, so they all stayed away. At this moment, the Divine Wind Devil General looked around and announced the start of the battle. A chaotic battle was originally extremely cruel. In addition, they had randomly drawn lots, so there were basically no trustworthy people next to them. So when the Divine Wind Devil General announced the start of the battle, no one dared to move at first. Everyone was vigilantly watching their opponents. In every arena, everyone was fighting against the other 99 people. At a certain moment, in one of the arenas, someone suddenly made a move. When he made his move, it triggered the whole situation. Basically, all the arenas started to move at that moment. For a moment, screams, whistles, curses, and all kinds of other sounds resounded in the martial arts arena. From the outside, every arena was filled with all kinds of lights. For a moment, even the Divine Wind Devil General was dazzled. Beating someone down or directly throwing them out of the arena was considered a loss. So for a moment, those people fell down one by one and were thrown out of the arenas. The number of people in the 7 arenas was rapidly decreasing. For the time being, no one dared to make a move against Long Chen. There was a large empty space around him, so no one dared to make a move against him. Long Chen was also happy to be free. He carefully looked around and smiled helplessly. The competition of the 3rd round was the most terrifying and cruel. So far, he had already seen a few people lose their lives. Those who were killed or lost their ability to fight would soon be cleaned up by the strong people of the ancient devil area. On the black arenas, the number of people was decreasing. Long Chen's group was also progressing very fast. After about half an hour, there were only a dozen people left in the arena. At this time, the other groups were almost the same. Obviously, whether or not they could enter the ancient devil area had reached the most critical moment. So far, no one dared to make a move against Long Chen. Of course, no one dared to make a move against Zhao Wuji, either. Therefore, Zhao Wuji and Zhao Wuji could enter the top 10 just by standing there. Those who were able to stay there were basically warriors of the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. At this time, they started to clean up the warriors of the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state. After one round, Long Chen counted and found that there were exactly 10 people left in the arenas. In other words, these 10 people were qualified to enter the ancient devil area. Except for Long Chen and Zhao Wuji, the other people's faces were full of excitement. They had successfully squeezed into the top 70 out of 80,000 people. They had paid enough for that day. Finally, they had obtained such a result. They were all very satisfied and excited. The top 10 people were gradually divided out of the 7 arenas. This time, the people who could enter the ancient devil area had already been determined. The next step was to compete for the top 7 and the top 3 places. Those who were able to stay in the arena all heaved a sigh of relief. As for those who had already left the arena, they all hung their heads dejectedly because they were only one step away, just a little bit more. Life is like this. When some people succeed, others are destined to fail. When you fail, don't be discouraged. As long as you don't fall down, there will be more opportunities waiting for you. Looking at those dejected young people, the Divine Wind Demonic General comforted them. The fact that you have made it here means that you are indeed powerful, so don't be discouraged. Come back next year, and you will still have a chance. After saying that, the Divine Wind Demonic General had already arranged for people to send them away. Then he looked at the remaining 70 people in the arena. Congratulations, from now on, you are the disciples of the ancient devil area. This also means that your life will be better than others. The disciples of the ancient devil area, even if you join the law enforcement team of the Wushu Alliance, will get a higher position than ordinary people. The training you will receive will also be much better than your peers. It can be said that your life has undergone a great transformation. Needless to say, the benefits of joining the ancient devil area were great. Everyone was very excited. However, the selection battle was not over yet. However, there is one more important thing that must be done, which is to determine the top 7 and the top 3 places among you. The rewards for the top 7 and the top 3 places are naturally much better than the others. If you can make the Demon King your teacher, your future will be even more limitless. Of course, if you don't have the strength, it is better not to show off. If you are killed, it will be a waste of a place as a disciple. For you, it is not worth it. The Divine Wind demonic general's words were mainly for the top 10 people in the first arena, because there were two strong people there, Long Chen and Zhao Wuji. From the second test, Long Chen and Zhao Wuji's attacking power was far superior to the others. Fighting against them would basically result in death. Hearing this, some people in the arena smiled helplessly. However, except for the arena where Long Chen was, few people in the other arenas gave up. Only those in the first arena directly left the arena. When the Divine Wind demonic general announced the start of the battle, there were only 4 people left in the first arena. Long Chen, Zhao Wuji, and 2 other warriors in the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. They looked at each other, and then dashed toward Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen's strength was not balanced, so maybe he still had a chance. Moreover, they were teaming up, so it was possible that they could defeat Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless against warriors in the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. He quickly transformed into the dragon's soul, and his strength increased crazily. Anyway, he was going to fight with Zhao Wuji, so he didn't hold back at all. Great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed. This was a beginner heaven state combat technique, so it was still useful to Long Chen. With the foundation of the Dragon Soul transformation, his genuine chi had been raised to the level of the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state. Coupled with his powerful dragon body, there was no doubt about his strength. Taoist Heart Demon Seed. Isn't this the combat technique of the Red Ghost King Palace? At this time, among the 7 great demon kings, 6 of them looked at a middle-aged man with red skin, a tall build, and a somewhat ugly appearance. The man's eyes were of different sizes, and his face was full of bumps and hollows. He looked no different from a ghost. Seeing that Long Chen had used the Taoist Heart Demon Seed, the demon kings were puzzled. Who knows where this bastard stole the Taoist Heart Demon Seed, but it's only at the 2nd level, which is equivalent to a beginner heaven state cultivation technique. It won't be of much use. The Red Ghost King sneered. At this time, Long Chen's body disappeared in an instant. Traceless Demon Shadow. Isn't this the cultivation technique of the Qingli Palace? Everyone looked at a beautiful woman, who nodded slightly and said, "It's indeed the beginner heaven state cultivation technique of the Qingli Palace. It's pretty good." At this time, Long Chen used the Supreme Demonic Sword and swept it at the 2 warriors of the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. With all kinds of attacks, his strength had been raised to a terrifying level. He even knows the Demon Sovereign Sword principle. Does this guy have something to do with the ancient demon's realm? The 7 great demon kings thought gloomily. Many disciples of the ancient devil area have died outside. I guess this kid is just lucky. He killed the disciples of the ancient devil area and stole the manual. He actually dared to use it in front of us. He must be tired of living, Red Ghost King said, gnashing his teeth. You're right. You're right. After saying this, Long Chen's powerful attack sent the 2 warriors of the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state flying. This was the 2nd most powerful attack of his. The 2 consecutive Supreme Demonic Sword strikes were just right. Not only did they not hurt their opponents, but they were also eliminated. After all, it wasn't easy for them to come here. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't kill them easily. Long Chen's move won the admiration of most people. From the actual combat, they could see that Long Chen's strength was indeed at the peak level of this selection. At this time, the other arenas were also nearing the end. The fastest was Huang Fu Qi. She had won first place and was jumping happily in the arena. She shouted at Long Chen, "Big brother, I won first place. Come on, beat that bad guy and make him die without descendants." The crowd was speechless. Huang Fu Qi's words made Zhao Wuji's face twitch. He glared at Huang Fu Qi and shouted, "Bitch, shut up. Just wait and see who's going to beat who up." In fact, in Long Chen's opinion, Zhao Wuji was just a kid. If they were outside, he would definitely be easily killed by Long Chen. Their strength was on the same level, but their experience and temperament were not on the same level. Long Chen could beat him in a second in this aspect. Fine, I guess I'll be first after I beat him. 3 consecutive championships and 100,000 Reaching Heaven pills. This time, I'm in the limelight. Chapter 467. At this moment, the 7 black arenas were all about to decide the final victor. However, the first arena attracted the majority of the attention, because Long Chen and Zhao Wuji were there. Even the high and mighty 7 great demon kings didn't want to miss the battle between these 2 youths. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, who was facing off against Long Chen, couldn't hold it in anymore. If it weren't for Long Chen, he could have easily won 3 championships in a row. Therefore, he hated Long Chen to the core. He couldn't wait to skin Long Chen alive. Therefore, not long after Long Chen knocked the 2 reaching heaven state warriors out of the arena, Zhao Wuji started to attack. In the second round, his strongest move was the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger. At this moment, he took out a silver spear from his Cosmos sack. Long Chen took a closer look. The appearance of this silver spear was similar to the Azure Dragon battle halberd. Its entire body was covered in fine silver scales. The sharp spearhead gave Long Chen the feeling of a cold and sinister venomous snake. A medium heaven-level magic weapon, the Silver Serpent Spear. The spear technique of the Zhao clan is the best in the world. The Imperial Martial Extreme Finger is also an evolution of the spear technique. It is an advanced heaven-level combat skill. When I learn the supreme spear technique of the Zhao clan, how can your sword formation be a match for me? As soon as he finished speaking, his silver spear transformed into a silver thread that shot towards Long Chen. It was so fast that it was almost as fast as Long Chen's traceless specter. This guy's spear is pretty good, Long Chen praised in his heart. He quickly used the traceless shadow. His body suddenly turned into a series of afterimages, faintly discernible in the black arena. Even the sword shadow of the Demon Emperor sword was somewhat unfathomable. Playing tricks. Zhao Wuji sneered. Long Chen had moved to the extreme. He was very smart and chose not to move. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and carefully listened to the surrounding wind to determine Long Chen's direction. Here. Zhao Wuji suddenly sneered. The silver spear in his hand suddenly leaped out like a swimming dragon. Numerous silver snakes gushed out from his silver spear. Suddenly, there were thousands of them, and they rushed forward with a loud bang. Qi breaks the long river. As soon as he attacked, his aura surged. It was obvious that this was a mid-heaven tier battle skill. Zhao Wuji was worthy of being called a genius. He had learned a high heaven tier battle skill, but he hadn't fallen behind in learning a mid-heaven tier battle skill. His senses are really sharp. It seems that the traceless shadow is no longer effective against experts of this level. Long Chen was deeply aware that the rules of elimination in this world were extremely cruel. The traceless specter, which was the strongest movement technique in the Songyang Kingdom, was easily defeated by others in the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty. Everyone improved very quickly. If one's improvement speed didn't surpass everyone else, then it would be very easy for them to be eliminated. The traceless specter had been Long Chen's treasure before, but now it could only be considered a battle skill that he could barely use. Only the magical powers of refining blood and qi could go against the natural order forever, and they could accompany Long Chen for a long time. Facing Zhao Wuji's crazy attack, Long Chen chose to retreat. Zhao Wuji found an opportunity and was even more merciless. He attacked Long Chen again and again with his spear until he forced Long Chen to the edge of the black arena. As expected, Zhao Wuji's family background is more powerful. Long Chen looks strong, but he is actually at a disadvantage because of the genuine qi. He has been suppressed since the beginning. He is only in the first tier of the reaching heaven state. No matter how strong his body is, he can deal with an ordinary person in the fourth tier of the reaching heaven state. But if he encounters Zhao Wuji, it will be a tragedy. Behind the arena, several demon kings were discussing. While they were talking, the situation changed. To be honest, Long Chen was much stronger than Zhao Wuji in many aspects, except for his genuine qi. For example, Long Chen was able to turn the tables on Zhao Wuji's silver spear by using the Supreme Demonic Sword, a primary heaven state level combat skill. When Long Chen used combat skills, they were almost like combat skills. When he was suppressed by Zhao Wuji, he found an opportunity to use the Supreme Demonic Sword to cut off Zhao Wuji's attacking momentum. At the same time, he launched another Supreme Demonic Sword. The Supreme Demonic Sword in his hand seemed to be endless. Although the single attack was not strong, the combination of the attacks was like a storm. It completely overturned Zhao Wuji, who had no time to react. You want to fight with me with these little tricks? I think you'd better go back to drinking milk. Long Chen laughed arrogantly. The situation was completely reversed. Under Long Chen's attack, Zhao Wuji was forced to retreat. The way he retreated was even more embarrassing than Long Chen. Long Chen's insult made Zhao Wuji extremely angry and humiliated. He had always been proud of himself. Today, Long Chen had not only suppressed him, but also humiliated him. Of course, he could not take it lying down. Therefore, his eyes were filled with madness. Oh, he's going to go berserk. Long Chen had a perfect grasp of the little fellow's heart. He could see from Zhao Wuji's eyes that the competitive Zhao Wuji was preparing to use the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger. It seems this brat doesn't believe in the judgment of the sky-reaching demonic pillar. He actually chose to fight me head-on. It's really inconceivable. Long Chen was indeed somewhat doubtful. This time, he directly shook Zhao Wuji and sent him flying. Zhao Wuji almost fell out of the arena. With great difficulty, he stabilized his body. His body erupted with true qi, and his finger suddenly stabbed out like a vortex. In the middle of the vortex, a bright starlight arrow suddenly appeared. Imperial Martial Extreme Finger. As Zhao Wuji shouted, all the attacks surged towards Long Chen. To the outside world, it seemed like Long Chen was completely engulfed by Zhao Wuji's attack in an instant. He's dead. Many people thought in an instant. However, this thought did not last long before it was shattered by a sharp sword light. Then, the sword light, which had formed a magic array, rapidly surrounded Zhao Wuji. It was as if the sky and the earth were blotting out. Zhao Wuji had no room to dodge. Looking at the sword light, all of the sword light were transformed from sword runes. The runes and sword chi were rapidly changing. In just an instant, the Imperial Martial Extreme Finger, which was also an advanced heaven-level battle skill, was completely destroyed by Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. The power of the Heaven Punishment Sword Formation directly fell on Zhao Wuji. This happened in a very short period of time, but Zhao Wuji was completely terrified. He was facing the danger of death. Zhao Wuji had never thought that he would die in the selection battle. To him, the selection battle was only a place for him to show off, not a place where he would be buried. However, he had no way to resist Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. The sharp sword light had already pierced through his clothes. It was very likely that he would be completely dismembered by Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword Formation in the next moment. Father, mother. Zhao Wuji's heart was in a mess. His mind was blank. At this moment, he was filled with disbelief, regret, and despair. However, it was already like this. It was all fate. Long Chen was also hesitating whether to kill Zhao Wuji or not. In an extremely short period of time, a lot of information flashed through his mind. For the ancient demon region, Zhao Wuji's status was not very high. Even if he killed him, it would not be too much trouble. Thinking of this, the demon emperor sword swept in Zhao Wuji's direction with a whoosh. At this moment, a hot gust of wind directly blew Long Chen away. That overbearing power did not anticipate Long Chen at all. Long Chen almost fell out of the arena. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Long Chen used the Demon Emperor sword to block it. Otherwise, he would have been injured this time. Who is it? Long Chen quickly stood up and looked over. At this moment, there was an ugly tall man with red skin floating in front of Zhao Wuji. He looked at Long Chen coldly. His cold eyes made Long Chen feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. The power of the Earth martial arts realm is so close. It is indeed extraordinary. Long Chen was secretly shocked. He was not stupid. Of course, he would not rush up and quarrel with this person, who was obviously one of the 7 great devil kings. Instead, he very politely cupped his hands and asked, "On this arena, it should be us disciples who fight. I wonder why the Lord Devil King has made a move." He had performed very well. Even the Red Ghost King could not find fault with him. Everyone was also wondering why the Red Ghost King suddenly made a move when Long Chen was about to win. Moreover, from the situation where Long Chen had been knocked back, the Red Ghost King seemed to be obviously biased towards Zhao Wuji. The young people who had just become disciples of the ancient devil realm felt that it was unfair. They hurriedly waited for the Red Ghost King's answer. As for the others, they also looked over. At this time, the battles of the other groups were almost over. Of the 7 great devil kings' personal disciples, 6 had been decided. Only Long Chen was left. On Long Chen's side, Long Chen defeated Zhao Wuji with an absolute advantage, just like in the previous 2 rounds. Although everyone was a little shocked, it was not difficult to accept. Therefore, after Long Chen asked the question, basically everyone's eyes were on the Red Ghost King. Zhao Wuji's face was pale. He stood behind the Red Ghost King and looked at Long Chen in shock. "Do I need to tell you why I made a move?" The Red Ghost King said coldly. Since the other party was being unreasonable, Long Chen was not afraid of him. He said, "Of course, Your Excellency is high above us. He is someone we respect and worship. I, Jiang Cheng, admire every expert in the earth martial arts realm. However, I heard that the ancient devil realm is a place with rules. We followed the rules and fought in the arena, but Your Excellency broke it. I still don't understand. Your Excellency is a real big shot. I think you won't be calculative with me because of what I said." After Long Chen finished speaking, there was a lot of agreement from the audience. This time, basically everyone was confused. If Long Chen was eliminated and Zhao Wuji became the champion, they would feel unfair. Everyone knew that Long Chen's strength was definitely above Zhao Wuji's. Chapter 468. The reaction of the crowd was also a form of pressure for the Crimson Ghost King. He thought to himself, if I directly kill this kid, it will leave a bad impression in the hearts of these new disciples. When the Domain Lord returns, he will definitely punish me. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "Lad, I won't talk nonsense with you. You just used the Demon Emperor Sword Path, Traceless Demon Shadow, and Great Skill of Tao Heart Demonic Seed. These are the secret skills of the ancient demons and cannot be taught to outsiders, but you were able to use them. Doesn't this mean that you have killed a disciple of the ancient demons and robbed him of his secret skills?" When Long Chen heard this, he immediately laughed. He said, "Lord Demon King, you are too presumptuous. Just because I know the secret skills of the ancient demons, does it mean that I have killed a disciple of the ancient demons?" Hearing that Long Chen dared to talk to the Crimson Ghost King, one of the 7 great demon kings, in such a manner, everyone was in awe of him. At this moment, everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what they were talking about. "If you didn't kill a disciple of the ancient demons, you have other ways," the Red Ghost King said coldly. "All right." Long Chen took out a black iron plate from his pocket. It was the one that Zhao Qingyun had given him when he left the Congyang Kingdom. It was the identity plate of the founding master named Guang Yuan. He said, "Lord Demon King, you must know what this is. This is the identity plate of the ancient demons." The Red Ghost King raised his eyebrows and a wave of heat rushed towards Long Chen. He sneered and said, "Lad, you even stole the identity plate of the ancient demons, and you still dare to say that you didn't kill a disciple of the ancient demons." Long Chen was also sizing up the Red Ghost King. The Red Ghost King was indeed powerful, but he was not very smart. The other 6 demon kings did not move much, but he rushed forward. However, since he was being unreasonable, Long Chen could only use logic to persuade him. As long as he could convince this fellow, the other 60,000 heavenly connecting pills would be his. "Demon King, please calm down." Long Chen raised the iron plate in his hand and said, "The name on this iron plate is Guang Yuan. You can go and check if there is a disciple named Guang Yuan in the ancient demon area in the past 100 years. "What do you mean by this?" the Red Ghost King said angrily. "It's very simple. This disciple named Guang Yuan was originally from the ancient demon area, but he left and found a small country in the Myriad Kingdom territory. He founded a small sect in the ancient demon area, which has been passed down to this day. Jiang City is only a disciple of the current sect leader of this small sect. Because his cultivation was successful, he wanted to come to the god Wushu Sage Court and enter the ancient demon area to cultivate. If Lord Demon King does not believe me, you can go and check." What Long Chen said was basically true. In fact, the Demon Emperor Sword Principle was just a beginner heaven-class technique. In the Shunwu Sacred Dynasty, there were many people who knew it, even if they were not from the ancient demon region. The Crimson Ghost King was purely looking for trouble. Now that Long Chen had evidence in his hands, he would probably be scolded by the region lord if he continued to cause trouble. Hence, he nodded impatiently and said, "Since you didn't kill any of my disciples, then forget it." After saying that, his body disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the seats of the 7 great demon kings. Long Chen still had a lingering fear. If he had not been clever and thought of using the identity token of Guang Yuan to resolve the crisis, with the unreasonable Red Ghost King, he might have lost his life. At this moment, the Divine Wind Demon General saw the situation and looked at Long Chen and Zhao Wuji. He could only announce in a loud voice, "Now, the masters of each of the 7 arenas have been decided. They are Jiang City." When this name was announced, Zhao Wuji knew that he had no chance. His original goal was to win 3 consecutive championships. He did not expect that he would only get second place in the first and second round. In the third round, he was eliminated from the 7th place. This made Zhao Wuji want to die. He left the arena in a daze. He lowered his head and his expression was extremely gloomy and terrifying. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the Divine Wind Demon General announced the masters of the other 6 arenas. Congratulations to the 7 of you for getting into the top 7 of this selection. In a while, you will have the honor of being chosen by the 7 great demon kings and become their personal disciples. As for which demon king you will become, it will depend on your luck. Now there is still the top 3 to fight for. All the masters of the arena, go to arena number 1. Under the instructions of the Divine Wind Demon General, the 7 victors stood on arena number 1. Of course, Huang Fuqi was among them. When she saw that Long Chen had also won, she was overjoyed. Hence, she ran to Long Chen's side happily and cupped her face. Her eyes were filled with little stars as she said in admiration, "Big brother, you are amazing. You beat the crap out of that bad guy. Isn't Xueqi great too? No one on your side is your match." Long Chen pinched her cheeks and smiled. "Big brother is bullying me. Bad. But Xueqi is no match for Big brother." Huang Fuqi hurriedly complained after being pinched by Long Chen. The 2 of them were very close to each other, but the other 5 were very far apart. At this moment, the Divine Wind Demon General announced that the battle for the top 3 had officially begun. Among the 7, Long Chen's strength was obvious to all. From the move he had used to defeat Zhao Wuji, it could be seen that no one present could withstand that move. In particular, he had a very good relationship with Huang Fuqi. Moreover, Huang Fuqi was recognized as the 3rd strongest person in the selection and the number 1 genius. If the other 5 people hadn't teamed up to deal with them, no one would have been able to resist them. Even if they teamed up, they might not have been able to defeat them. Hence, the 5 people gave up on fighting Long Chen and Huang Fuqi. Among the 5 of them, the 3rd place was decided. Long Chen had already known that would happen. After defeating Zhao Wuji, he knew that he would be the champion. Time gradually passed. They had already obtained the best ranking and could become the Demon King's disciple. From then on, they would soar to the sky. Therefore, they didn't fight very hard. After all, the 3rd place was just an extra 5,000 supreme pills. There was no need to put their lives on the line. As a result, the victor was determined very quickly. There was only a young man who was panting heavily on the field. He was about the same age as Zhao Wuji. Compared to Zhao Wuji, the only thing he lacked was a high heaven-tier battle skill. Being able to obtain 3rd place, he truly lived up to his name. He was no match for Long Chen and Huang Fuqi alone, so he left the ring. After he left, Huang Fuqi smiled and said, "Big brother, I don't lack supreme pills. It seems that you really need them. I'll give them to you." After saying that, she also skipped down the ring. Only Long Chen remained in the Grand Supreme, receiving the attention of the crowd. A dark horse had appeared out of nowhere and won 3 consecutive championships. Most importantly, he was only at the 1st level of the reaching heaven state. Long Chen's victory was enough to be a hot topic among the disciples of the Ancient Demons area. In the Ancient Demons area, many people were watching in the group chat. Jiang Cheng's name would be known in the Ancient Demons area from that day on. He was only a new disciple, but he had caused such a stir mainly because of his outstanding results. Long Chen enjoyed the attention of the crowd. "King of the new disciples. Maybe this title suits me well." Long Chen smiled to himself. At that moment, the Holy Wind Demon General announced the top 3 winners of the most rounds in the loudest voice. Long Chen was the disciple who had won 3 consecutive championships, so the Holy Wind Demon General emphasized it several times. Long Chen was satisfied that he had won 1st place. However, he knew that there were many hidden talents in the Ancient Demons area. Many people who were looking at Long Chen were stronger than Long Chen. He was only the king of the new disciples. In the Ancient Demons area, he was not qualified to speak. This selection is over. Congratulations to the 70 of you, especially those who are in the top 7. From today onwards, you will truly start your cultivation. As for the top 7, you will have a Demon King as your master. Of course, the Demon King won't accept trash. If you don't show sufficient improvement within 2 years, you will be reduced to the most ordinary disciple. The wind god demon general's cold voice sounded the alarm for everyone. No one could live comfortably forever. Only those who kept improving could become the king of the human beings. Next, the top 7 disciples, please step forward. Under the order of the Holy Wind Demon General, Long Chen, Huang Fuqi, and the other 5 disciples stepped forward. Long Chen looked back and saw Zhao Wuji's resentful look. He ignored it and followed the Holy Wind Demon General to the 7 demon kings. In front of them, even the Holy Wind Demon General had to lower his head. Long Chen also lowered his head, so that his arrogant look would not offend the demon kings. However, Long Chen was thinking, 7 people, 7 disciples, how would they distribute them? Among the 7 disciples, there were differences in aptitude. For example, Huang Fuqi had such strength at such a young age, so his aptitude was the most outstanding. The other 5 disciples were also between 14 and 15 years old, and their strength was at reaching Heaven Realm level 4. They seemed to be much better than Long Chen. It seemed that Long Chen had obtained victory today by relying on his older age and learning a few more battle techniques. In terms of aptitude, he was probably the worst. Of course, this was only the opinion of outsiders. Long Chen had only started cultivating for a year, which was much shorter than the others. His aptitude could only be described as terrifying. There were differences in aptitude, and the 7 demon kings were all high and mighty. Who would be willing to let a genius like Huang Fuqi be chosen by others? Therefore, Long Chen was looking forward to how the 7 demon kings would be distributed, and who would be his new teacher. Long Chen had taken a look earlier. It seemed that among the 7 demon kings, other than the Red Ghost King, each of them had terrifying thoughts and strength. Chapter 469. Everyone, let's follow the old rules and decide by drawing lots. At this moment, a cold female voice rang in Long Chen's ears. When Long Chen had arrived, he had already seen a woman who looked to be in her 30s among the 7 demon kings. She had a voluptuous figure and a gorgeous appearance. However, her expression and voice were incomparably cold. The one who was speaking now should be this woman. Generally speaking, women cared more about their appearance, so Long Chen estimated that this female devil king was probably over 40 years old. Let's draw lots, so that we won't be in a mess again. Among these 7 people, their talents are uneven. Some are good and some are bad. If we don't draw lots, who among the 7 of us will be satisfied? At this time, another devil king said, Divine Wind, bring up everything. I know you must have prepared everything, one of the devil kings said. Divine Wind Devil King nodded quickly and walked to the front of the devil kings. He took out a small box from his Chenkuan bag, and the 7 devil kings took out a folded piece of paper in order. This method was very old-fashioned, but very effective. The 7 of them are the champions of the 7 arenas. What number each devil king draws will correspond to the corresponding disciple. What do you think? Divine Wind Devil King said respectfully. Of course. Everyone, let's open the paper together. At this time, the only woman, King Qingli, said. Everyone nodded and then opened the paper in their hands at the same time. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 devil kings changed. You 7, raise your heads and let the devil kings have a good look. Only then did Long Chen and the others raise their heads. They had already lined up in order. It was clear at a glance which demon king had drawn which number and which disciple corresponded to which demon king had drawn. King Qingli smiled. Little girl, your name is Huang Fuqi, right? Look, among the 7 of us, only I am a woman, and among the 7 of you only you are a woman. Don't you think it's a coincidence that you become my disciple? King Qingli's expression had been very cold, but when she opened the note, she unexpectedly smiled. It could be seen how happy she was at this time. In the eyes of the demon lords, although Huang Fuqi only got the 2nd place, she was the most talented one among the 7 people. She was also the disciple that the 7 demon lords wanted most. Now that Huang Fuqi returned to King Qingli, they all looked at her with envy and jealousy. Congratulations, King Qingli. It's a pity that the number I drew is 3. 14 years old and in the 4th tier of the reaching heaven state. It's not much different from the previous years. Me too. I got 5. I'm number 4. 6. 7. The other demon lords revealed their numbers one after another. When the numbers from 2 to 7 came out, only one was missing. Everyone was stunned and looked at the Red Ghost King. At this time, they found that the Red Ghost King was depressed and even a little angry. He directly burned the note. Damn it! Why am I always unlucky? Last time I brought back a disciple in the 3rd tier of the Reaching Heaven state. I thought that since he could enter the top 7, he must be extraordinary. I didn't expect that he would still be in the 3rd tier after a year. The other ordinary disciples have surpassed him. This time, I'm even more unlucky. I got a disciple in the 1st tier of the Reaching Heaven state who is 17 years old. Why can you all get geniuses, but I always get trash? He directly cursed, showing how angry he was in his heart. Just now, he confronted Long Chen for a while, but he was contradicted by Long Chen. In his heart, he was already disgusted with Long Chen. Now, Long Chen directly became his pro-disciple. Every time, the top 7 would be able to become the pro-disciple of a demon lord. This was the rule set by the previous domain lords. Therefore, the Red Ghost King could only accept his fate. Of course, it was only on the surface. If Long Chen really followed him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Who said that my big brother is trash? He defeated that bad guy Zhao Wuji, won 3 times in a row, and became the first. Can he be considered trash? When Huang Fu-Chi heard this, she was unhappy. She was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. She directly said to the Red Ghost King angrily, "Little girl, how dare you talk to me like this?" The Red Ghost King roared, "Red Ghost King, don't scare my good disciple. If you have something to say to me, Queen Qingli." Queen Qingli was in a very good mood. Huang Fu-Chi was now her precious baby. Of course, she had to take good care of her. You've gotten a good disciple and you're here to show off in front of me, right? King Qingli, and everyone else, I, Qi King, will put my words out here today. I won't accept this Jiang Cheng. Whoever wants him can have him. Give that eliminated Zhao Wuji to me and I'll accept him as my personal disciple. I guarantee that in less than a year, that Jiang Cheng won't be able to withstand one move from him, Qi King said coldly. His attitude was very firm. The Red Ghost King had a hot temper and did things without thinking. The other 6 demon kings among the 7 demon kings were a little embarrassed to be with him. They had all accepted disciples. If the Red Ghost King wanted to make a mistake, they would not bother to deal with him. They would not accept Long Chen. When the region leader came back, if she wanted to punish someone, she would punish the Red Ghost King. It had nothing to do with them. Of course, Zhao Wuji was indeed a good seedling. Among the 7 demon kings, except for Queen Qingli who already had Huang Fu-Chi, the other demon kings were all thinking about Zhao Wuji. However, the Red Ghost King was obviously about to go berserk. The other demon kings were not willing to fight with the Red Ghost King for a disciple, so they let him go. Zhao Wuji, come here. I, the Red Ghost King, will accept you as my pro-disciple today. At this time, the Red Ghost King's voice came directly to Zhao Wuji's side. Zhao Wuji was shocked and immediately showed a look of surprise. He quickly ran over. Kid, you're smart. From now on, I, the Red Ghost King, will be your master. I promise, in 1 year, I will make you one of the top disciples in the ancient demon region. As for Jiang Cheng, I don't want him. You can take him if you want. He is already in the 1st tier of the Reaching Heaven realm at such a young age. Who knows when he will reach the 6th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm? 10 years. He accepted Zhao Wuji. The others did not object, which made him feel better. At this time, he looked at Zhao Wuji and was more and more satisfied. So, he directly grabbed Zhao Wuji's clothes and flew away. He said loudly, Divine Wind, there are still 9 disciples. Help me send them to the Red Ghost King's palace. I will take Zhao Wuji first. He was worried that others would snatch Zhao Wuji from him, so he directly left. After hearing the Red Ghost King's words, Zhao Wuji felt as if he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Long Chen had obtained 1st place, but in the end, his spot had been snatched away by him. This proved a saying, the one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Zhao Wuji thought that since he had lost to Long Chen, he was destined to be nothing. But unexpectedly, the one who had won in the end was him, Zhao Wuji. As long as the Red Ghost King gave his all to nurture him, he could completely leave Long Chen in the dust. After a period of time, Long Chen would only be a dead soul under his spear. Before leaving, Zhao Wuji cast the proudest look at Long Chen. He originally thought that Long Chen would be grief-stricken at this time, but unfortunately, he saw that Long Chen's expression had basically not changed. In fact, Long Chen had no intention of becoming the Red Ghost King's disciple. He reckoned that with his character, the Red Ghost King would not like him, and he might be killed by the Red Ghost King. Moreover, his most important purpose in coming to the ancient demon region was the Imperial Flame Pearl, and of course it was also to gain experience. As for the master, he did not need it. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Long Chen was very miserable now. He had painstakingly entered the top 10, but he was abandoned and became a laughingstock. The 6 demon kings looked at each other and then at Long Chen. However, to their surprise, Long Chen did not seem to have any reaction at all. Could it be that he was stupid? Who wants Jiang Cheng? King Qingli said softly. At this time, Huang Fuqi pulled Long Chen's hand and said angrily, "Big brother, we don't want the big red toad. Can you be with Chi-Chi?" "Master, I want to be with my big brother." Huang Fuqi looked at King Qingli with expectation, with tears rolling in her eyes. This was Huang Fuqi's killing move. Seeing her use this move, King Qingli immediately softened and said, "Well, Jiang Cheng, you can join my King Qingli palace. However, I can only accept a few disciples a year. Due to the rules, you can only be an ordinary disciple in my King Qingli palace. Are you willing?" This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. "Thank you, King Qingli. Of course, I am willing." Long Chen nodded and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. After Long Chen spoke, everyone realized that he wasn't scared silly. Instead, he didn't care about this matter in the first place. The demon kings looked at each other again. Only now did they vaguely feel that this Long Chen wasn't simple, whether it was his temperament or strength. Indeed, if it was simple, he could have won 3 consecutive championships. As such, the 70 new disciples were gradually allocated to the 7-seat king palaces, and brought back to the 7-seat king palaces by the 7-seat king palaces palace masters. The selection battle had finally come to an end. The 60,000 celestial elixirs were quickly sent to Long Chen by the immortal wind demon general. Long Chen also successfully obtained 100,000 celestial elixirs, which were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. The details of the selection battle spread like wildfire. Long Chen became the subject of everyone's discussion. This selection battle was too dramatic. Long Chen became the dark horse and achieved 3 consecutive championships. However, he was abandoned by the Red Ghost King in the end. Anyway, the loser, Zhao Wuji, became the Red Ghost King's disciple. In the eyes of everyone, Long Chen was simply a complete tragedy. Of course, Long Chen also knew that this was a disgrace. "I just came here, so I can only lie low for a while. When I am strong enough, Zhao Wuji and the Red Ghost King will be killed with one sword." On the road to King Qingli Palace, Long Chen looked in the direction of the previous and smiled gently. Chapter 470. King Qingli Palace was located in the east of the ancient demon area. It was not far from the entrance of the ancient demon area. In the ancient demon area, there were 7 main palaces, which were controlled by the 7 great devil kings. They were distributed among the mountains of the ancient demon area. In addition, there was an imperial palace, which was the center of the ancient demon area. It was the residence of the devil king, but most people did not know the location of the imperial palace. Among the 70 new disciples, 10 of them joined the Qingli imperial palace. Among them, Huang Fuqi was a personal disciple of King Qingli, while Long Chen and the other 8 people became ordinary disciples of the Qingli imperial palace. They were newcomers and did not have strong strength or a strong background. Even if they went to the Qingli imperial palace, they would be the lowest disciples. If they wanted to stand out, they had to endure slowly. Of course, Long Chen was an exception. Following King Qingli, the other disciples glanced at Long Chen from time to time. What surprised them was that Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened even though he had lost his position as a personal disciple. This made them admire Long Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Although Long Chen's potential seemed to be low, his strength was the best among the 70 disciples. If he could improve his cultivation level, he would soon become an existence that others could only look up to. Along the way, King Qingli asked about Huang Fuqi's well-being. As for Long Chen and the others, they were completely ignored. Soon, they arrived at King Qingli Palace. The ancient demon area was in a group of gray mountains. The environment of the Qingli Palace could only be regarded as ordinary, but compared with other palaces, it was much better. Similarly, there were basically no plants in this place. There must be a strange thing under the ancient demon area that has absorbed all the spiritual chi here, Kitten said in the great virtual realm. What is it? Long Chen asked curiously. I don't know. The strong warriors in the ancient devil zone are too strong for you. You should focus on improving yourself. If you can't get the Emperor Flame Pearl, no matter how powerful I am, I won't be able to give you the power of the Golden Crow. This was indeed an urgent matter. Don't worry. My current combat power has far exceeded my cultivation level. This means that I can kill demonic beasts that are several levels higher than me. As long as I can find the gathering place of demonic beasts, my strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, Long Chen said confidently. Generally speaking, as long as Long Chen managed to break through to the third level of a demonic beast, its blood would at least help Long Chen advance in his cultivation. And with Long Chen's genuine chi, which had just reached the first level of the heaven-reaching realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a fourth-level demonic beast of the heaven stage. Even a third-level demonic beast of the heaven stage could help him make great progress, not to mention a fourth-level demonic beast of the heaven stage. During the conversation with Kitten, Emperor Qingli suddenly turned around and looked at these new disciples of Qingli Imperial Palace, saying, After you enter Qingli Imperial Palace, you will be under the command of Demon General Zhu Li, one of the 4 great demon generals of Qingli Imperial Palace. Demon General Zhu Li is in charge of the training and promotion of ordinary disciples in Qingli Imperial Palace. When you see him, you must call him Demon General. Yes. Long Chen and the others nodded. In the ancient demon territory, it seemed that only the Demon King was qualified to accept disciples. Among others, the relationship between ordinary disciples and Demon General like Long Chen was like that between soldiers and generals. The difference between ordinary disciples and inherited disciples was basically a world apart. Of course, Long Chen also knew that if an inherited disciple didn't perform well, he would be demoted to an ordinary disciple. Led by Emperor Qingli, Long Chen and the others came to the martial arts practice field of Qingli Imperial Palace. From a distance, Long Chen could feel a grand and violent spirit coming from the front. It required hundreds of experts to practice and train at the same time in order to burst out enough power to shake Long Chen back. After approaching the martial arts practice field, Long Chen saw that in the vast training field of Qingli Imperial Palace, there were hundreds of young disciples practicing. They all wore simple black armors and looked like ordinary soldiers. There was a huge word demon on their chests. At this time, among these 100 people, more than 70 people were practicing quietly in the corner, while the others were fighting. They could hone themselves and improve themselves in the fight. This was a very good mode. The system in the ancient demon region was strict and urgent. It was completely military-style management. Judging by how these ordinary disciples risked their lives and how much blood and sweat they shed, one could see how fierce the competition was. Long Chen guessed that it was precisely this military-style strict management system that allowed the ancient demon region to become one of the major powers of the Shenwu sacred dynasty. You have just come out of the entrance selection battle, so you can probably experience it. In the ancient demon territory, there is a strict reward and punishment system. As long as you work hard and have talent, no matter where you are, you can get enough rewards. But if you don't work hard enough and have no achievements, no matter how great your talent is, it may be buried. Among the 10 of you, 2 of you got a lot of rewards in the selection battle. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future. Emperor Qingli turned around and said. The 2 people she mentioned were, of course, Long Chen and Huang Fuqi. At this time, those who were in the trial already knew their arrival. Emperor Qingli was the head of the Qingli Imperial Palace. When people here saw her, no matter who they were, they all saluted her obediently, even if it was a demon general who walked out of the crowd. This demon general was abnormally tall and sturdy. He was more than 2 meters tall, but what was even more outstanding than his height was his body shape. His body was wide, and even though he was more than 2 meters tall, coupled with his sturdy body, he still looked a little short. Long Chen looked at his exposed arms and was secretly shocked. This demon general's body is really strong. I don't know how he can grow like this. Long Chen sighed with emotion. He estimated that the arms of this person in front of him were almost as thick as Long Chen's waist. Long Chen only glanced at him briefly, and then did not dare to look at him again. After all, he was a demon general at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. Long Chen was not qualified to look at him boldly. The other 9 people also turned their heads obediently. Long Chen knew that this incomparably sturdy man was the Herculean demon general that Long Chen would follow in the future. The appearance of the Herculean demon general was not simple and honest. Instead, he was mature and steady. There was a cold light between his brows, which was very oppressive. If there was a bloody light in his eyes, he would be no different from a ferocious demon beast. From the appearance of the demon general of great strength, it could be seen that he was definitely the kind of person who was very suitable to be a general. Under his training, the ordinary disciples of the ancient demons area were all in high spirits, with cold eyes and positive attitudes. Basically, everyone had a strong evil spirit. In the demon palace, only Zhao Qingyun pursued the demon, which was a kind of freedom. But the others, including those in the ancient demons area, pursued the demon, which was belligerent and ferocious in the eyes of the secular world. At this time, the demon general of great strength met Emperor Qingli. Demon General, these 10 are the new disciples this year. Except for Xueqi, who is my personal disciple, the cultivation of the others, the stimulation of their potential, the improvement of their combat skills, and the old rules, will all be handed over to you. Emperor Qingli said with a smile. Yes, I will complete the task successfully. I will not give up any genius, and I will not forgive any trash. The demon general of great strength quickly cupped his hands and said sincerely. He glanced around the 10 people and found that there was no one he wanted to meet. He asked, these people great strength, have made a pact with them. After bathing in the demon light tomorrow, you can start the training the day after tomorrow. However, may I ask Emperor Qingli, has my nephew Zhao Wuji been accepted as a disciple by a demon king? After that, he looked at Emperor Qingli expectantly. Emperor Qingli did not answer, but Long Chen was stunned. What a coincidence! He just followed Huang Fuqi to the Qingli palace, but the person who was in charge of his life and rest turned out to be Zhao Wuji's uncle. Long Chen knew how much he had humiliated Zhao Wuji in the selection battle. Once the demon general of great strength knew the whole story, Long Chen would be doomed. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting it. Long Chen could only try his best to be on guard against vile people in this harsh environment and improve his strength. If he lost his life instead of obtaining the Emperor Flame Bead, it would be a great loss. Zhao Wuji has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Red Ghost King. You don't have to worry. The Red Ghost King is like picking up a treasure. Maybe he will visit you personally one day. Emperor Qingli smiled faintly. After hearing this, the demon general of great strength breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Demon General Zhu Li breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. He continued to ask, my nephew is really talented. I watched him grow up and know his potential very well. As long as he grows up safely in this life, his future achievements will be limitless. He once told me that he could easily win 3 consecutive championships. King Qingli, may I ask if my nephew has won 3 consecutive championships? 3 consecutive championships. Emperor Qingli was stunned and then subconsciously glanced at Long Chen. She was a smart person and knew that once she told the truth, Long Chen would definitely be hated by the demon general of great strength. He might even lose his life in a few days. On second thought, the demon general would know sooner or later. Moreover, Long Chen's potential was not high and he was not very useful to the Qingli palace. Keeping him alive might also limit Huang Fuqi's growth. If he died, it would be better. So she said, 3 consecutive championships. Zhao Wuji is talented. He is only a little bit away from winning 3 consecutive championships. He didn't get it. The demon general of great strength was a little depressed and asked, which level did he not get it? Is it the first level? His body is not strong and he did not inherit my strength? Emperor Qingli looked at Long Chen and shook her head. Not only the first level, but also the second and third levels. He did not even send the top 7 in the third level. In the end, the Red Ghost King accepted him as a disciple. It was also the Red Ghost King's decision to break the rules. To be honest, there is indeed a person who can win 3 consecutive championships, and he is right in front of you. Chapter 471. In front of me. The giant strength demon general was shocked. His gaze instantly fell on Huang Fuqi, and he exclaimed, this little girl is already in the 4th level of the reaching heaven state at such a young age, and she even won 3 championships in a row. She's really an unparalleled genius. My Zhao Wuji lost to her. I don't resent him at all. King Qingli was stunned. She knew that he had obviously misunderstood. At this time, Huang Fuqi flew into a rage. She pulled Long Chen's arm and said, "Uncle Big Guy, what nonsense are you talking about? The person who won 3 championships in a row is my big brother. He won the first place in the selection battle. He was supposed to be the direct disciple of the Red Toad. Your silly nephew is no match for my big brother. But the Red Toad has something wrong with his head. He didn't want my big brother, but accepted Zhao Wuji instead. So I let my big brother follow me." Huang Fuqi's address was quite shocking. First of all, she called the mighty demon general Uncle Big Guy, which was quite common. But because the Red Ghost King's face was full of bumps and hollows and his skin was red, she called him the Red Toad. If the Red Ghost King heard clearly that Huang Fuqi was referring to him, he would definitely explode with anger. "Chi, don't talk nonsense." King Qingli almost choked on his own saliva and said sternly. The Red Ghost King was famous for being difficult and stingy. If he knew that Huang Fuqi called him that behind his back, he would definitely make a big fuss. The mighty demon general also came to his senses after hearing Huang Fuqi's address. He absorbed all the information in Huang Fuqi's words. He looked at Long Chen and still couldn't believe it. He quickly asked King Qingli, "King Qingli, what this little girl said, she's telling the truth. This youngster's name is Jiang Cheng. He has just reached the first tier of the Reaching Heaven state, but he has mastered an advanced heaven-level body refining and attack-type battle techniques. It's precisely because of these 2 techniques that he has won 3 championships in a row and won 100,000 supreme elixirs. The Red Ghost King doesn't get along with him, so he took Zhao Wuji as his disciple. Now that he's your disciple, you'd better nurture him well." Empress Qingli casually reminded him. After all, if the Herculean demon general did it too obviously, it would be hard for Empress Qingli to put down her pride. Understanding the meaning of King Qingli, the gigantic strength demon general nodded quickly. He looked up and down at Long Chen. He really couldn't understand why an ordinary youngster like Long Chen would have the power to win 3 championships in a row. As for why Long Chen had not been taken in as a direct disciple, the Herculean demon general knew this very well. Long Chen was already older than the average person, but his realm was the lowest. Realm was a person's foundation. Moreover, if one's talent was different at a young age, the gap would grow larger and larger. Long Chen was now 3 or 4 levels lower than others, but in the future, it would be 5 or 6 levels lower. He would never be able to catch up to others in his lifetime. As for the advanced heaven-level battle techniques, people like Zhao Wuji would practice them a lot in the future. This was the gap, and also the reason why the Red Ghost King had chosen Zhao Wuji and not Long Chen. However, the glory that originally belonged to Zhao Wuji was snatched away by the youngster in front of him. Especially the 100,000 supreme pills, which could save him a lot of expenses. Now that it had fallen into the hands of Long Chen, the Herculean demon general felt uncomfortable. Looking at the Herculean demon general's eyes, Long Chen knew that the future would not be easy. However, Long Chen did not want to stay in the ancient demon region for a long time. 2 months later would be the day when the 9 sons were born together. Long Chen would stay here for at most 2 months. Moreover, he was confident that he would become stronger very quickly, surpassing everyone's imagination. At that time, he would let everyone understand who the real genius was. The Herculean demon general looked at Long Chen for a while and nodded. "Your name is Jiang Cheng. Very good. You were able to win 3 consecutive championships. The strength of the ancient demon region is not that great, but you are at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. I hope you work hard. After a year, I will look at the 70 of you. I hope you can still be in the top 3 and win glory for my King Qingli Palace." "Yes, Lord Demon General." Long Chen replied according to the rules. King Qingli nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, Herculean Demon, continue your training. The rest of you, follow me. I will arrange a place for you to stay. Tomorrow, you will bathe in the magic light and improve your genuine qi. You will truly become the disciples of the ancient demon region. From the day after tomorrow, you will follow the Herculean demon general to practice. He is a very good senior." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Under the arrangement of King Qingli, Long Chen came to the residence of an ordinary disciple. There were few buildings here. It was said that in the King Qingli Palace, all the ordinary disciples below the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven realm lived in this area. As for those above the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, As long as they had opened one of the 2 earth apertures, they could be regarded as senior disciples. Huang Fuqi was the core disciple of King Qingli. Therefore, after making arrangements with the core disciple, King Qingli took her back. The little girl was reluctant to leave, but she left in the end. Of course, Long Chen knew that she was most reluctant to leave Xiao Lang. After settling down, Xiao Lang came out of the great virtual realm. Kitten was unwilling to be left alone. He turned into a fat white cat and rolled around in the small room. Big brother, I think the giant strength demon general will make trouble for you. It's impossible to guard against him. He is at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. If he really makes a move, you'll be finished. Xiao Lang said worriedly. He doesn't have the right to make a move so openly. I just need to hurry up and quickly improve my strength. Tomorrow, after bathing in that demonic light, I'll go to the ancient demon area to train the demonic beasts. As long as he went there, Long Chen was sure that his strength would increase to a frightening degree. What is that demonic light? Xiao Lang asked curiously. I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. The bathing should be a release of the power of the mark. The disciples of the ancient demon area practice Zhen Qi with a kind of demonic nature. Over time, it will even affect their minds. The source of the demonic nature should be the power of the mark. The power of the mark is usually stored in an object after the death of a strong warrior. It will be treated as a treasure and released by the later generations. With the release of this power, the mark will also penetrate deep into the body of the person, such as the demonic nature, Kitten explained. Long Chen and Xiao Lang suddenly understood. In other words, the bathing in the demonic light will make my Zhen Qi carry the demonic nature. So, I'd better not bathe in the demonic light. Long Chen asked tentatively. If you don't go, aren't you afraid that the big guy will find an excuse to kill you? Kitten said with a smile. It looked as if it had nothing to do with it. Then what should I do? Long Chen knew that Fat Cat would definitely have a way. I have to go. Not only do I have to absorb the power of the mark, but I also have to take all the power in it. Kitten smiled mysteriously. You have a way to get rid of the mark and let me absorb the pure power? Long Chen guessed. Quack. Kitten's eyes widened. Then he smiled helplessly and said, You are a little clever. To be able to catch up to 1/10,000th of my power. Not bad, not bad. Because of this, I will erase the mark for you tomorrow and absorb the power. Done. Long Chen had a plan. After dealing with this demon shine, he would have to quickly increase his strength. At this moment, Kitten frowned and said, The big guy is coming. Good luck. After saying that, he was faster than anyone else and immediately slipped into the great void realm. Coward. Long Chen cursed. Then, he used the spirit-devouring demon eye and saw the Herculean demon general walking towards him. The Herculean demon general was very big. No matter how light his steps were, they would still make a sound. Soon, he arrived in front of Long Chen's door and knocked on it. Sir Herculean demon general, what business do you have with me? Long Chen opened the door and calmly asked. Come with me. The Herculean demon general faintly said and then turned to leave. If there's anything, just say it here. Long Chen didn't move. He didn't know what this fellow was planning, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The Herculean demon general stopped and then turned his head. His gaze was like a blade as it swept over Long Chen, giving Long Chen a strong sense of oppression. He took a few steps closer and suddenly a powerful pressure pressed down on Long Chen, forcing him into the room. Kid, it seems like you did well today. You've become more daring. The Herculean demon general raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I don't know what Sir Herculean demon general means. Since I came to King Qingli Palace, I don't think I've done anything wrong. Long Chen asked. You still dare to talk to me? That's your fault. The Herculean demon general's voice rumbled and made Long Chen dizzy. The genuine chi of the 9th level of the reaching heaven state was indeed extraordinary. He could probably kill Long Chen with a wave of his hand. Long Chen knew that the more he spoke, the more arrogant the Herculean demon general would be. So he chose to shut up. Seeing that he had finally learned his lesson, the Herculean demon general then said, I went to see my nephew in the afternoon. He has a lot of opinions about you and asked me to teach you a lesson. Kid, you'll have to suffer in my hands from now on. Of course, if you can complete the training task I gave you, you won't have to suffer. Long Chen continued to be silent. Seeing that he didn't resist, the Herculean demon general suddenly felt very bored. So he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Forget it. You're a newbie, so I won't make things difficult for you for the time being. However, you won't be able to use the 100,000 heavenly reaching pills for the time being. How about this? I'll keep 90,000 heavenly reaching pills for you so that you won't be targeted by others and end up with nothing left of your corpse. I'm protecting you. What do you think?" "You finally revealed your fox's tail." Long Chen smiled in his heart. He knew that 90,000 heavenly reaching pills was his goal tonight. To the Herculean demon general, 90,000 heavenly reaching pills was just a small amount. However, in his opinion, it was something that originally belonged to Zhao Wuji. If it was placed in the hands of Long Chen, it would be a pure waste. "Hand it over. 90,000 heavenly reaching pills in exchange for your life." Seeing that Long Chen didn't move, the Herculean demon general's eyes darkened. Chapter 472. If Long Chen didn't hand it over, the giant strength demon general might really kill him. For him, Long Chen was just an insignificant person. In the ancient demon region, he had no background, but he had a treasure that did not match his strength. He deserved to die. Long Chen, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He had thought that it would be difficult to get through tonight. Fortunately, he used his spirit-devouring demon eye and saw the little girl, Huang Fuqi, arrive. This little girl must have just settled down and was reluctant to part with him and the wolf cub, so she hurried over. Her arrival could be said to solve a huge problem for Long Chen. Soon, the giant strength demon general felt Huang Fuqi's approach. His face stiffened and he said angrily, "Son of a bitch, you're lucky today. But I warn you, the 100,000 heavenly power elixir originally belongs to my nephew. If you don't take it today, I will come to take it tomorrow. Also, don't spread this matter, or you will die. I will only affect your reputation a little. Make your own choice." After that, the giant strength demon general waved his hand heavily and then strode away. As soon as he walked out, Huang Fuqi, who was sneaking around, saw him and suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Big Guy, oh no, Uncle Brick, why are you here?" She thought she was clever. King Qingli didn't allow her to call the giant strength demon general Uncle Big Guy, so she directly changed it to Uncle Brick. Indeed, the giant strength demon general's body was broad and huge, not much different from a brick. The words Uncle Brick directly made the giant strength demon general speechless. Of course, Huang Fuqi's status was very different from that of Long Chen. The giant strength demon general only dared to snort coldly and directly left. Huang Fuqi looked at his leaving figure curiously, then slipped into Long Chen's room and looked up and down at Long Chen. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her small chest, saying, "Fortunately, big brother, you didn't lose your chastity and were not defiled by Uncle Brick." Long Chen was stunned and almost fainted. He said angrily, "Little girl, where did you learn this? Isn't it like this? I used to hear that those wretched uncles don't like girls. They like handsome young men like you. When I saw him just now, I thought you were going to lose your chastity. Fortunately, Chi-Chi came quickly, or I would regret it for the rest of my life." The expressions of Long Chen and Xiao Lang were very stiff. "Lovely dog. You appear again." Huang Fuqi let out a scream and changed her target. She hugged the little wolf in her arms and stroked it. The little wolf's originally neat hairstyle was messed up like a bird's nest. Before they separated, Long Chen had some instructions to Demon General Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi's Chen knew that Long Chen's strength Li is Demon General over Demon General Huang Li over. Before they parted, Long Chen had some instructions to Huang Fuqi, so he knew that Huang Fuqi would come over at night. "Ah, I got it," Huang Fuqi said happily. "Then tell me quickly." Long Chen was very satisfied with her performance. "Well, haha, my master said that in the ancient demon area, there is a realm demon mountain. The whole realm demon mountain is penetrated by a vertical passage. At the peak of the realm demon mountain, there is a huge hole, which is the entrance of the passage like a volcanic crater. Inside the passage is the training ground with the evil beasts." Long Chen asked tentatively. "Well, master said that as long as you jump into the hole from top to bottom, you will keep falling, and then you will go to a place called Sevenfold Demon Realm. There are 7 layers of space in the Sevenfold Demon Realm, and each space is a small world. The Sevenfold Demon Realm is the superposition of 7 small worlds. In the Sevenfold Demon Realm, there are evil beasts in the first 3 levels of the heaven stage. In the second level, there are evil beasts in the fourth and fifth levels of the heaven stage. In the third level, there are evil beasts in the seventh level of the heaven stage. As for the fourth level, it should be a huge training ground, which is generally used for disciples' competitions and military drills. It is much bigger than the training ground outside. As for the fifth level and above, I don't know. Master didn't tell me. Sevenfold Demon Realm. Long Chen nodded secretly. The God Wushu Sage dynasty was indeed different. Even the small world was superposition of 7. Long Chen knew about the first 4 levels, but Long Chen had a vague feeling that the secrets of the ancient demon area should be hidden in the last 3 levels, including the Imperial Palace that didn't exist in the outside world. The 7 Imperial Palaces were everywhere in the ancient demon area, but the mysterious Imperial Palace was nowhere to be found. Only a small number of people in the ancient demon area were qualified to enter the Imperial Palace. The top fighting skills, divine weapons, and spiritual medicines of the ancient demon area probably existed in a space similar to the Imperial Palace. Xueqi, your great master said that there are any restrictions in entering the sevenfold demon realm? Long Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. My great master said that as long as I have her permission, I can go to the first 4 levels. As for the ordinary disciples, the first 6 levels of the reaching heaven state are considered low-level disciples, and the last 3 levels of the reaching heaven state are considered high-level disciples. Low-level disciples can only go to the first 2 levels. High-level disciples have the same privileges as great masters, and can go to the first 4 levels. Of course, once you reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, you are already at the level of a demon general. I am now a low-level disciple, which means I can go to the first 2 levels. I guess there are many demonic beasts that will be useful to me in the 2nd level. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he could go to the sevenfold demon realm tomorrow to have a look. Brother, if you want to go to the sevenfold demon realm, I want to go too. Huang Fuqi's eyes lit up, and she said quickly. Who said I want to go? We are going to the demonic light tomorrow, and we are going to start training the day after tomorrow. I just want to know if I have time in the future. If I have time in the future, I will definitely take Xueqi there, okay? Long Chen knew that this little girl wouldn't stop, so he had already prepared what to say. Okay, but big brother, you are a man, and you must keep your word. If you lie to Xueqi, I will curse you, to die without descendants. What? Long Chen felt that he had shot himself in the foot. He really didn't know where Huang Fuqi had learned to say such things. Sometimes when she said it, it really made him want to spit out his rice. After understanding everything he wanted to know, Long Chen asked Huang Fuqi to leave, and he began to immerse himself in cultivation. At this point, it seems like the Demon Emperor Sword Wei and the other heaven-level combat skills are not very useful anymore. What I can use now are the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon's magical powers and the Void Dragon Talisman's time reversal. As for combat strength, I mostly rely on my body and the Sky Punishment Sword formation that little she left me. That alone is far from enough. Long Chen realized that he was lacking. At this moment, he was like a dry sponge, and the ancient demon realm was like an ocean to him. If he threw himself into the ocean, he would soon absorb enough water, and then he would know how much water there was in the ocean. He was an infinite sponge, and he didn't know whether he would suck up all the water here. When I get the Emperor Flame Pearl, I will directly reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state on the day of coexistence of the 9 suns. At that time, the power of the Golden Crow will be formed in the 9 apertures. By then, my strength will definitely rush to the top of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. At that time, I will have the confidence to enter the archaic cemetery. Otherwise, just like now, a giant demon general can trample on me. How can I enter the archaic cemetery? Long Chen had a firm goal and a deep understanding. Therefore, the only goal in the ancient demon realm was the Emperor Flame Pearl. The Emperor Flame Pearl can help people reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, which means that my strongest opponent will be the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. That means I have to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state in a little more than a month. Can I achieve such a big gap? Even Long Chen himself didn't know the answer to this question. Although he could refine his blood into qi, he needed enough reaching heaven elixirs and strong beast blood. There are so many strong warriors. So, I need to work harder. In the room, Long Chen clenched his fists. While he was practicing, the next day came quickly. When Long Chen heard a hurried knock on the door, he opened it immediately. It was one of the 8 new apprentices from the day before. Long Chen didn't know his name yet. Jiang City, it's almost 7 o'clock. In the ancient demon realm, the punishment for being late is very severe. I just learned about it. Today is going to be covered by the demonic light. We have to hurry, the apprentice said in a hurry. In the ancient demon realm it was like an army. It was easy to imagine the army's demand for time. Thanks a lot. Long Chen thanked the apprentice, then followed him. In order not to be late, Long Chen hurried with all his heart. Finally, before 7 o'clock, Long Chen and the others arrived at their destination. It wasn't the training field, but another pavilion. They would only go to the training field the next day, when the real practice started. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen heard Huang Fuqi's laughter. He hadn't seen her yet, but Huang Fuqi had already jumped on him. She opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Big brother, where's the dog? Where's the dog? I won't show the dog to you now. Don't make trouble." Long Chen gently pulled her away and said fiercely, "Oh." Huang Fuqi was a little upset, but she immediately became excited again. She pointed at a young man and said to Long Chen, "Big brother, look, this is my sixth brother. My sixth brother is very powerful. He won the first place in the entrance test 2 years ago, and he won 3 championships in a row. He won 100,000 reaching heaven pills in a row. He was at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state at that time. It's only been 2 years, and he has become a master at the 6th level of the reaching heaven state. Master said that he will soon open his earth aperture and reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. He will become a top apprentice." Following Huang Fuqi's gaze, Long Chen looked at the seemingly legendary youth. He seemed to be a year younger than Long Chen. He had delicate features and looked like a talented person. Although he looked feminine on the outside, he was actually very tough on the inside. There was even a hint of viciousness hidden under his gentle and refined exterior. Chapter 473. At that moment, everyone had arrived. They weren't late. "Everyone, be careful next time. Come at least 15 minutes earlier. It's impolite to make me or the Devil General wait for you here. Strictly speaking, it's disrespectful," said Huang Fuqi's 6th brother. Huang Fuqi's 6th senior brother spoke up. His expression was cold, and he did not hide his powerful true energy at all when he spoke. "Yes." After coming to the ancient demon area, the demon kings and the demon generals had completely smoothed out their tempers. If they wanted to survive in the ancient demon area, it would be useless if they didn't have the strength to do so. Long Chen opened his mouth and said, "My name is Qin Huanyu. My name is Qin Huanyu. You can just call me Senior Brother Qin. During normal training, I will assist the Herculean Demon General and be in charge of the 9 newcomers. So, from today on you have to listen to me. You have to do what I tell you to do. If you don't do what I tell you to do, then you will be punished. Go back and learn about the punishment measures in the ancient demon area. I believe you will find it very refreshing," Qin Huanyu said with a smile. 6th brother's words are a bit annoying, Huang Fuqi whispered into Long Chen's ear. "You weren't like this before," Huang Fuqi said. Of course, he would treat Huang Fuqi amiably. However, when it came to ordinary disciples like Long Chen, as the leader, he had to establish his own dignity. He could do whatever he wanted. Long Chen and the others didn't say anything. "Do you understand?" Qin Huanyu said loudly. "Understood." Everyone nodded. "What?" "Louder, I can't hear you." "Understood." This time, his voice was loud and clear. Long Chen was a little speechless. This guy really knew how to act pretentious. It seemed like his future days would be very difficult. Fortunately, Long Chen already had a direction in his heart. Otherwise, if he were to stay here every day and suffer from his 6 senior brother's anger, he didn't know if he would be unable to restrain himself one day. At that moment, Qin Huanyu looked at Long Chen and said, "I heard that among the 10 of you, one won 3 championships in a row. That must be you." Long Chen nodded. Say. Qin Huanyu shook his head and said, "The standards of the selections are really getting worse with each generation. When I obtained 3 consecutive championships, the resistance I faced was far beyond your imagination. However, I still managed to overcome it in the end." Qin Huanyu shook his head and sighed. Seeing that no one had any reaction, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Long Chen and the others had been very obedient today, so he was very satisfied. He directly took out a black crystal ball from his cosmos sack. This crystal ball was similar to a soul consolidation pearl. It was about the size of a fist, and it was filled with dense energy. The power of the seal contained in this crystal can at most help a person reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Just then, Kitten's voice rang out in the great void realm. Only Long Chen and Xiao Lang could hear it. The 7th level of the reaching heaven state. What will happen if I absorb it all the way? Long Chen thought excitedly. You will die. Not to mention that you can't control such a great power now. I can't dissolve such a great power of the seal. Moreover, you should be the treasure of the Qingli Palace. If you ruin it like this, will you be able to live? More importantly, that young man has mastered the use of the seal crystal. He can cut off the source of your power at any time. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that his idea of reaching the sky in a single bound was not realistic. Next, you sit down with your legs crossed. I will bathe you in the magic light, so that your cultivation will grow and you will have the power of the ancient devil territory. Then, you will truly become a member of the ancient devil territory. Qin Huanyu looked around and said solemnly. Everyone sat down with their legs crossed and got into the posture of practicing. As soon as the magic light arrived, they could start practicing. Good, very good. Qin Huanyu was very satisfied. At this time, he put the crystal ball in front of him and closed his eyes. Under his control, the black crystal ball gradually floated up and gradually reached a height of more than 4 meters from the ground. It floated above the heads of Long Chen and the others. It's starting, Qin Huanyu said softly. As soon as his voice fell, the black crystal above everyone's heads began to emit a black fog. This fog soon looked like a dark cloud, shrouding the heads of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen could indeed feel that there was a very strong power above their heads. Moreover, this power seemed to be getting stronger. The dark cloud started to cover Long Chen and the others. Gradually, it looked like a giant black egg, covering Long Chen and the others. The black crystal was like a lump on the surface of the egg, still emitting a black power. Long Chen could already feel that as his genuine qi revolved, the black power had replaced the spiritual qi of the sky and the earth and started to merge with his genuine qi. This was a very pure power, which was 10 times denser and purer than the spiritual qi of the sky and the earth in the ancient devil territory. This power could directly transform into his genuine qi. However, the only problem was that there was a hidden property in this power. If this power was not eradicated, he would not be able to use it as he pleased. The power emitted by this crystal is too slow. Moreover, the 10 of you will share it. I estimate that in the end, each of you will not be able to deepen your cultivation by 1 level. Let's take a risk and help you advance to the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. What do you think? Kitten's tempting voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. That's great. Long Chen thought for a while and said decisively. Then, he found that the surrounding power, with the Void Dragon spell as the core, was quickly sweeping into Long Chen's body. Long Chen hurriedly sped up the speed of the genuine qi and swallowed the black power crazily into his body. The intensity of this kind of swallowing was almost the same as refining blood into qi. In a short time, the giant black egg that enveloped the others all entered Long Chen's body like a whirlwind. The giant egg disappeared, and the figures of the others all appeared. However, at this time, most of the people were trying their best to absorb the black power. No one knew that the black power had appeared, only that it had already been absorbed by Long Chen. The black crystal above their heads seemed to be affected by the swallowing force of Long Chen. More black power gushed out, and like a straight line, it was swallowed by Long Chen. What? Qin Huanyu was originally carefree, but this sudden turn of events simply stunned him. His face was pale, and he hurriedly put the black crystal into his cosmos sack. Only then did he look at Long Chen with a shocked expression. Judging from the situation just now, the culprit of all this should be Long Chen. At this time, the others also felt that the swallowing force had been cut off. They just thought that it was over. It was over as soon as it started, and they still felt a little unsatisfied. It should be known that in that instant, the speed at which their genuine qi increased was far faster than usual. However, when they opened their eyes, they saw Qin Huanyu's face full of anger. He was walking quickly toward Long Chen, and looking at his posture, it seemed like he was going to kill Long Chen. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. However, Huang Fuqi would not let Qin Huanyu do this. She hurriedly stood up, stood in front of Long Chen, and said, "Sixth senior fellow apprentice, what are you going to do?" "Little junior sister apprentice. Get out of the way." This guy actually swallowed all your power. I don't know what evil method he has. I'm going to kill him now, Qin Huanyu said with a ferocious face. No, no one can hurt my eldest brother. Not even 6th senior fellow apprentice. If 6th senior fellow apprentice is disobedient, I will report to master that you bullied me. Whoa. Huang Fuqi started to make trouble, and even Qin Huanyu had no way to stop her. He knew that Huang Fuqi was now the most popular person in the eyes of King Qingli, and even more popular than him. If he offended her, Qin Huanyu would not have a good time. Of course, Long Chen dared to swallow the power openly because he knew Huang Fuqi. If Huang Fuqi was not here, Long Chen, who was now cultivating, would have been killed by Qin Huanyu with one move. Little junior sister apprentice, you don't understand. Long Chen violated the rules. Originally, the magic light was divided equally among the 10 of you, but you swallowed it all by yourself. Do you think he should be killed? Qin Huanyu said coldly. The others looked at each other in dismay. If that was really the case, then Long Chen had robbed them of their belongings. Qin Huanyu had to stand up for them, and it was only right for him to do so. I don't believe it. Besides, I think there is a lot of power in the crystal ball. Why don't you take it out and let us absorb it again? Moreover, my eldest brother is now breaking through. No matter what the reason is, no one can hurt him. Huang Fuqi became tough. She was determined to protect Long Chen, and even Qin Huanyu had no way to stop her. In fact, Long Chen was currently on the verge of breaking through. For the first breakthrough, Long Chen had consumed a total of 300 divine dawn to successfully break through the Dan spirit aperture in his Dan Tian. But now, after being shrouded by the devilish light just now, Long Chen already had enough true qi to break through the second aperture, which was located in the chest, the middle spiritual aperture. This was right next to the heart and was the core of the entire body. After breaking through the middle spiritual aperture, a new core would be formed here. At that time, Long Chen would be able to explode with even greater power. And now, Long Chen was gathering all the strength in his body and moving towards the middle spiritual aperture from all directions. The middle spiritual aperture was not like the elixir aperture. The elixir aperture originally had a large space, but the middle spiritual aperture needed to expand the aperture that did not originally exist. The effort needed was much more difficult than the elixir aperture. Of course, before that, it was necessary to integrate the power of the supreme elixir into it. The power of genuine qi was too violent. Only the power of the supreme elixir could nurture the aperture and make it grow gradually in a gentle way, until Long Chen reached the second tier of the reaching heaven state. Chapter 474. He had already used up 300 connecting heaven elixirs the first time. How much would he need for the second time? Fortunately, Long Chen had 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs. Otherwise, it would have been a great tragedy. Normally, if one didn't have enough connecting heaven elixirs, no one would dare to make a breakthrough to the next level. Otherwise, one's tendons and meridians would be broken, and one's body would explode. 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs. Even Qin Huanyu didn't have that much wealth. Therefore, these connecting heaven elixirs would be enough for Long Chen to practice for a few levels. Due to the dragon soul qi, he would need a lot more connecting heaven elixirs than others. A large amount of connecting heaven elixirs transformed into white energy and entered Long Chen's body. Outside, everyone was simply dumbstruck. They knew that Long Chen was only at the first level of the heavenly ascension realm. For an ordinary person, to break through from the first level of the heavenly ascension realm to the second level of the heavenly ascension realm, they would need around 100 to 200 connecting heaven elixirs. Why was it that Long Chen, who had already consumed close to 500 connecting heaven elixirs, still had no intention of stopping? Is he a monster? The same thought appeared in the minds of several people. Qin Huanyu, who had originally wanted to kill Long Chen, was also dumbfounded when he saw this. His intention to kill Long Chen disappeared. If he needed so many connecting heaven elixirs to break through to the second level of the reaching heaven realm, how many connecting heaven elixirs would Long Chen need to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm? In the divine Wushu Sage Empire, there was a 2 million theorem. In other words, one would need at least 2 million connecting heaven elixirs to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. The majority of martial artists would waste their wealth on leveling up. Therefore, An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm would only have more than 1,000,000 connecting heaven elixirs. According to Long Chen's words, wouldn't it mean that one would need more than 10 million connecting heaven elixirs to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm? How terrifying. Of course, Long Chen was only breaking through to the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. Pile after pile of heavenly link pills appeared in his hand, which he then consumed. After consuming nearly 1,000 heavenly link pills, Long Chen realized that his true energy had reached a saturation point. Now, he could begin to break through the 2nd aperture, the mid-spirit aperture. With the experience of breaking through the Dan spirit aperture the first time, the 2nd attempt was much easier. Long Chen followed the rules and controlled his true qi. With the gentle energy of the heaven-connecting elixir as the vanguard, it flowed from all directions towards the middle spiritual aperture. All the energy in his body converged towards the center of his body. Gradually, all the true qi converged outside the middle spiritual aperture at the same time. At this moment, the middle spiritual aperture was just an aperture that didn't exist. Long Chen had to develop it himself. He took a deep breath and slowly controlled the wisps of true qi to converge at the position of the middle spiritual aperture. The true qi contained a large amount of energy from the connecting heaven elixir, which had healing properties. It was the most suitable way to nurture the aperture. Everything went smoothly under Long Chen's careful control. The middle spiritual aperture gradually appeared and grew bigger. When it was big enough, all the energy suddenly flowed into the middle spiritual aperture and formed a white whirlpool that rotated at high speed. The following steps were almost the same as when Long Chen broke through the 1st level. The white whirlpool rotated in the middle spiritual aperture. After all the energy flowed into the whirlpool, it came out from another star vein and flowed through the Dan spirit aperture. The middle spiritual aperture and the Dan spirit aperture became the 2 major cores of the 18 heavenly rivers. The true qi of the 18 heavenly rivers converged in these 2 apertures before returning to the 18 heavenly rivers. In the middle spiritual aperture, a white elixir gradually emerged from the whirlpool and floated above the whirlpool. The situation was exactly the same as in the Dan spirit aperture. These 2 elixirs contained most of the energy in Long Chen's body. After everything was done, the energy of the connecting heaven elixir gradually dissipated. Long Chen's true qi gradually turned into a faint blood-red color. Even the whirlpool and elixir returned to their original appearance. A new cycle had been formed in Long Chen's body. He had successfully reached the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. Feeling the increased energy in his body, Long Chen revealed an intelligent smile. This feeling of becoming stronger was really good. Moreover, from now on, his strength would increase explosively until he ran out of connecting heaven elixirs. Based on this, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state in a month. With a whoosh, Long Chen opened his eyes and stood up. He just happened to see everyone's doubtful and fearful gazes. He had been paying close attention to what was going on outside while he was cultivating. Huang Fuqi had worked hard to block Qin Huanyu for Long Chen. As for the others, they weren't a match for Long Chen in the first place. Now that Long Chen had become even stronger, they didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, Qin Huanyu came back to his senses. He stared coldly at Long Chen and said, "Kid, you can explain what happened just now, right?" Just now, Long Chen had asked Kitten to erase the imprint in the crystal and absorb its pure energy, allowing him to possess the true qi of the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. "I don't know the specifics. I'm sorry. All I know is that a large amount of power suddenly surged into my body. The power of the crystal is not something that I can control," Long Chen said, pretending to be completely unaware of what was happening. Qin Huanyu was so angry that he froze. He couldn't figure out what had happened either. Regardless of whether it was Long Chen's doing or not, he realized that he didn't like this youngster. Therefore, he said, "You seized someone else's energy, and you still want to act like a fool in front of me?" "Senior brother Qin, I don't know what you mean." "I don't know," Long Chen said with an innocent look. "Zhang Cheng, do you really think I don't dare to beat you?" Qin Huanyu said with a gloomy face. Huang Fuqi pouted and glared at Qin Huanyu. "Sixth senior brother, are you done yet? My big brother already said he doesn't know. Why are you still pestering him? I think you should stop wasting time. Hurry up and take out the crystal. Let's do it again. I think there's still a lot of power in the crystal." Huang Fuqi pouted and glared at Qin Huanyu. "All right." Qin Huanyu shook his head helplessly. He looked at Long Chen and snorted, saying, "I'll let you go for now. I'll go back and report this to my master. Let's see how my master will deal with you. And you can leave now. Don't disturb us. Qin Huanyu knew that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen with Huang Fuqi here. Therefore, he could only choose to let King Qingli deal with this matter. For Long Chen, this was just right. Chi, I'll go back first. Come and play with me when you have time. Long Chen couldn't wait to leave, so Huang Fuqi's words were exactly what he wanted. I want to go with you, Huang Fuqi said quickly. No, junior sister. You haven't been shrouded by the demonic light yet. You're not considered a member of the ancient demons area. You can't go, Qin Huanyu said quickly. All right. Huang Fuqi looked dejected. Looking at this lass, Long Chen was truly speechless. If he were to tell her that he was heading to the sevenfold demon world right now, this lass would definitely follow him even if it meant risking her life. Thankfully, Long Chen was smart. After leaving the place, Long Chen sneaked out of King Qingli Palace and went in the direction of the Realm Demons Mountain. Long Chen only knew the location of the Realm Demons Mountain because the characteristics of the Realm Demons Mountain were very obvious. The other mountains in the ancient demons area were all gray, but the Realm Demons Mountain was completely black. It looked similar to the Emperor Demon Mountain. Perhaps when the ancestor of the Sky Demon Palace, Guang Yuan, chose the Emperor Demon Mountain to build the Sky Demon Palace, he found that the Emperor Demon Mountain was similar to the Realm Demons Mountain. After leaving the King Qingli Palace, Long Chen could already see the Realm Demons Mountain from afar. To be honest, after leaving the King Qingli Palace, Long Chen felt that the King Qingli Palace was indeed the most beautiful palace. Although it was only average, it was much better than the other mountains in the ancient demons area. The earth veins here are rich in spiritual qi, but the spiritual qi of life is extremely scarce. There must be something that absorbs the spiritual qi of life, Kitten said. Kitten had mentioned this matter many times, but he also didn't know what it was. This matter was still very far away from Long Chen, so he only paid a little attention to it and didn't delve into it. He focused on rushing in the direction of the Realm Demons Mountain. In the ancient demons area, he didn't know a single person. He only cared about walking, so there weren't many people who greeted him along the way. There were quite a lot of people in the ancient demons area. Very quickly, Long Chen arrived at the foot of the Realm Demon Mountain. There were also quite a few people making their way towards the Realm Demon Mountain. Long Chen noticed that there was a huge cavern at the foot of the Realm Demon Mountain. At this moment, there were quite a few people coming out of the cavern. Most of the people who came out were dressed in disheveled clothes. Some of them even had some minor injuries. One look was enough to tell that they had just experienced a lot of battles. When you come out of the sevenfold demon realm, you will appear at the foot of the Realm Demons Mountain. The peak of the Realm Demons Mountain is the entrance, and the foot of the mountain is the exit. It's really magical, Long Chen said with a sigh. Then, he took out a black plate from his bosom. The words Jiang Cheng were written on the plate. This was the iron plate of the ancient demons area's disciple, which proved his identity as a disciple of the ancient demons area. With this iron plate, Long Chen could enter the sevenfold demon realm. This iron plate had been distributed the night before. With the iron plate in hand, Long Chen started to climb the Realm Demons Mountain. The strong warriors of the ancient demons area all relied on spiritual qi to rush up quickly. Long Chen had already reached the second layer of the reaching heaven state, but he was still at the bottom of the ancient demons area. Therefore, he had to slow down to avoid attracting attention. In the ancient demons area, there were still many people who knew him. Of course, they only knew the appearance of Long Chen's dragon soul. Chapter 475. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen arrived at the peak of the Boundary Demon Mountain. A large area around the ancient demon territory was under the control of the ancient demon territory. Therefore, unless one was in the top 3 martial realms, no warrior could sneak in here. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the real core of the ancient demon territory should be in the last 3 layers of the sevenfold devil world. The guards of the Boundary Demon Mountain could only be regarded as ordinary. This was also because no one could enter the ancient demon territory. This time, Long Chen went in openly, so there was no risk. He stood at the peak of the Boundary Demon Mountain and looked down at the bottomless hole. It was pitch black down there. It was basically a bottomless abyss. If one didn't know that the sevenfold devil world was down there, he believed that not many people would dare to go in. Kid, You haven't entered the sevenfold devil world yet, right? Do you know what's the most magical thing about this entrance? At this time, one of the guards saw that Long Chen was still standing, so he said in a mysterious tone, "I don't know." Long Chen shook his head. Hee, there have been many experts in the 9th layer of the ascending heaven realm who flew down. They kept going deeper and deeper, and found that it was simply a bottomless hole. I heard that the deepest person in history went was about 1,000 miles, and there was still no end. However, if we directly fell down without using our true qi, our bodies would go about a mile deep and we would reach the first layer of the sevenfold devil world. Don't you think it's magical or not? Long Chen was also a little confused. What kind of logic was this? If they directly flew in, they wouldn't reach the sevenfold devil world even if they went 1,000 miles deep. But if they jumped in, they would reach the sevenfold devil world after falling for about a mile. The dragon sacrificial continent was vast and boundless. Even the dynasty of god Wushu sage was only a small corner of the dragon sacrificial continent. Even this small corner had such a magical thing, not to mention other places. After talking to the guard, Long Chen opened his arms and directly fell into the huge hole. The feeling of falling rapidly. The strong wind kept howling past his ears. This feeling was rather exhilarating. Long Chen had fallen once in the star demon prison, and this feeling was similar to that time. Long Chen believed that if the ground appeared in front of him now, he would be crushed to a pulp no matter how powerful he was. However, after falling for nearly half a kilometer, he discovered that his body had suddenly collided with an invisible membrane. In an instant, he knew that he had arrived in another world. There was no pain, and the huge impact on his body had completely disappeared. He slowly landed on the ground. Looking at the vast expanse of black land in front of him, Long Chen knew that from this day onwards, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, just like when he had just arrived at Ni Yang's immortal realm. A wolf among sheep. To Long Chen, all the other demonic beasts were like sheep in his eyes, except for Xiao Lang. Is this the first layer of the demon realm? Long Chen secretly sized up this piece of land. The land here was completely black. It was not the scorched black like in the Burning Sky mountain range, but pure black. It was completely black, and even the tiny grains of sand were black. In addition to this black land, even the sky was covered with dark clouds. These dark clouds did not give people the feeling that it was going to rain. It was originally such a color. Black mist permeated between the heaven and the earth. It had to be said that in the first layer of the demon realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was denser than in the ancient demon territory outside. Unfortunately, this place was even more barren. Only desolate beast roars could be heard from time to time, proving that there were actually living creatures here. A series of powerful auras came from afar. In the first layer of the demon realm, all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels of the heaven stage are not very useful to me. I have to find a way to reach the second layer of the demon realm. Long Chen thought to himself. Now that I am an ordinary disciple, I can only wander in the first layer of the demon realm and the second layer of the demon realm. As for the third layer of the demon realm, I can't go up. When there are no demonic beasts in the second layer of the demon realm that I want to kill, I will have to think of another way. The most important thing now is to reach the second layer of the demon realm and go there directly. Just when Long Chen had this idea, there was a ripple in the sky. A young man in his 20s came down from the sky. He opened his eyes slowly and saw Long Chen. Long Chen sized up the young man. He was roughly in the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Judging from his age and strength, he should be an ordinary disciple. The young man looked ordinary, but there was a tinge of honesty in his eyes. When he saw Long Chen, he grinned. It was obvious that he was a person who was easy to get along with. In the ancient demon territory, he might not be very eye-catching. However, in a small place like the Songyang Kingdom, he would definitely be able to control the wind and summon the rain. In the eyes of this person, the Sword Emperor would only be an insignificant existence. Soon, the young man stopped next to Long Chen. He asked with a smile, "Young man, is it your first time to come to the demon realm?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Indeed." He sized up Long Chen for a while and said, "I have observed you carefully and found that your strength should be in the first 3 levels of the reaching heaven state. So, you should be careful when you come to the demon realm. You should be careful in the first layer of the demon realm. As for the second layer of the demon realm, you should never go there." For Long Chen, it was an opportunity. "Brother, I don't know how to get to the second layer of the demon realm. Are you going there?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. It was a good choice to get the location of the second layer of the demon realm from this young man. I really want to go to the second layer of the devil world. As long as you reach the end of the first layer of the devil world and find a huge ravine ahead, you can jump into it and you will be able to reach the second layer of the devil world. When you are training, if you encounter that ravine blocking your way, don't advance any further. In every layer of the devil world, there are many black tortoises on the ground. As long as you step into these vortexes, you will be able to leave the seven devil world. The young man explained to Long Chen in detail. Long Chen felt that this young man was quite enthusiastic. He had succeeded in getting information from the young man. Long Chen's face was full of gratitude. He said hurriedly, "Thank you so much, brother. I will be careful. When I see the ravine, I will go back." Well, life is the most important thing. If you want to train, you must ensure your own life first, the young man said with emotion. "Brother, are you going to the second layer of the demon realm?" Long Chen asked again. "Indeed, I have a girl I like. She is currently training in the second layer of the demon world. I am worried about her, so I am going to help her. Little brother, there is not much time left. She is probably anxious from waiting. I will leave first. Be careful." After saying that, the young man left quickly. Long Chen didn't even know his name. This was the entrance. There would be a lot of people coming out from here. Long Chen didn't want to see other people, so he quickly left and started his monster hunting journey. In the first layer of the demon realm, there were monsters in the first layer of the heaven realm. Even if Long Chen didn't use the dragon soul transformation, he would still be able to kill them without any pressure. Most of the monsters here were grade 1 heaven realm monsters. Long Chen took a few steps forward and found that there were monsters everywhere. The grade 1 heaven realm monsters had no effect on him. Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon eye to bypass these monsters. He also bypassed many disciples of the ancient devil region. He went straight to the depths of the first layer of the demon realm. After moving forward for a while, grade 2 heaven realm monsters began to appear. These monsters were still useless to Long Chen, so he continued to move forward. Soon, he reached the area where the grade 3 heaven realm monsters were. When Xiao Lang had advanced to the heaven realm, he had swallowed the monster core of a grade 3 heaven realm monster, a flaming lion. Now that he was a grade 1 heaven realm monster, a grade 3 heaven realm fire attribute monster core was still useful to him. Therefore, Long Chen didn't deliberately take a detour. He went straight forward. If there was a grade 3 heaven realm monster within his field of vision, as long as it was fire attribute, he wouldn't let it go. Although it was useless to him, it was useful to Xiao Lang. At this time, Long Chen pulled out the Demon Emperor sword from the neck of a flaming lion. After the flaming lion rolled on the ground a few times, it quickly stopped moving. Xiao Lang quickly pounced on it and bit it. Then, he took out a fiery red monster core and swallowed it. Last time, they only got the monster core of the flaming lion. They hadn't seen the power of the flaming lion. Although it was only a grade 3 heaven realm monster, the flaming lion was very extraordinary. Its ability to control fire was very profound. If Long Chen hadn't used the dragon soul transformation, he might not have been its opponent. In order to end the battle quickly, Long Chen directly used the dragon soul transformation and used all his strength to kill it. Soon, Xiao Lang consumed the monster core of the flaming lion. However, he was still a grade 1 heaven realm monster core. According to Xiao Lang's estimation, the monster core of a monster core wouldn't have much effect on him. If it was a grade 3 heaven realm monster core, he would need at least 10 to reach grade 2 heaven realm monster cores. However, a monster that could devour fire items to level up was indeed rare in the world. As long as it was allowed to grow, it would shake the entire dragon sacrificial continent one day. Long Chen was also looking forward to such a day. Of course, he also hoped that he wouldn't be weaker than Xiao Lang at that time. If he was weaker than Xiao Lang, how could he be Xiao Lang's big brother? After Xiao Lang finished absorbing the monster core, Long Chen continued forward. There were many grade 3 heaven realm monster cores here, but Long Chen believed that grade 4 heaven realm monster cores were more suitable for him and Xiao Lang. Therefore, he directly headed in the direction of the second layer of the devil world. After about an hour, a deep ravine finally appeared in front of them. This scene was almost the same as the entrance of the realm demon mountain. We have to fall into this deep ravine to reach the second layer of the devil world. Long Chen realized this point. As for the reason, it should be the same as the situation in the realm demon mountain. On the other side of the ravine was a black mist. There was no other way. If they wanted to reach the second layer of the devil world, this was the only way. Then jump. Chapter 476. It was another feeling of falling rapidly. Long Chen simply closed his eyes and experienced this feeling. Time passed quickly. Not long after, Long Chen had fallen for about half a kilometer. At this time, he once again encountered an invisible membrane. This membrane was tough and soft. After Long Chen crashed into it, the falling force of his body was quickly dispersed. He once again entered another space, and his body landed steadily on the ground. When he opened his eyes, the scene that appeared before him was exactly the same as the first layer of the devil realm. It was all black land and black sky. It was a vast expanse that even concealed a trace of terror. Here, the desolate roars of the demonic beasts were even louder, and it was basically endless. Here, Long Chen also felt a trace of pressure. He understood that there might be many demonic beasts here that he might not be able to deal with, and there were also many powerhouses here. Therefore, he had to restrain himself a lot in order to achieve his goal. The first task was, of course, to leave the original place as soon as possible. Long Chen first found a safe place to stay, and then used the soul-devouring demon pupil to observe the surroundings. Within a radius of half a kilometer, he quickly discovered a 4th-grade heaven-ranked demonic beast. Of course, relying on the soul-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen didn't know the strength and appearance of the demonic beast. However, at this location it was at most 4th-grade heaven-ranked. Only by going deeper would there be 5th and 6th-grade heaven-ranked demonic beasts. From the strength of the soul, he could also see some clues. Kid, you're really lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Since its existence, no one has been able to obtain the ancestral dragon's blood essence. You can be considered the only descendant of the ancestral dragon in the dragon sacrificial continent. Under the transformation of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, you might become a new ancestral dragon, a bloody and slaughtering primordial blood spirit dragon. At this moment, Kitten suddenly said this sentence. That inherited blood essence was the inherited blood essence of the primordial ancestral dragon, the primordial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen was finally able to confirm it after receiving Kitty's acknowledgement. He knew that although Kitty didn't have much fighting power now, it still had a greater authority in terms of knowledge. You knew all along, but you didn't say anything. Long Chen asked. He knew that Kitten should have awakened a long time ago, and it also knew about Long Chen and Xiao Lang's situation, so when it first appeared, it didn't seem surprised by Long Chen and Xiao Lang at all. In fact, it knew almost all of Long Chen and Xiao Lang's secrets. Logically speaking, most people would find it unbelievable to know these secrets, but Kitten should be the kind of person with great insight. At this time, he had seen Long Chen's blood refinement chi, so he sighed with emotion. This is just a small matter. This god naturally knows. Kitten said proudly. He said it was a small matter, but in his heart, he thought that it was a big matter. Long Chen knew that this was probably the reason why Kitten followed him. Otherwise, with its pride, it wouldn't have given up its 10,000 years of power to resurrect Long Chen and follow behind Long Chen as a little brother. Everything was because of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Regardless of whether Kitten had evil intentions or not, it had, after all, saved him and the entire Baiyang town, so Long Chen would repay it. Moreover, the progress of the relationship between man, wolf and cat was also quite good. In the future, the three of them would be the most heaven-defying combination in the dragon sacrificial continent. Are you saying that I will transform into an ancestral dragon one day? Long Chen asked seriously. When you finish absorbing all the inherited blood essence, you should be able to awaken the ancestral dragon true body. However, you will only be an infant ancestral dragon. A truly powerful ancestral dragon needs billions of years to grow, so you will still be very weak at that time. Of course, you are very weak to this god, but to other creatures, an infant ancestral dragon is also the most supreme existence. So, work hard and fight for your ancestral dragon true body. Kitten said lazily. Kitten, let me ask you a question. After hearing about the ancestral dragon true body, Long Chen was a little excited. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Kitten said proudly. Tell me, if I awaken the ancestral dragon true body, is my strength enough to marry Lingxi? Long Chen said with sparkling eyes. Nonsense. Do you think the ancestral dragon true body is cabbage? It can't even beat a few god martial realm kids. Of course, if there is a Calamity Realm expert with that girl, it will be a little difficult. A few God Martial Realm kids. What Calamity Realm? Long Chen was a little stunned. He once again realized how insignificant he was. Among the three martial realms, the Sky Martial Realm was the pinnacle expert. The God Martial Realm was a legend. But in Kitten's words, the God Martial Realm was just a little guy. At the same time, Long Chen also realized his potential. This time, he inherited 1% of the inherited blood essence. Next time it should be 10%, and the time after that would be all. As long as he could reach the next time, he would have the power to fight against Lingxi's family. As an ancestral dragon martial artist who had never been an ancestral dragon martial artist before, his potential even surpassed a heaven-defying monster like the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Therefore, he had great potential to become the pinnacle existence of the dragon sacrificial continent in a very short time. At that time, the God Martial Realm was indeed just a small character in front of him. If one day, he could become a real ancestral dragon, that kind of world-destroying existence, who in the entire dragon sacrificial continent could be the opponent of the ancestral dragon? Long Chen gave himself a new position. He knew that one day, he would become a super expert. Everything as long as he wanted it would be his. However, what he needed most now was growth and time. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Only by preserving his life and improving his strength, perhaps it wouldn't take 10 years. Perhaps in 1 year, Long Chen would be able to snatch Lingxi back. So, work hard, young man. You are the same as this black puppy. Both of you are a miracle inadvertently produced by the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, you are just a small miracle now. This god looks forward to the day when you become a big miracle. At that time, this god can also boast to others that these two super existences were so submissive to this god back then. Kitten fell into his fantasy. Dreams, of course, were beautiful, but it also depended on one's current efforts. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other and saw the blazing light in each other's eyes. One day, their brothers would stand at the pinnacle of the entire dragon sacrificial continent, and no one would be able to stop them. If they wanted to achieve their goal, they needed to work hard step by step. Long Chen had the most heaven-defying talent, and now, he needed to make steady progress. Therefore, after he and Xiao Lang looked at each other, they immediately took off and headed towards the 4th-rank heaven stage demonic beast. Kitten's words just now had set off unlimited passion in Long Chen's heart. Now that it was time for him to take action, his heart had calmed down instead. He knew that this was more suitable for him to move forward. He had to cast aside everything and take every step steadily. This young man is like an apple that has suddenly crashed into a chess game. This young man is like an apple that has suddenly crashed into a chessboard. His appearance will disrupt the entire game. Will those disappeared secrets be revealed one by one as he grows up? Why did those peak ancestral dragons disappear overnight? If not for the disappearance of the ancestral dragons, how could the primordial divine dragons that have dominated the sacrificial dragon continent for hundreds of millions of years go extinct? How could ordinary divine beasts like us emerge? Moreover, how could low-level creatures like the human race be born? In the Great Void Realm, Kitten's gaze became incomparably deep for the first time. At this moment, Long Chen was already close to his target. Because it wasn't a fire-attributed demonic beast, Long Chen let Xiao Lang return to the Great Void Realm. His gaze was fixed on the gigantic demonic beast in front of him as he searched for any memories of this demonic beast in his mind. 7 Malice Demonic Ape. 4th rank Heaven Stage. Good at strength. Extremely fast. Information about this demonic beast appeared in his mind. The demonic beast in front of him was a tall white demonic ape that was at least 10 meters tall. To Long Chen, this was already extremely huge. The 7 Malice Demonic Ape was entirely white, but there were many black stripes on its body like runes that wandered on its body. The most eye-catching feature was its pair of claws. It had to be said that they were really terrifying. Even though Long Chen's body was transformed by the dragon soul, he didn't dare to let it scratch him. One could tell just from its appearance that the 7 Malice Demonic Ape's powerful strength, coupled with its sharp claws, was extremely powerful. Especially ape-type demonic beasts, their speed and agility were also quite good. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor sword and turned into a blood-red shadow that rushed towards the 7 Malice Demonic Ape. He was going to assassinate it. After coming to the 7-fold demon realm, he wanted to become stronger as fast as possible. Hence, he would choose any method that could kill a demonic beast. All the power in his body was mobilized at this moment. Except for the great demonic seed technique of the Taoist heart, he used everything else. Immediately, Long Chen used the devouring world to control part of the 7 malice demonic apes' movements. At the same time, he raised the demon emperor sword high in his hand and the sword light soared into the sky. Under the control of Long Chen, sword runes filled the sky and rushed towards the 7 malice demonic ape. Sky punishment sword formation. As he rapidly approached the 7 malice demonic ape, Long Chen used his strongest move. Every time he used the sky punishment sword formation, Lingxi's dazzling smile would appear in front of him. That girl was really deeply engraved in his mind. Lingxi! After shouting, Long Chen almost went crazy. In his eyes, the huge 7 malice demonic ape had turned into the image of Wang Chao. Of course, Long Chen knew that it was an illusion. However, he had to admit that he swore that he would definitely make that young man realize that he, Long Chen, was a terrifying person. The 7 malice demonic ape was taking a leisurely stroll. This sudden attack made its hair stand on end, especially Long Chen's devouring world. Because of the difference in their cultivation levels, the devouring world could only have a small effect on the 7 malice demonic ape. However, the effect it had on the 7 malice demonic ape was still huge, especially at this critical moment. When Long Chen used the sky punishment sword formation, he could directly kill Zhao Wuji, who was at the 4th tier of the reaching heaven state. Now that he had reached the 2nd tier of the reaching heaven state, the 7 malice demonic ape he was facing was only at the 4th tier of the heaven state. Chapter 477. Most importantly, Long Chen had used a sneak attack. The little cat's words shocked Long Chen greatly. It made him realize that the most pressing thing right now was to do his best to increase his strength. He wasn't fighting with the 7 fiendish demon ape right now. Instead, he was using the simplest method to kill the 7 fiendish demon ape. This was proof of his growth. Under Long Chen's terrifying attack, the 7 fiendish demonic ape couldn't resist at all. It could only dodge the cold light at the last moment and use its arms to block. The price it paid was that its arms were chopped into pieces by Long Chen. Then, the sky punishment sword formation pierced its body and crushed its organs into powder. At this moment, the 7 fiendish demonic ape let out a cry and died instantly. Long Chen stored the 7 fiendish demonic ape's corpse and all the beast blood into the Great Void Realm in the shortest time possible. The Great Void Realm was a perfect space. It was much more useful than the Cosmos Sack. As Long Chen's strength increased, so did the size of the space. The cry of the 7 fiendish demonic ape might have attracted the attention of other people or demonic beasts. Therefore, after Long Chen stored the 7 fiendish demonic ape's body, he immediately left. He went to a remote corner and used the soul-devouring demonic eye to see that there was nothing around before letting Xiao Lang out. Xiao Lang, protector. I'll break through to the 3rd tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. For Long Chen, he didn't need to accumulate strength for a long time with the ancestral dragon's powerful abilities. He only needed the blood of demonic beasts and enough Heaven Ascension pills to become stronger quickly. Not long ago, he had reached the 2nd tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. Now, he was about to advance to the 3rd tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. The 7 fiendish demonic ape's blood was completely absorbed by Long Chen. Its huge fat body quickly turned into a dried corpse in front of Long Chen. This was the terror of the ancestral dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a bloodthirsty dragon of slaughter. It was an evil dragon, so it was normal for it to have such terrifying methods. At this moment, the rich power contained in the 7 fiendish demonic ape's blood was slowly absorbed by Long Chen. Most of the blood, which weighed more than 10 tons, was turned into waste by his blood refinement qi. Only a small portion of the blood was turned into vital qi under Long Chen's control and added to Long Chen's vital qi. The vital qi devoured by blood refinement qi was much purer than demonic qi, and it was more suitable for Long Chen. Apart from the vital qi that Long Chen had been cultivating on his own, blood refinement qi was the most suitable method for him to improve. Time passed gradually. The huge amount of blood had all been turned into vital qi for Long Chen. Long Chen gradually gained the qualifications to break through to the 3rd tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. He had only joined the sect for less than 3 days, but his cultivation level had increased by several levels. If those who looked down on him during the selection battle, especially the Red Ghost King, were to find out, the expression on their faces would be quite interesting. Long Chen continued to improve quietly. After he had enough vital qi, it was time to open the third aperture. The first aperture was in the dantian, the second was in the chest, and the third and fourth aperture were in the legs. To be exact, they were in the soles of the feet. Therefore, the opening of the third and fourth aperture was much more difficult than the opening of the first and second aperture. Of course, there were many benefits after the opening. The vital qi in the legs was directly related to one's speed. Generally, after reaching the third tier of the heaven ascension realm, one's speed would increase greatly, and the strength of one's feet would be put into full play. There were a total of 6 spiritual apertures in the human body. 2 of them were in the body, and the other 4 were in the soles of the feet and the palms. They greatly increased the strength of the 4 limbs. After opening the 6 spiritual apertures, one could start to open the 2 earth apertures and 1 heaven aperture. But now, Long Chen focused all his attention on his left foot. After having the experience of opening the middle spiritual aperture, he only needed to be more careful to open the third spiritual aperture. Of course, the most important thing was the connecting heaven pills. Without any hesitation, Long Chen stuffed a lot of connecting heaven pills into his mouth. When he was full, Long Chen counted and found that he had used around 3,000 connecting heaven pills. He only had 100,000 connecting heaven pills in total, and he had already used 1/20th of them to reach the third tier of the heaven ascension realm. He believed that as his cultivation level increased, he would need more and more connecting heaven pills in the future. The 100,000 he had now was probably far from enough. A total of 3,000 connecting heaven pills allowed his vital qi to reach a sufficiently mild state. There were only 2 star meridians in his legs, so all of Long Chen's vital qi carefully entered the star meridians in his legs and flowed toward the soles of his feet. The meridians in the feet were originally weak, so he had to put in a lot of effort. Fortunately, Long Chen could endure the pain. So after a quarter of an hour, all of his vital qi had gathered at the soles of his feet, and he was ready to make the final push. Whoosh! Under Long Chen's control, threads of vital qi started to expand the third aperture from nothing. The soles of his feet weren't big to begin with, so when the third aperture expanded to the size of his dantian, Long Chen realized that the soles of his feet didn't expand much. He took a closer look and realized that the aperture actually had a certain connection with the sea of knowledge. The sea of knowledge didn't exist anywhere in the body, but it truly existed. It was the same for this aperture. The third aperture at the soles of his feet was about the same size as the dantian aperture, but in the soles of Long Chen's feet, it was only the size of a soybean. This should be related to the space, just like the vast sevenfold devil world that existed in the realm Demon Mountain. From the outside, the sevenfold devil world didn't look that big, but when he actually entered the sevenfold devil world, Long Chen realized how big it was. After stabilizing the third aperture, Long Chen started his sprint. Under his control, all of his vital qi converged into the aperture. Because he had enough connecting heaven pills, he didn't encounter any obstacles. Long Chen successfully formed a white whirlpool, and a white pill quickly appeared above the whirlpool. Just like that, the third core was formed in Long Chen's body. The original circulation of the 18 heavenly rivers was now more convenient, faster, and more abundant. When the power of the connecting heaven elixir had completely dissipated, Long Chen had successfully reached the third level of the connecting heaven state. His strength had once again increased tremendously. At least in terms of genuine qi, it had increased by almost 10 times. Standing up, Long Chen once again felt the strength of his body. Although I'm very powerful, much more powerful than before, I'm still very weak compared to those real experts. The third layer of the reaching heaven state can only be considered the lowest level in the small ancient demon realm. Thinking of this, Long Chen wasn't satisfied with his current strength. He looked deeper into the second layer of the devil world. My next target is a demonic beast of the fifth layer of the heaven state. At the same time, I have to look for some demonic beasts of the fire attribute for Xiao Lang. Along the way, he had spent a lot of time practicing, hunting demonic beasts, and breaking through the third layer of the reaching heaven state. Including the time spent on the road, a day might have passed in the outside world. Long Chen continued to advance, hunting demonic beasts and improving himself at the same time. On the basis of the third layer of the reaching heaven state, his vital qi grew again. In the process, Long Chen also met a blue-eyed firefox of the fourth layer of the heaven state. After killing the firefox, its inner core made Xiao Lang's level rise again, and he reached the second layer of the heaven state. The improvement of Xiao Lang's strength was a great help to Long Chen. It could be said that both of them were very nature-defying, and their speed of improvement was unprecedented. The second layer of the devil world should be much bigger than the first layer. It took Long Chen a lot of time to reach the place where there would be demonic beasts of the fifth layer of the heaven state. There were few demonic beasts here, but they were all very strong. Long Chen used the devouring demon eyes to search for a long time, and finally found a figure of a demonic beast. He gradually sneaked up and sized up the demonic beast from afar. It should be a ghostly fox of the fifth layer of the heaven state. This demonic beast's attack power is only average, but its speed is faster than a normal sixth layer of the heaven state. It moves like a ghost. However, its bloodline can really help me reach the fourth layer of the reaching heaven state. For Long Chen, the aperture in one of his legs was already opened. When he reached the fourth layer of the reaching heaven state, the aperture in both his legs would be opened, and his speed would increase by several folds. Of course, his current speed was already pretty good. Long Chen secretly transformed into the dragon soul and sneaked up to the ghostly fox. This time, he would definitely kill the ghostly fox and reach the fourth layer of the reaching heaven state. Long Chen had come to the sevenfold devil world to level up, so he was extremely determined. At a certain moment, Long Chen dashed forward crazily, like a red line of blood, and dashed towards the ghostly fox. The ghostly fox's hearing was very good. In that instant, it suddenly raised its head and saw Long Chen. The ghostly fox was a fifth layer of the heaven state, while Long Chen was only at the third layer of the reaching heaven state. Normally, the ghostly fox shouldn't be afraid of him. However, Long Chen had underestimated the ghostly fox's cowardice. After discovering Long Chen, it actually ran away with a swish. Trying to escape? Long Chen sneered. He increased his speed and chased after the ghostly fox. Although the ghostly fox was fast, Long Chen wasn't slow either. Moreover, Long Chen had a strong body now, which added to his speed. Therefore, it could be seen that the distance between him and the ghostly fox was gradually closing. Of course, the difference wasn't huge. It was just that Long Chen relied on his physical strength, while the ghostly fox relied on its demonic power. Physical strength was more durable than demonic power. The ghostly fox was heading deeper into the second layer of the demon world. Chapter 478. If this continued, he would definitely encounter some unpredictable dangers if he wanted to catch up to the ghostly fox under normal circumstances. Long Chen thought quickly and immediately decided to use the blood escape that he had not used for a long time. It was just a slight use, but it instantly increased his speed by dozens of times. In a very short moment, he had rushed in front of the ghostly fox. In fact, Long Chen had withdrawn the blood escape in the shortest time possible. Just like that, he had already accomplished his goal. He had crossed over 100 meters and arrived in front of the ghostly fox. From this, it could be seen that all the abilities of the ancient blood spiritual dragon were heaven-defying. Even the blood sacrifice was terrifying. It was just that Long Chen had not used the blood escape and the blood sacrifice much. After rushing in front of the ghostly fox, Long Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the sword's execution formation. The wide range of the sword's execution formation was the most suitable to deal with a fast demonic beast like the ghostly fox. Under the encirclement of the sword's execution formation, the ghostly fox basically had nowhere to run. In fact, the thing that the ghostly fox did not understand the most was how Long Chen's speed could increase so much in such a short time. Foxes had always been smart, so the ghostly fox could not understand it at all. At this moment, Long Chen's sword's execution formation enveloped the ghostly fox. Similarly, the ghostly fox's first thought was to escape. However, with the sword's execution formation so close at hand, could it escape? The heaven-punishing sword formation was a high-level heaven-tier battle skill, and it came from Ling Shi. Right now, Long Chen could basically confirm that Ling Shi's side should be at the God Martial Realm. The heaven-tier battle skills of the God Martial Realm were obviously not simple. It was not something that a small creature like the Ghost Shadow Fox could dodge. With Long Chen's tough body, the sword's execution formation quickly rushed down, leaving the ghostly fox with nowhere to run. Of course, the counterattack of a 5th-grade heaven-level beast before death was also very terrifying. Long Chen dodged the ghostly fox's attack with great difficulty, then directly used the sword's execution formation to reap the ghostly fox's life. It was not that the ghostly fox was too weak, but that Long Chen was growing stronger step by step. The pressure from Ling Xi's side made his strength grow rapidly. Now, A 5th grade heaven-level beast could no longer resist the power of his sword's execution formation. After putting the ghostly fox's corpse into the great virtual realm, Long Chen hurriedly used the soul-devouring demon eye to look around. Because of chasing the ghostly fox, he was already very deep in the second layer of the demon world, so he had to confirm his own safety. Fortunately, there were no other beasts around, but there was the existence of a person. This person was only 100 meters away from Long Chen. There was a lot of movement here, but he did not come to Long Chen's side. Instead, he walked in circles, as if he was looking for something. Originally, Long Chen wanted to find a place to use blood-refining qi to increase his strength, but after seeing this person, his curiosity was piqued. At this time, Kitten reminded him, "This guy, is he the man who told you how to reach the second layer when you just arrived at the first layer of the demon world? He seems a bit strange. I'll go and have a look." If it was him, Long Chen wouldn't have to worry. That guy was in the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Even if he had malicious intentions, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen. It was just like the ghostly fox of the 5th level of the heaven state. For him, a 5th level of the heaven state was nothing. But Long Chen felt strange. Didn't he say he was going to come in to find a woman he liked? Why was he here alone? Did something happen to his woman? The distance of 100 meters was covered in a short while. Soon, Long Chen appeared in front of that person. When he saw his appearance, Long Chen was stunned. In his impression, this man was gentle and elegant before, but now his hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken, with a deep bloody light in them. "Brother, do you still remember me?" Long Chen asked cautiously. So far, he should have been in the demon world for about a day. "It's you." The man was surprised. Then he came to himself and said coldly, "How dare you come here with your strength? I advise you to leave quickly. I have no time for you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Long Chen did not move. He just felt it was strange. But it was none of his business, so he did not bother to ask. However, after taking a few steps, the man turned around again and said coldly, "It seems you don't want to leave. It's my freedom to stay where I am. What happened to you?" After all, this man had helped him before, so Long Chen was still polite. If someone else had wanted to kill him, Long Chen would not have let him off easily. "Then go to hell." After hearing Long Chen's words, he dashed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was a little helpless. He had just cancelled the dragon soul transformation. He did not expect that he would have to use it again. Long Chen was too lazy to fight with him. So he used the blood escape and disappeared from the man's sight in an instant. "You're crazy. You want to kill me for no reason. I'll let you off this time because you told me the way to the second demon world. If you do this again, it won't be the same." Using the blood escape, Long Chen left the man. Then he found a safe place to refine and absorb the ghostly fox's blood, so that he could break through to the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. The breakthrough this time was relatively smooth. When the 4th aperture in his right leg was opened, Long Chen's strength reached the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. His genuine qi increased again. For Long Chen, the effect of his genuine qi was getting stronger, while the effect of his physical body was getting weaker. When Long Chen reached the 6th level of the reaching heaven state, the opponents he would encounter would not have such a strong restraining effect on him. After all, there were quite a few people in the 6th or 7th level of the reaching heaven state who had successfully cultivated the advanced heaven state body refining battle skills. However, their advanced heaven state body refining battle skills were still a few levels lower than Long Chen's dragon body. The current strength of Long Chen's body was infinitely close to the 3 martial realms. When he reached the 3rd level of the reaching heaven state, Long Chen had spent almost 3,000 connecting heaven elixirs. When he reached the 4th level of the reaching heaven state, Long Chen had spent close to 10,000 connecting heaven elixirs. In other words, out of the 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs he had already used up 15,000 connecting heaven elixirs. At this rate, Long Chen discovered to his astonishment that the connecting heaven elixirs he had were only enough for him to reach the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. This rate of consumption of connecting heaven elixirs is really terrifying. Looks like I can only reach the 5th level of the reaching heaven state at most in the demon realm this time. After all, I don't have enough connecting heaven elixirs. Furthermore, the strongest demonic beasts in the 2nd level of the demon realm are only at the 6th level of the heaven state, which can only allow me to reach the 5th level of the reaching heaven state at most. After I leave this place, I'll look for other ways to obtain connecting heaven elixirs, and then encounter even stronger demonic beasts. Based on the current situation, I'll definitely have the strength to fight against an 8th level of the reaching heaven state in a month. In fact, what Long Chen lacked the most was a backer. If he had a backer, he would definitely become much stronger in an instant. Of course, with my strength at the 5th level of the reaching heaven state, I reckon that no one under the 7th level of the reaching heaven state would be a match for me, including that Zhao Wuji and Qin Huanyu. Among the ordinary disciples, my strength has already reached the pinnacle within a short 1 or 2 days. I wonder how they'll react when they find out. Long Chen was somewhat excited. Of course, the reason why he had been able to improve so quickly this time around was due to his strong preparation after obtaining the super powerful battle physique. Ever since he had obtained 1% of the inheritance blood essence, it meant that he would have a great improvement in the future. Next, I'll have to look for 6th level demonic beasts in the heaven state, so that my strength can reach the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Long Chen had made up his mind about his goal. He looked towards the depths of the 2nd layer of the realm of demons and started heading inside. In the process, Long Chen encountered a few more 5th level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Of course, he would only attack demonic beasts with fire attributes. Moreover, he could also test his current strength. Coincidentally, there was a demonic beast with fire attributes among the 5th level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Therefore, it unfortunately became a dead soul under Long Chen's sword, and its demonic core entered Xiao Lang's body, allowing Xiao Lang to successfully reach the 3rd level of the heaven state. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't be able to level up in their entire lives. Only a freak like Xiao Lang, who possessed the power to absorb flames, would be able to level up twice in such a short period of time. In the 2nd layer of the realm of demons, the 6th level demonic beasts in the heaven state could only be described as rare. Moreover, it was difficult to distinguish between the 5th and 6th level demonic beasts in the heaven state from the devouring demonic eyes. Therefore, Long Chen had no choice but to search the areas one by one. I wonder if there will be a ravine at the end of the 2nd layer of the realm of demons, which is the entrance to the 3rd layer of the realm of demons. With this thought in mind, Long Chen entered the depths of the 2nd layer of the realm of demons. However, what made him depressed was that he had guessed wrong. The end of the 2nd layer of the realm of demons was actually a membrane that couldn't be approached. Long Chen knew that this was the extreme wall of the universe world. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through it. It seems that I have to find another way to get to the 3rd layer of the realm of demons. After thinking about this, Long Chen had no choice but to look for the 6th level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Finally, after 2 days, after going around for a long time, he found a 6th level demonic beast in the heaven state. Among them, Long Chen found 2 5th level fire-attributed demonic beasts in the heaven state. Their cores and so on had become Xiao Lang's food, which greatly improved Xiao Lang's demonic power. Of course, it hadn't reached the 4th level of the heaven state. The power of the fire-attributed demonic beast's core wasn't very obvious to Xiao Lang. After discovering the traces of the demonic beast, Long Chen didn't act rashly. After all, it was a 6th level demonic beast in the heaven state. Even the current him had to be vigilant. 6th level of the heaven state, Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. Chapter 479. Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. From this name, one could roughly tell the characteristics of this demonic beast. To be honest, this was the first time that Long Chen had seen a powerful demonic beast of the snake species, and it was a double-headed snake. Even from a distance, Long Chen was shocked by the appearance of this Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. This was a long snake that was more than 20 meters long. Its entire body was covered with scales of 2 colors, one blue and one red, each occupying half of its body. Starting from its abdomen, there were 2 snake heads, one red and one blue. The red snake head was burning with flames, while the blue snake head was condensing cold air, surrounded by a thick layer of ice. 2 extreme attributes appeared on the body of a demonic beast. This Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake should have 2 monster dawn, right? Long Chen asked. Of course, this type of demonic beast is the most unique. It is almost unparalleled among those of the same level. 2 monster dawn means that its combat power is more than twice that of other demonic beasts, especially these 2 extreme attributes. Unfortunately, this little snake is too weak. In the past, I once saw a divine beast 9-headed snake-bodied, and its demonic power was more than 10 times that of mine. It was quite terrifying, but unfortunately, It was no match for my reincarnation power. Golden Crow, Reincarnation Divine Beast, and Nine-Headed Snake-Bodied. From what Kitten said, these should be demonic beasts of the same level, and they gradually appeared and grew stronger after the extinction of the primordial divine dragons. Just by listening to Kitten's description of the Golden Crow, Long Chen knew that these demonic beasts were powerful. These demonic beasts simply existed in myths and legends. Long Chen put aside the fear in his heart and carefully observed the ice flame twin-headed snake in front of him. This ice flame twin-headed snake was very fierce. Even if there was no threat around it, it still did not calm down. Its two pairs of eyes took turns to look around vigilantly. In its mouth, the bright red tongue was like a ball of flame, and the snake's tongue was like a blue blade. Both of them flicked in and out, and its eyes were full of ferocity. This ice flame twin-headed snake was much more ferocious than that of the ghostly fox. Long Chen believed that as long as he showed himself, the ice flame twin-headed snake would immediately rush up to tear him into pieces. In the second devil realm, this ice flame twin-headed snake should be considered an overlord. It was used to being an overlord, so it naturally had a bad temper. Long Chen did not want to delay any longer. Soon, he adjusted his mentality and prepared to take action. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a noise not far behind him. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. At the same time, he quickly hid and approached the direction of the noise. At this time, he was about 100 meters away from the ice flame twin-headed snake, which meant that he was about 100 meters away from the source of the noise. Long Chen had to get rid of the person making the noise before he dared to focus on dealing with the ice flame twin-headed snake. In the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon eyes, there were two people fighting with all their might. Long Chen quickly approached and then hid on the side. Because he had the spirit-devouring demon eyes, he was not worried that the ice flame twin-headed snake would escape. Moreover, he estimated that the ice flame twin-headed snake would not escape at all. As long as it discovered the movement here, it would immediately attack. Long Chen quickly rushed over and then hid on the side. At first glance, he saw two people fighting, a man and a woman. The man turned out to be the man that Long Chen had met twice in the devil realm. The first time they met, he kindly told Long Chen the way to enter the second devil realm. The second time they met, he had a strange look on his face and wanted to kill Long Chen. At this time, he was crazily attacking another woman. The woman's age and strength were similar to his. She should be at the 5th stage of the heaven-reaching realm. She was not a match for the current Long Chen. This woman was also very good-looking. She was plump and enchanting. She was a very sexy woman. Unfortunately, the man opposite her seemed to be completely unaware of this and continued to attack crazily. Fu Yang, you beast. You said you loved me before, but today you attacked me because of the Xian Emperor's seal, the woman said with some resentment. Aren't you the same? Previously, you said that you wanted to marry me. Now, because you want to keep the mystic the arch seal for yourself, you are hiding in the second layer of the demon domain. After I found out, you even wanted to kill me. If I wasn't quick-witted, I would already be dead by now. You are a poisonous woman, and you still have the cheek to say that about me? The man said with a sinister tone as his attacks became even faster. I found the Xian Emperor's seal by myself. It has nothing to do with you. Why should I share it with you? You said before that you wouldn't even give up your life for me, but now you're fighting with me for the Xian Emperor's seal. You're clearly a piece of trash. You won't admit what you said. Do I think you've seen through me? Pa, I've seen through you. I only wanted to share the treasure with you. You vicious woman. You actually wanted to kill me. Wasn't it me who told you about the legend of the 5 Emperor seals? How dare you burn the bridge after crossing it? Fine, since you're heartless to me, I'll be heartless to you. I'll take the Xian Emperor's seal, and you can obediently become a ghost here. From their conversation, Long Chen could tell that this woman was the woman that Fu Yang had said he liked before. Long Chen also roughly understood the situation. The two lovers seemed to have begun fighting for a treasure. Their love was just a bubble in front of the treasure. This was completely incomprehensible to Long Chen. The love he understood was like the 20 years of unchanging waiting between Dongfang Xianshao and Xianku, or the 10 years of pursuit between him and Lingxi. However, it was definitely not a life-and-death struggle for a treasure. It could be said that their view of love had a certain impact on Long Chen. It made him understand that there was also love that was so cheap in this world. Long Chen did not hate them. He only felt that they were very pitiful. If they knew how to contribute, they would not have died today. Instead, they could use the treasure together and prosper. Most importantly, Long Chen heard a word: Emperor-level battle skill. Above the heaven rank was the king level, which corresponded to the earth martial realm. Above the king level was the emperor level, which corresponded to the heaven martial realm. The dead Jiang Chang had once said that emperor-level treasures were the pinnacle treasures of the entire myriad kingdoms. The pinnacle battle skill of the entire myriad kingdoms had actually appeared here. Long Chen truly thought that he had heard wrong. However, in reality, he was certain that he had not heard wrong. He had listened very carefully. The man had indeed said the legend of the 5 Emperor Seals. The 5 Emperor Seals should consist of 5 parts. From their conversation just now, Long Chen could guess that the mystic Emperor Seal they had obtained should be one of the 5 Emperor Seals. As for the specific use, Long Chen did not know. If he could really obtain the Emperor-level battle skill, it would probably have a greater effect than the Emperor Flame Bead. It should be known that even if he obtained the Emperor Flame Bead, he would only be at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. On the other hand, the 5 Emperor Seals was an Emperor-level battle skill, which directly surpassed the King level. Long Chen knew that there was probably no one in the entire Wushu Sage Empire who had an Emperor-level battle skill. Of course, if it was precious, it would be hard to obtain. As for the specific situation, Long Chen did not know. Therefore, he could only snatch it or even kill them. Such a pair of lovers, Long Chen did not mind killing them. Such a great opportunity was placed in front of him. Of course, Long Chen would not let it go. At this time, the fight between the two was getting more and more intense, and their attacks were getting more and more ruthless. It was completely as if they wanted to kill each other. Long Chen felt very uncomfortable seeing this. Perhaps this is human nature. I really can't imagine what it will be like when they are in love. Little Shi and I will definitely not have such a day. Just as Long Chen was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strong aura coming from behind him. Long Chen was shocked. He knew that the fight between the two had attracted the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake was a ferocious 6th-grade heaven-ranked demonic beast. In terms of combat strength, the two of them were no match for it even if they joined forces. The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake's speed was very fast. It was about 200 meters away from Long Chen in no time. Long Chen had no choice but to change his position and change his hiding spot. Since the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake was already here, he decided not to make a move first. He would wait for the right opportunity to obtain the Mystic Thearka's seal in one fell swoop. As for their lives, Long Chen didn't care about it anymore. When the two of them noticed the strange movement, the huge body of the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake had already appeared in front of them, looking down at them. Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. The woman let out a horrified cry. She was originally in the middle of an attack, but when she saw the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake, she quickly withdrew her attack and escaped. She was very clear about the power of the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake let out a hissing sound. It had always been the overlord of this area. Not only did these two little creatures disturb it, but they also wanted to escape. Therefore, its attack fell on the woman first. The huge snake tail swept towards the two of them, leaving a phantom behind. The first to be hit was the woman. Such an attack had a huge range, and there was no way to escape. Moreover, it was difficult for the man or the woman to dodge. Fu Yang, save me. At this time, the woman let out a desperate cry. Suddenly, she used all the genuine qi in her body to resist the attack of the snake's tail. The strength of the 5th tier of the reaching heaven state and the middle level of the heaven level was actually very extraordinary. As long as the man used the same attack, the two of them would be able to escape. However, the man didn't attack at all. Instead, he ran in the opposite direction and sneered. As he had expected, the huge strength of the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake sent the woman flying. The woman spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her face instantly became pale. Almost all of her bones were broken, and she wouldn't live for long. You deserve to die. The Mystic Emperor Seal is mine. The direction in which Fu Yang escaped was the direction in which the woman was flying. Seeing that the woman was about to die, his face revealed an ecstatic expression and he quickly chased after her. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.